Hello, everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now, sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter, Complete Martial Arts Attributes, Chapter 1001, Terrifying Heaven Stage Martial Warriors. A total of 360 parts were placed neatly on the smithing table, exuding a sharp glow. One could tell how dangerous they were just from that. The 1,000 armaments vessel was a spiritual weapon. Every single part was a weapon by itself. Once they were combined, the effects would be amplified by more than 10 times. It was an amazing artifact. From the design point of view, it was similar to Wang Teng's shooting star spiral. They were both a combination of spiritual weapons, but the power of the 1,000 armaments vessel was much greater than the shooting star spiral. Every part is like a piece of art. And Lan couldn't help but lean forward. His eyes were glistening as he asked in disbelief, "Are you done already?" "Don't be impatient. I haven't carved the runes yet." "I'm not in a hurry. Take your time. Just make it the best." He paused and asked another question. "Oh, right. Are you going to carve the runes yourself?" "Yes." Wang Teng nodded and started carving the runes without any hesitation. And Lan felt that he had asked a stupid question. Wang Teng was a triple field grandmaster. Was he supposed to ask another grandmaster to help him instead of doing it himself? But when he saw Wang Teng starting the carving process immediately without any rest, he felt the corners of his lips twitching. "Why don't we rest first?" "I'm not in a hurry," and Lan said. "Don't disturb me. If my hand twitches and I carve wrongly, all the efforts will be in vain. Don't blame me at that time." Wang Teng threw a glance at him. "Okay, I'll keep quiet." And Lan immediately retreated to the side, not daring to say another word. Wang Teng ignored him. The emerald-glazed flame made an appearance again and enveloped the 360 different parts. This was the last step. At the same time, he started carving the parts using his spiritual power. Runes started landing on the components of the 1,000 armaments vessel, forming bizarre and dense patterns. Under the nourishment of the flames, the runes glowed brightly. The different parts started to look more holy and divine, and they gave off a terrifying aura. Before the 1,000 armaments vessel was completed, it was already showing off its formidable power. And Lan stared at it with an intense gaze. He was getting more and more excited. 1,000 armaments vessel? 1,000 armaments vessel. He had been thinking about this weapon for a long time. Finally, his wish was coming true. More than an hour later, all 360 parts had been carved with runes. Along with a faint glow, they floated in the flame like exquisite pieces of art. These parts were of different shapes and sizes. Some were shaped like a dagger, while others looked like long swords. A few even seemed like tiny flying needles. They might look similar, but they were actually different parts. At this moment, the forces in the surroundings ignited and started to get restless, assemble. Wang Teng's gaze shimmered as he shouted in a low tone. The different parts started moving. Turning into rays of light, they shot toward the center. Instantly, a dazzling black light appeared, making it hard to see what was happening inside. Boom. The force trembled violently, and the black light soared into the sky like a huge pillar. The dome of the smithery studio opened slowly. A blurry weapon rose into the sky within the pillar of black light. Success, and Lan raised his head in happiness. Boom! Dark clouds were gathering in the sky. Terrifying thunder clapped and shook in the entire city. The passers-by stopped in their tracks and looked up at the sky. The lightning calamity caused by the secondary career alliance seemed a little frequent recently. Wang Teng retracted his spiritual power and emerald glazed flame. "What are you doing here? Go and handle the lightning calamity." "Oh, right!" And Lan regained his senses, his expression changing. He tapped the ground with his feet and shot into the sky like a rainbow. He was afraid that his 1,000 armaments vessel would get damaged if he was a step too late. "Finally, I don't have to handle the lightning calamity myself." Wang Teng shook his head and gloated. "I wonder if Lan can withstand it." Wang Teng looked at the dark sky. It was getting blacker and blacker by the second, with numerous bolts of lightning flickering and adding a dreary atmosphere. The calamity lightning power within was a few times more terrifying than the ones he met in the past, but Lan was a heaven stage martial warrior. The lightning calamity shouldn't be a problem for him. He sat down on a chair and took out a spiritual fruit. He watched this rare lightning calamity show happily. In the past, he was the one in the sky being watched by others. Now it was finally his turn to enjoy the action. Boom. The dark clouds became extremely thick, and a bolt of lightning struck down. It shot right toward the 1,000 armaments vessel in the black pillar of light. And Lan was dressed in a black robe because he didn't want anyone to recognize him. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the bolt of calamity lightning in the sky. A ray of force glow streaked out from his finger. It paled in comparison to the lightning calamity. However, when the finger-sized force glow collided with the lightning, it shattered it instantly and continued soaring into the dark clouds. The dark clouds felt provoked. Lightning force churned in the sky and gathered into another bolt of lightning, striking down again. Boom! The finger-sized force glow smashed into the second bolt of lightning, causing a thunderous explosion. The second calamity lightning disintegrated. The force glow disappeared too. Wang Teng cursed uncontrollably with wide eyes. One finger was enough to destroy 2 bolts of lightning. Was this how terrifying a heaven stage martial warrior was? Impressive? Exceptional? Wang Teng finally understood how powerful heaven stage martial warriors were. He didn't dare to underestimate them anymore. At first, when he heard that 1 trillion was enough to deal with a heaven stage martial warrior, he regarded them as nothing. Well, he was too young. If he honestly provoked a heaven stage martial warrior, he might get pinched to death without him knowing. At the same time, the people watching the scene outside were flabbergasted too. A heaven stage martial warrior. A heaven stage martial warrior acted personally. This weapon must belong to this heaven stage martial warrior. That's why he acted. They weren't the only ones watching this show. And Lan's appearance had attracted the attention of many other heaven stage martial warriors. Gazes shifted in his direction from all corners of the city. I wonder which heaven stage martial warrior he is. This is an extraordinary weapon. It's a top-tier weapon even among the heaven-level weapons. Which Grand Master blacksmith crafted this? All the heaven stage martial warriors were observing in the dark. They were a little envious when they saw the 1,000 armaments vessel in the pillar of light. And Lan noticed their gazes, but he didn't care. He placed his hands behind his back, looking extremely confident and relaxed. Finally, the aura of a heaven stage martial warrior exuded from his body. No one dared to underestimate him. Wang Teng was dumbfounded, but soon he shifted his gaze away and focused on the attribute bubbles on the ground. These attribute bubbles were dropped after the calamity lightning disintegrated. He pulled them over with his spiritual power. Constellation Force, Lightning, 300. Constellation Force, Lightning, 400N, Heaven Earth Calamity Lightning, 60. Heaven Earth Calamity Lightning, 45. Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubbles happily. The third bolt of calamity lightning was formed and struck down. Boom. This bolt of calamity lightning was thick and huge. Countless silver sparks shimmered around it, spreading through the sky like spiderwebs. And Lan snorted. He only lifted his finger when the bolt of lightning was inches away from his head. The bolt of lightning was like a lightning dragon. It was enormous, and Lan's finger landed directly on its head. The entire world seemed to pause for a second. Then the lightning dragon fell apart, inch by inch, and shattered into pieces. Before everyone could react, The fourth and fifth bolts of lightning landed simultaneously. They crashed towards Enlan with astonishing power. Wang Teng frowned slightly, his expression turning a little grim. The last two bolts of lightning were much more powerful than the first three bolts. Just one was comparatively stronger than all three bolts of lightning combined. However, Enlan remained extremely calm. He didn't use any other methods and raised his finger. Boom. Powerful and boundless energy flowed out of his body. The energy transformed into a giant golden dragon under the help of an invisible force and charged toward the lightning bolt. Spiritual power, Wang Teng was stunned. Indeed, Enlan was a divine spirit master. When he asked him to forge the 1,000 armaments vessel, Wang Teng guessed that Enlan was a divine spirit master. He had hit the mark. Boom. Enlan's giant golden force dragon collided with the lightning calamity, the explosion creating an earth-shattering explosion. The entire sky seemed to be trembling. No one expected that the standstill would only last for a split second. The lightning calamity couldn't withstand the attack of the golden force dragon and collapsed into tiny sparks, forming a sea of lightning sparks in the sky. The force dragon passed through the sea of lightning and dashed right into the clouds. Boom! The dark clouds erupted without any warning, as if they were torn apart by a formidable force. They disappeared without a trace. The sky regained its brightness, silence. There was dead silence. Enlan didn't care about the others' reactions. He stretched out his hand and kept the 1,000 armaments vessel. Then he disappeared. The people below finally reacted in time. They gasped in surprise. So strong. That was a divine spirit master. That martial warrior must be at the peak of Heaven's stage. The other Heaven stage martial warriors observing in the dark started mumbling to themselves with a stern expression. They were gauging Enlan's ability. Wang Teng exclaimed at Enlan's might. He felt fortunate that he had managed to find such a strong bodyguard for himself. This was a good bargain. Heaving a sigh of relief, he scanned his surroundings and silently picked up all the attribute bubbles scattered on the ground. He mustn't waste these attribute bubbles. Enlan had worked hard to drop. Constellation Force, Lightning, 800, Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning 1,120, Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning 1,200, Constellation Force Lightning 1,000, Constellation Force Lightning 900, Constellation Force Metal 3,200, Celestial Realm Spirit 1,200. So many. Wang Teng's eyes were filled with happiness. He didn't expect such a good harvest. He counted his gains and realized he got 4,300 points of Constellation Lightning Force, 3,200 points of Constellation Metal Force, 480 points of Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning, and 1,200 points of Celestial Realm Spirit Constellation Metal Force, 81,000, 90,000 Planetary Stage, 9th level Constellation Lightning Force, 22 5,000 Planetary Stage, 5th level. He had been fighting star beasts in the virtual universe whenever he was free, so his metal force had already reached the 9th level. He would be able to advance to the celestial stage soon. As for the lightning force, it was a rare mutated force. It was still at the 5th level, even though it had risen greatly. Heaven-Earth Calamity, Lightning 610,000, first rank. Then there was the Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning. After a few rounds of lightning calamity, Wang Teng accumulated many calamity lightning attributes. 600 points were many times more than before. He looked at the attributes panel. This was only the first rank. Would there be stronger calamity lightning in the future? However, one rank required 10,000 points. This was a little tough. Lightning calamity wasn't easy to get. Wang Teng shook his head dejectedly. He looked at the last attribute. Spirit, 9,500, 500,000 Celestial Realm. This time he had received 1,200 points of the Celestial Realm Spirit at once. His spirit went forward by a little step. This was a sizable number. In the past, he had never collected this much Celestial Realm attribute at once. As expected of a Divine Spirit Master, only a Divine Spirit Master could drop these many attribute bubbles. It looked like he would have to get more attribute bubbles from divine spirit masters in the future. If not, he would have to waste much time to raise his spirit attribute. The only problem was, divine spirit masters weren't easy to find, especially powerful ones. Wang Teng touched his chin. His gaze landed on An Lan, looking extremely happy. Chapter 1002, A Small World. Your gaze is a little strange, An Lan commented as he walked over, noticing Wang Teng's expression. Really? I don't think so. You're thinking too much. Wang Teng felt that a heaven stage martial warrior was indeed extremely vigilant. He restrained his expression and shook his head sternly. No, and Lan didn't believe him. He felt that Wang Teng was up to no good. You're a heaven stage martial warrior. What can a planetary stage nobody like me do to you? Wang Teng felt speechless. Who knows? You're a sly little fellow. An Lan pouted. Hey, what are you saying? I just helped you craft the 1,000 armaments vessel, and now you're trying to push me away. Are you kicking me to the curb because I'm not useful anymore? Wang Teng asked angrily. Cough, don't make me sound so heartless. Since you helped me forge the 1,000 armaments vessel, I'll keep my promise. Heartless, Wang Teng snorted. Silence. Heartless your head. You sound as if we have some indecent relationship. Let me have a look at this 1,000 armaments vessel. I haven't observed it carefully, so I don't know its quality, Wang Teng said. He heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed An Lan's thoughts going astray. He hurriedly changed the topic. An Lan stretched out his hand, and a black rectangular box appeared on his palm. The 1,000 armaments vessel was 3 feet long and a foot wide. Nothing much could be seen on the surface except many complicated rune patterns. They looked mysterious and magical. Its real power would only be displayed after segmenting the vessel into its various parts. To a divine spirit master, this was an extremely powerful weapon. I can win against any heaven stage martial warrior with it. And Lan smiled and said he was in a great mood. Oh, Wang Teng was shocked. He didn't think that An Lan possessed such ability. Heaven stage martial warriors were formidable characters. Every one of them had the ability to destroy a planet. If they gave it their all, they could cause mass destruction. Yet, An Lan was saying he could defeat any heaven stage martial warriors. What kind of idea was this? Wang Teng didn't dare to think. While he was immersed in astonishment, a message popped up on his wristwatch. Wang Teng, there's a message from the noble family consultation chamber. Round Ball's stern voice sounded in his mind. It was overlooking Wang Teng's identity account, so it knew the content of the message. Trial? Wang Teng's gaze turned serious as he hazarded a guess. Yes, they've come up with the final trial content. You need to go over now. Okay, Wang Teng nodded. What is it? An Lan asked when he noticed something amiss with Wang Teng's expression. The noble trial is about to start. It looks like your battle with Cao Hongtu is about to officially start. An Lan frowned. I don't think I can help with your trial. Let's take a look first. Wang Teng walked out of the Smithery studio. They left the Secondary Career Alliance and boarded a Rune Energy flying car to head to the Empire Noble Family Consultation Chamber. Approximately 10 minutes later, they arrived at the Great Qian Noble Family Consultation Chamber and saw a figure standing at the entrance from afar. This was the guardian of the Noble Family Consultation Chamber, Ming Cheng, whom Wang Teng had met once. You're here. Guardian Ming Cheng. Wang Teng nodded and bowed. The elders are waiting for you. Please, follow me, Ming Cheng said. He glanced at An Lan and continued, Your friend won't be able to enter. He can only wait in the lobby. Wang Teng hesitated before nodding. He used voice transmission to speak to An Lan. Then he followed Ming Cheng to the 9th floor. Everyone was waiting in an ancient grand hall. The difference this time was, Cao Guan wasn't the one representing the Cao family, it was Cao Hongtu. Sin Clement wasn't representing the Parkers family either. Instead, Andres' father Valtero had taken his place. As for the other families, Wang Teng didn't recognize them. But he didn't pay much attention to them last time, so he wasn't familiar with them. He followed Ming Cheng in. Everyone's gaze turned towards him, their intentions unclear. His seat was still opposite the Cao family. The head of the chamber nodded at Wang Tang and said, "Have a seat." Wang Tang sat down and met Cao Hongtu's gaze, who even gave him a smile. "Wang Tang, the chamber has decided to split this trial into 2 parts." The elder went directly to the point. Wang Tang's expression changed slightly. He looked at the elder and listened carefully. The Empire's Baron title is an extraordinary title. The person holding it must possess great potential, ability, and intelligence. The first trial will aim to test your potential to be a Baron. You need to at least be at the Cosmos stage. For that, you must have Emperor-level talent. Wang Tang heaved a sigh of relief. The first test isn't so difficult. I just need to have Emperor-level talent. The second trial will test your ability and intelligence. After some careful consideration, we've decided to send you to the Flaming River World for this trial, the elder continued slowly. The Flaming River World? Wang Tang was confused. What is the Flaming River World? The head of the chamber noticed Wang Tang's confusion and explained. The Flaming River World is a small world left behind by a martial warrior at the peak of the universe stage after he died. It was a simple explanation. There was nothing else. A world left behind by a universe stage martial warrior. Wang Tang took a deep breath. He was dumbfounded. He understood what a universe stage martial warrior represented after entering the universe. People at that level grasped a part of the origin of the world. They possessed a small fraction of the ability to create a world, but the world they created wouldn't be complete. Hence, it was called a small world. You could only become a universe martial warrior if you managed to create your own small world. After a universe stage martial warrior died, the small world in their bodies would normally perish along with them. However, there was a slight chance that it might survive. The probability was small. So every single small world left was precious. The small worlds were all created based on the real world. There were many fortuitous encounters inside, and some universe stage martial warriors even hid their treasures there. This was a good trial ground. Normally, after these small worlds were discovered, they would become the training ground for various factions. Their disciples would get the chance to enter these worlds to gain experience. The Flaming River World was one such small world possessed by the Great Qian Empire. Also, Cao Hongtu has achieved many military exploits, so he does have the right to inherit the Baron's title. We can't deprive him of this right. The head opened his mouth again after a moment of silence. Wang Tang's gaze flickered. His heart sank. Chapter 1003. Talent, still a little too low. The elder's words pulled Wang Tang's thoughts back from the astonishment he received after hearing about the existence of the small worlds. He had a bad feeling. He initially thought that he would be able to get the Baron's title after passing the test. Now they weren't able to strip Cao Hongtu of his right to the title. This meant that they would be fighting with each other. So this will be a trial between both of you, the one with the greater potential and the one who gets more benefits in the small world. Proving that you have stronger ability and intelligence will inherit the Baron's title, the head said. Wang Tang took a deep breath. Were they asking him to fight with a heaven stage martial warrior? May I say something? Wang Tang interrupted the head of the chamber with a frown. Go ahead, the head nodded. Are you telling me to enter a small world to compete with a heaven stage martial warrior? Wang Tang asked directly with a contemptuous smile. The head didn't get angry. He understood Wang Tang's concern and replied calmly, when y'all enter the small worlds, Cao Hongtu's ability will be suppressed to the cosmos stage. Also, you can look for reinforcements. However, including yourself, there can only be 5 people. Everyone that enters must be lower or at the cosmos stage. 5 people lower or at the cosmos stage, Wang Tang contemplated. How can you ensure that there's no one above the cosmos stage on both sides? The Flaming River World only allows cosmos stage and below martial warriors to enter. There's only one last chance to enter this small world before it collapses and disappears forever. If someone uses an attack above the cosmos stage, The world will disintegrate immediately, and everyone inside will perish. Are you satisfied with this arrangement?" The head finished his explanation and asked Wang Teng. Wang Teng's expression was gloomy. He pondered for a moment before nodding. This was the best result at this stage, and it wasn't like he didn't have any chances. Wang Teng glanced at Cao Hongtu. The smile on his face was blossoming. He snorted. The guy must be thinking he would definitely win. He would be able to find 3 Cosmos stage martial warriors if he wanted to. Wang Teng also decided to have An Lan suppress his ability to the Cosmos stage and enter the Flaming River world with him. He didn't mind copying Cao Hongtu's tricks. Cao Hongtu probably didn't know that he had a Heaven stage martial warrior on his team. Moreover, this martial warrior was at the peak of the Heaven stage. As for talent, he had nothing to be afraid of. He didn't mind dazzling them with his divine-level wind talent, but he wouldn't do it unless it was necessary. Divine-level talent meant that he had the potential to reach the eternal stage. Many people would be fearful of him, and it wouldn't bring him any benefits. He needed to restrain his potential lest he invited trouble to his doorstep. "When are we taking the test?" Wang Teng asked. "The talent test will be held today. Then you'll have 2 days to prepare before entering the Flaming River world," the head said. He got up and walked out of the hall. "Follow me." Everyone stood up and followed him. No matter what their motive was, these people wanted to know who would win the talent test. Many of them looked down on Wang Teng since he came from a faraway planet. They were pure-blood nobles with honorable status. They found it a joke that this low-class monkey wanted to squeeze his way in and be a part of them. Rather than saying they wanted to know who would win, it was more accurate to say that they wanted to see how Wang Teng would lose and get exiled from this city. They didn't think that he was comparable to Cao Hongtu. One was a planetary stage martial warrior, while the other was a heaven stage martial warrior. It was easy to tell who had more potential. Who knew if Wang Teng could reach the Cosmos stage, much less the heaven stage? As for Cao Hongtu, he was already a formidable character. A heaven stage martial warrior deserved to be respected. Besides, he had gained many military exploits. Even if they didn't like him, they wouldn't belittle him. In summary, the universe was a place where one's ability ruled. Wang Teng's strength was just too low. After everyone left, only Wang Teng and Cao Hongtu were left in the hall. "Junior brother, there's still time for you to admit defeat. It'll be a life-or-death battle in the Flaming River world. This isn't what I want to see." Cao Hongtu smirked as he stood up and patted his elegant and exquisite purple long gown. "That's not for you to worry, senior brother, Cao. You should think about the talent test later. Don't lose to a planetary stage martial warrior like me," Wang Teng sniggered. He wasn't angry at all. He turned and left the hall without waiting for Cao Hongtu's answer. Cao Hongtu frowned and went out too. Everyone came to the 5th floor of the chamber. There was a place especially for testing one's talent. When Wang Teng walked in, he noticed an enclosed area in the middle of this huge room. Its walls were transparent, so one could see the situation from the outside. This is a talent testing device. You'll enter and absorb the force inside for 10 minutes. The device will be able to detect your talent level. Who will go first? The head looked at Wang Teng and Cao Hongtu. "Senior, please," Wang Teng said. He allowed the other party to go first because he didn't want to scare everyone too much. All he had to do was to make sure his talent was a level above the other party. "In that case, I'll go first." Cao Hongtu entered the device without any hesitation. As the device closed up, the entire space got filled up with earth force. Cao Hongtu was an earth element martial warrior. As he stood in the middle of the device, all the force started surging to his body. The absorption rate was fast. In the blink of an eye, a force whirlpool formed around him. Cao Hongtu's earth talent has reached the Emperor level. Emperor level earth talent. That's barely a pass. However, he's able to reach the heaven stage with his Emperor level talent. Cao Hongtu is someone with strong perseverance. He has encountered some good opportunities, too. The nobles around started discussing in low voices when they saw this scene. Emperor-level talent. Wang Ting smiled when he heard the different voices. His lowest talent was at that level. Beating Cao Hongtu was a piece of cake, top-tier Emperor-level Earth talent. After some time, the device reported Cao Hongtu's talent level. Just as everyone predicted, it was at the Emperor level. There was no surprise, but he had top-tier Emperor-level talent. Every talent was segregated into top-tier, middle-tier, and low-tier. Top-tier Emperor level was good enough. It was many times better than a middle-tier Emperor-level talent. Cao Hongtu walked out calmly. He didn't seem to think that possessing a top-tier Emperor-level talent was something impressive. This was the truth. Most of the people here had a higher talent than him. The Emperor level must be the lowest level present. He felt helpless. The lower one's talent, the harder one's path would be in the future. He was lucky and managed to advance to the heaven stage, but he was only at the second level of the heaven stage. As he went further, he felt his cultivation speed slowing down exponentially. It was getting extremely difficult to achieve a breakthrough. Talent was something one was born with, unless one was a heaven-defying monster. There was no way one could change one's innate talent. Although Cao Hongtu was an ambitious man, his path would get narrower in the future. He might not be able to reach the 5th level of the heaven stage. Heaven stage martial warriors could still die. If he didn't manage to break through to the universe stage before his life came to an end, he would perish. This was why he wanted to get the Baron's title by hook or by crook. With it, he could get more resources. If his talent wasn't up to the mark, he would use more resources. He would immerse himself in resources until he reached the universe stage. In the Great Qian Empire, he could only become his own ruler if he reached the universe stage. That was the only way he could control his life and not be treated like a dog. At that time, he wouldn't need to bend his back and sell his daughter to appease the powerful families. No one knew the emotions swarming in his heart under that calm expression. They didn't know how frustrated and humiliated he felt. The others were aware that talent would affect one's future, so they sympathized with Cao Hongtu. His talent was still a little too low. Chapter 1004. Crushed Using Talent. While the members of the noble families were feeling sad for Cao Hongtu, the head's voice interrupted their thoughts. Wang Teng, it's your turn. Everyone's attention was shifted to Wang Teng. Cao Hongtu's talent was at the top-tier Emperor level. What about Wang Teng? It was normal for a martial warrior from an underdeveloped planet to have a low talent. It was already a miracle for a planetary stage martial warrior to be born there. Their talent limited their progress. The talents of the living creatures born on the same planet were almost the same. It was hard to groom a real genius if one's talent was too low. Race and bloodline were predestined. It sounded helpless, but it was the truth. Emperor-level Earth talent 250. Emperor-level Earth talent 300. Wang Teng walked over after collecting the attribute bubbles Cao Hongtu had dropped. He stepped into the enclosed space. Please choose your force. A mechanical voice sounded fire. Instantly, the enclosed area was filled with a thick fire force. Wang Teng was puzzled. This device seemed quite convenient. It was able to fill up the entire area with ample force in an instant. Would it be effective if he used it for cultivation? His gaze landed on the ground and saw many tiny holes on the floor. The fire force was flowing out of them. I see. Wang Teng activated his eyes of essence and understood how the force was produced. These were force-gathering rune arrays. The device would activate the relevant array according to the element the martial warrior chose. He stopped hesitating and activated his talent, absorbing the fire-forced swoosh. The fire force started gathering around Wang Teng. In the blink of an eye, a fiery red force whirlpool appeared in the enclosed space. This scene was similar to when Cao Hongtu was absorbing his Earth Force, Emperor-level talent. Looks like they're on par. This is strange. I didn't think a young lad from a remote planet would possess such potential. This is nothing strange. If he didn't have such talent, he wouldn't be selected as the Baron's heir. Everyone discussed in low voices. They were surprised that Wang Teng had Emperor-level talent. Cao Hongtu's gaze flickered. There wasn't any expression on his face, though. Their talents might be at the same level, but he was already a heaven-stage martial warrior. He understood how difficult it was if Wang Teng wanted to rely on his emperor-level talent to reach the heaven stage. You could say that one of them was already at the finish line while the other was still at the starting point. How could Wang Teng be compared to him, top-tier emperor-level talent? As expected, when the device announced Wang Teng's talent, it was emperor level. Similarly, it was a top-tier emperor level talent. Their level was the same, but everyone was shaking their heads. They didn't have high hopes for Wang Teng. Not all emperor level talents could reach the heaven stage. Wang Teng was just a planetary stage martial warrior. The difference between them was huge. The test had ended. There was no suspense. Everyone lost interest and wanted to leave.
Wait.
Wang Teng's voice was heard suddenly.
Huh?
The head stopped in his tracks and looked at Wang Teng, who was still in the enclosed space. What's the matter? My test hasn't ended yet. Wang Teng glanced at the impatient crowd and continued calmly. I want to test my Earth Force too. You want to test your Earth Force? Everyone was stunned. Cao Hongtu furrowed his brows, staring at Wang Teng intently. Are you a double-element martial warrior? The head was surprised. I'm a triple-element martial warrior. Wang Teng pondered for a moment and felt that 2 elements were too little. He decided to add one more. 3 elements. This time, everyone was dumbstruck. Triple-element martial warriors were not common. If Wang Teng possessed 3 elements and all his talents were at the emperor level, he would be quite a genius. Cao Hongtu's expression darkened. His gaze turned gloomy. He didn't expect Wang Teng's talent to be so high. He didn't mind if his talent was at the same level, but if he possessed 3 elements, his potential would be much higher. This meant that he had lost the first round. What are your other 2 elements? The head asked. Earth and metal. Wang Teng picked 2 talents randomly. Good. Continue testing. The head nodded. Everyone got interested too, waiting for the test result. They wanted to see if all of his 3 elements had reached top-tier emperor level, starting the earth and metal element test. A mechanical voice resounded in the enclosed space. The fire force was dispelled, and a large amount of earth and metal force swarmed out at the same time. Wang Teng activated both his talents simultaneously and absorbed the 2 forces swoosh. A gale blew in the enclosed space. Earth force and metal force gushed towards Wang Teng furiously. A bizarre scene appeared around him. The earth force and the metal force were divided, one on the left and one on the right. They formed 2 close circuits with Wang Teng in the center. None of them affected each other. This is what a strong control. He's absorbing 2 different forces, but both of them remain separated. Wang Teng's talent must have reached the peak of emperor level to be able to do this. Haha, there will be a good show to watch. Everyone was stunned, their curiosity piqued. Some stared at Cao Hongtu with a smirk. Wang Teng's talent was obviously higher than his. They thought that this would be a simple pass. But Wang Teng possessed 3 elements, and all of them weren't low. Cao Hongtu was the one who got crushed. Cao Hongtu also knew that his talent was lower than Wang Teng's when he saw this scene. He stood there without any expressions on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. Top-tier Emperor-level Earth talent. Top-tier Emperor-level metal talent. The device announced Wang Teng's talent quickly. Both were top-tier Emperor-level talents, but the crowd could tell that all 3 of Wang Teng's talents had reached the peak of top-tier Emperor level. This was extremely rare. He could go further with his talents. Wang Teng walked out of the device. Your talent is not bad. The head of the chamber nodded at Wang Teng. Thank you. Wang Teng bowed to show his gratitude. However, he was calm and composed throughout. He only displayed 3 top-tier Emperor-level talents. It was nothing to be proud of. He could get better talents by picking up attribute bubbles, so these 3 Emperor-level talents would be forsaken soon. Beating Cao Hongtu was quite easy. What was there to compare? He didn't even reveal his true power. You'll have 2 days to prepare. We'll gather here 2 days later and head to the Flaming River world. The head left after his reminder. The other members of the chamber followed him. They didn't interact with Wang Tang at all. Valteru from the Parkers family glanced at Wang Tang. There were no emotions on his face. Then he turned and left. "Junior brother, you sure gave me a surprise," Cao Hongtu exclaimed pretentiously. "It's nothing," Wang Tang replied in a composed manner. Cao Hongtu didn't expect this reply. He was stunned. "Senior brother Cao, I need to prepare for the next trial. Do you have anything else to say?" Wang Tang waved his hand and turned to leave. "Are you sure you don't want to reconsider it? The Flaming River world is not a safe place. Not everyone who enters manages to come out," Cao Hongtu said in an eerie tone. "If you're not afraid, why would I be?" Wang Tang turned and smiled at him. Then he left without any hesitation. Cao Hongtu stood at the same spot and stared at Wang Tang's back. His gaze turned deep and strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. Wang Tang gathered with An Lan and told him about the trial. He told him his plan. "You want me to suppress my ability and go to the Flaming River world with you?" An Lan exclaimed in surprise. "Yes. Since Cao Hongtu is doing that, I'll learn from him." Wang Tang sneered. "Sure, I'll handle Cao Hongtu. He's just at the second level of the heaven stage, so it's not hard to deal with him," An Lan said confidently. "It'll be great to kill him in the Flaming River world." Wang Tang's gaze turned sharp, and Lan was shocked by Wang Tang's decisiveness and ruthlessness. He kept quiet for a second before asking, "How do you plan to find the other 3 Cosmos Stage martial warriors?" "I think I'll look through the Secondary Career Alliance's mission board," Wang Tang replied helplessly. "If you don't mind, I can introduce 3 to you," and Lan coughed awkwardly. "Oh," Wang Tang looked at him. "As long as the money is good," and Lan rubbed his hands and sniggered. It was quite funny for a mecha to do this action. "Feck, do you love money so much?" Wang Tang laughed. "So what do you think?" And Lan didn't mind Wang Tang's teasing. "No problem. 3 Cosmos Stage martial warriors. Is 90 billion enough?" Wang Tang was loaded and acted as such. "Enough. Enough." And Lan didn't bargain. He seemed extremely satisfied with this price. His eyes were glowing. "Thank you, then," Wang Tang smiled. He had to spend this money anyway, so he didn't mind letting An Lan earn it. He had a pleasant time working with this mecha. He might be a money lover, but he fulfilled his duties. I'll go find them now. An Lan did some operations on his wristwatch and continued, "They'll be able to reach within half a day. My spacecraft is parked on the transit planet." "Your clansman?" Wang Tang asked in surprise. He had a guess. "Yes, my clansman from the mecha race." And Lan nodded. Wang Tang didn't probe further. They went back to Fan Taining's house and waited for the Flaming River World trial 2 days later. Chapter 1005, 3 missions. 2 days later, in front of the Noble Family Consultation Chamber, all members of the chamber were gathered here, including the people who would be joining Cao Hongtu in this trial. Wang Tang hadn't arrived yet. Many people started to get impatient after waiting for a while. Why isn't Wang Tang here? How can he make so many people wait for him? Did he give up because he can't gather 4 Cosmos Stage martial warriors? Maybe. He doesn't have any background, so it won't be easy for him to find 4 Cosmos Stage martial warriors. Of course, only a few people were complaining. Most of them had their heads lowered and eyes closed to rest. These members of the Noble Family Consultation Chamber didn't have any noble status. They were just representatives sent by the various families. The noble families had been around for a long time, so each faction was huge. Normally, for such occasions, the ones who were free would come. Thus, there were many young martial warriors. They didn't have much consideration and just spoke their minds. Moreover, this matter was a waste of time, and they couldn't earn any money from it. It was understandable that they felt unhappy. Cao Hongtu smirked when he heard the discussions around him. He lost the first round, but he would definitely win this one. Wang Tang had no background. How could he fight with him? Even if he managed to find a 5-member team, he wouldn't possess any threat. Cao Hongtu was a heaven stage martial warrior. Even if his ability was pushed down to the Cosmos stage, he wouldn't have any problems dealing with a few other Cosmos stage martial warriors. After a few minutes, when everyone was getting even more impatient, Wang Teng finally arrived. "I'm sorry I'm late," Wang Teng said helplessly. He was going to leave early in the morning, but someone unexpectedly came to find him and brought news of the Flaming River world, hence why he was late. Of course, he couldn't explain things clearly to the people here. Everyone appeared furious. They wanted to mock him, but the head of the chamber spoke first. "Since everyone is here, let's go." The head and the other members of the chamber were assessors of this test, so they would be heading to the Flaming River world too. Since the head had spoken, the others had nothing to say. They shut their mouths obediently. Cao Hongtu glanced at Wang Teng and saw the 4 figures dressed in gray gowns. He frowned slightly. 4 Cosmos Stage martial warriors. He was puzzled, wondering where Wang Teng found these people. The head glanced at the 4 men in gray too. There was a strange glimmer in his eyes. Then everyone boarded the rail train and came to the planet's dock. They took a universe spacecraft to the Sirius Planet. It was a universe-level spacecraft owned by the Empire's military. It was huge, exceptionally huge. The most important thing was, the material used to build it was tough and sturdy. It was strong enough to withstand a universe-stage martial warrior's attack. One universe-level spacecraft was worth as much as a few hundred QYE-63 spacecraft. The spacecraft departed from the dock. It traveled through space and flew toward the Sirius Planet. Everyone sat in their respective seats on the universe-level spacecraft. The nobles knew how to enjoy themselves. They already had delicious wines and spiritual fruits on their tables. Many beauties from various races were attending to them. Such vices. Wang Teng complained in disdain. Then he touched his chin and wondered if he should get some beautiful ladies on his spacecraft after this trial. They could talk about life and study some psychology together. It would add some fun to his life. He had too much money and nowhere to spend it. Wang Teng Cao Hongtu replied hurriedly. "Before we reach the Sirius Planet, let me explain the details of this trial after you enter the Flaming River world. You'll need to complete 3 missions, the head said slowly. 3 missions? Wang Teng turned serious, paying full attention to the head. The first mission is to find 25,000 kilograms of Flaming River crystals. The one with more Flaming River crystals wins." There was a commotion after the head finished speaking. 25,000 kilograms of Flaming River crystals. That's not easy. The Flaming River crystals are found under the lava stream in the Flaming River world. The lava streams are death zones formed by the owner using the power of origin. Normal Cosmos Stage martial warriors won't be able to stay there for more than half an hour. Also, after many years of development, there aren't many Flaming River crystals left. It won't be easy to get 25 kilograms. These missions were decided after many discussions with other universe stage martial warriors. Hence, the members of the chamber didn't know about them. Wang Teng was surprised by the noises around him and the deep frown on Cao Hongtu's face. The first mission seemed quite hard. Round Ball, do you know what the Flaming River crystals are? Wang Teng asked in his mind. It's a special crystal found in the Flaming River world. The owner created it accidentally when he merged the origin of flame with other high-class energy stones. It's great for fire element star beasts, Round Ball said. So this crystal is good for Little White and the metal armor Flaming Scorpion. Wang Teng touched his chin and said, That's right. It's useful to your 2 spiritual pets. Round Ball shook its head and continued, However, you need to get them first. Are they hard to find? Wang Teng asked. Didn't you hear what they said? There are probably only a few Flaming River crystals in the stream now, Round Ball said. Wang Teng started contemplating. He didn't ask any more questions. The second mission is to kill 500 fire black toads at the celestial stage or above. 1/10 of them must be at the Cosmos stage. Similarly, the more the better. The head explained the second mission. Everyone was shocked once again. Round Ball started to explain before Wang Teng could ask, the fire black toad is a special star beast found in the Flaming River world. It's the hardest star beast to deal with. Most of the time, it hides in the Flaming Rivers. The flaming rivers or streams are one of the 5 most dangerous places in the flaming river world. There are many rivers covering the entire world. This is where the world got its name from. If you want to kill a fire-black toad, you need to enter the flaming river. It's rumored that there are some strange flames in the river, so it's an extremely dangerous place. However, besides having a higher temperature, no one has discovered any strange things inside. But many martial warriors died after entering the rivers. No corpses could be found, and no one knows the reason. This strange flame can't be a divine flame, right? Wang Teng chuckled. He didn't care. Divine flames weren't common. On the other side, Cao Hongtu's expression turned grim. He knew how difficult it was. He was an earth element martial warrior. He didn't have much advantage in the dangerous fire element world. The flaming rivers were known as one of the 5 most dangerous places in the flaming river world. Even he was worried. Wang Teng started to gloat when he saw this scene. The 3rd mission is the hardest. No one has ever completed it. The head continued. The hardest mission, could it be? Many people realized something and were astounded, Father. Is it? Chao Wu's expression changed as he asked. Both he and Cao Jiao were Cosmos stage martial warriors. They were helping their father in this trial. Cao Hongtu furrowed his brows and nodded slowly. He was thinking of the same thing. Wang Teng felt a little confused when he noticed their expressions. No one had ever completed this mission. It should be that mission. Round Ball's serious voice resounded. You know about it? Wang Teng asked in surprise. There are many legacies left by the owner in the Flaming River world. That guy is quite a weirdo. He left 53 legacies. 52 of them had been found. Only 1 is left, Round Ball explained. 53 legacies? Wang Teng was dumbfounded then. He understood and said, the last mission is probably to find the remaining legacy, right? Highly likely, Round Ball replied. Your 3rd mission is to find the last legacy. The head revealed the answer. Sir, no one has ever found the last legacy. What if we fail? Cao Hongtu asked involuntarily. That's right. This mission is quite impossible. In the past, many formidable warriors entered the Flaming River world, but no one has ever found it. Maybe, the other people agreed. All of them felt that the 3rd mission was impossible. The head wasn't in a hurry. He waited silently for them to finish before replying in a commanding tone. You must complete this mission. If you succeed in the first 2 missions but fail in the last, you can only inherit the Baron's title after accumulating enough military exploits. What? Everyone gasped in shock. This request was a little unexpected. Sir, if I complete the first 2 missions, can I inherit the Baron's title immediately? After all, I've accumulated many military exploits. Cao Hongtu hesitated before asking. Those military exploits allowed you to have the chance to participate in this trial? If you want to win, you need to continue accumulating merits, the head replied. I understand. Cao Hongtu was frustrated. Wang Teng almost burst out laughing. He glanced at Cao Hongtu and noticed that his face was a little black. But this wasn't a good thing for him either. He must complete the 3rd mission if he wanted to inherit the Baron's title immediately. Accumulating merits wasn't easy, mind you. Cao Hongtu spent countless years before he earned enough of them. Yet he still couldn't get the title. If he had to restart the accumulation, who knew how long he would take? Chapter 1006, Sirius Planet, Fire Tung Tree. 5 days later, a blue-white planet appeared in everyone's vision. The universe-level spacecraft traveled at a fast speed. This journey was meant to take 8 days, but they reached their destination in 5. The Sirius Planet was a life planet at the northwest boundary of the Great Qian Empire. It wasn't as big as the Great Qian Planet, but it was much bigger than Earth. This life planet was magical. Many formidable warriors were born here, and all of them had achieved numerous military exploits. They were prominent figures of their generation. The boundaries of the empire were the front line of resisting dark apparitions. This was where worse battles were held. Anyone who managed to survive the front line wouldn't be ordinary. The owner of Flaming River World was one of them. The universe-level spacecraft landed and parked on the dock of the Sirius Planet. Wang Tang alighted with the head of the chamber. Cars came to fetch them sitting in the flying car. Wang Tang admired the scenery on the planet. They passed through the busy streets and came to the outskirts of the city. They entered the wilderness. The flaming river world wasn't in the city. The Rune Energy flying car traveled for more than an hour before coming to a stop. A huge valley had appeared before everyone with buildings erected in the middle. It was a prosperous sight. This should be where the descendants of the owner of the flaming river world live. Round Ball's voice appeared in Wang Teng's mind. The flying car stopped in the valley. Someone came to welcome them immediately. The person was a middle-aged Heaven Stage martial warrior who had long, fiery red hair. He smiled and said, "The Qi family prepared for a long time after learning about your arrival." "It's our honor." The head nodded at him. "Sir, this way, please." Qi Tiancheng bowed respectfully before leading the way in front. "There's no need to trouble you. Please bring us directly to the Flaming River world," the head said. "All right, please follow me." Tiancheng nodded. He didn't force them. They went deep into the valley under his lead. This place was secluded and heavily guarded. It was the forbidden ground of the Qi family, a place other people couldn't enter. Suddenly, a towering, fiery red tree entered everyone's vision. It shot right into the sky. The tree was enormous. If 10 people linked their hands and went around it, they might not be able to circle it. This was how huge the trunk was. The branches were filled with fiery red leaves like flames burning in the air. It looked holy and divine. A thick fire force floated around the giant tree, with no other plants around it. Roots as thick as giant pythons bulged out of the ground. They seemed exceptionally rough and gigantic. This tree, Wang Teng was dumbstruck. "We're here." Chai Tiancheng stopped and pointed to the giant tree in front. "The entrance of the Flaming River world is in the tree hole." "The Flaming River world is in a tree?" Wang Teng was flabbergasted. His face was filled with disbelief. "Why are you making a fuss? A small world can exist anywhere. It can be as big as a planet or as small as a speck of sand. Some martial warriors at the peak of the universe stage are able to instill a small world the size of a life planet within a speck of dust. It's nothing strange that this one is in a tree," Round Ball said with contempt. "A speck of dust." Wang Teng didn't mind Round Ball's sarcastic tone, or rather, he didn't have the time to care about it. He was in awe when he heard what it said. A universe stage martial warrior could create a small world in a speck of dust. How frightening was that? This skill was mysterious and heaven-defying. No wonder the Parkers family didn't dare to offend a universe stage martial warrior. A universe stage martial warrior was indeed extremely powerful. They mustn't be underestimated. Some other people were also hearing this for the first time, so they were bewildered too. They found it hard to believe. Qi Tiancheng smiled proudly when he saw their expressions. "My ancestor ascended to heaven below this fire tongue tree. Before he left, he cultivated here for 10 days and 10 nights, and finally managed to seal the small world into this fire tongue tree using his exceptional ability and skill. The Flaming River martial warrior is a person of exceptional talent. I wish he could overcome the barrier and enter a higher realm." The head sighed and shook his head. Chai Tiancheng appeared saddened too. The death of a universe stage martial warrior was a great loss to their family. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult for a universe stage martial warrior to break through to the eternal stage. Despite investing all their resources and wealth, they were unable to help him to advance. "Everyone, the Flaming River world is on the verge of collapsing. We need to strictly control the number of people entering this world, and their ability must not be greater than the cosmos stage. If not, the implications are unimaginable." Tiancheng gathered his composure and said. The head nodded. He looked at Wang Teng and Cao Hongtu. "Are y'all ready?" "Sir, I'm ready." Cao Hongtu said in a low voice. "No problems on my side either," Wang Teng replied. "All right, go ahead." The head waved his hand and said to Tiancheng, "Mr. Kai, please open the Flaming River world." "Yes." Chai Tiancheng answered and walked forward. A fiery red token appeared in his hand. He waved it in front of the tree. A red beam of light flew out from the token and slammed into the tree hole. Boom! Everyone heard a loud explosion within the tree hole. Then a beam of glaring red light pierced out, along with heat waves. You will only have 15 days. If you don't come out by then, you might disappear along with the flaming river world. Qi Tiancheng said seriously, "Thank you for your reminder." Cao Hongtu cupped his fists. "Thank you." Wang Teng also did the same. "There's no one else inside the flaming river world. The star beasts seem to know that the world is about to disappear, so they're extremely restless and irascible. There might be a riot at any time," Qi Tiancheng added. "It looks like the difficulty has increased again." Wang Teng gave a bitter smile in his heart. "I've said everything I should. This is the token. Follow the signs given by the token when returning, please." With a wave of his hand, 2 beams of red light shot toward Wang Teng and Cao Hongtu. They took the token and studied it before putting it in their pocket. Then they turned to look at the head of the chamber. With his nod, they walked out with their teams. There were 5 people on both sides. Besides Cao Jiaozhou and Cao Wu, the other 2 members were Cosmos Stage martial warriors too. One of them was wrapped in a black gown, so no one knew his identity. Wang Teng's team was simpler. He stood in front, and the 4 people behind him were all covered with gray gowns. Nothing could be seen. Qi Tiancheng wanted to laugh when he saw their attire. Cao Hongtu brought his team forward. At first, his aura was that of a heaven stage martial warrior, but with each step he took, his aura dwindled. It went from the 2nd level heaven stage to the 1st level heaven stage. Finally, it reached the 9th level cosmos stage and stayed there. By now, he had reached the tree hole and stepped in without any hesitation. With a flash of red light, he vanished. The other members of the team followed closely and disappeared in front of everyone. Wang Teng blinked. He led his team toward the tree hole without any hesitation. As Lan walked toward the tree hole, his aura started to change too. It tumbled from the peak of the heaven stage to the 9th level cosmos stage. Wang Teng and his team held each other's hand and stepped into the tree hole. Was that the aura of a heaven stage martial warrior? They weren't surprised when Cao Hongtu revealed his heaven stage ability. After all, everyone knew about it. However, they were astounded by Lan. That quiet man in a gray gown was also a heaven stage martial warrior. Gasp. This is getting interesting. Cao Hongtu would never expect Wang Teng to have a heaven stage martial warrior hiding behind him. How did he do it? How is a planetary stage martial warrior like him able to get the help of a heaven stage martial warrior? Everyone let out a long sigh as they recovered from their astonishment. They started discussing with strange expressions on their faces. Valtero from the Parkers family pulled a long face. He stared at the tree hole coldly. He wished he could rush in, but it was too late. The entrance had disappeared. No one could enter now. Even if he wanted to, the head of the chamber wouldn't agree. Qian Chung was flabbergasted. He didn't think that there would be a heaven stage martial warrior on both sides. What was going on? Wasn't this a simple trial? Why were there heaven stage martial warriors participating? No matter how magical this flaming river world was, it has limited benefits for a heaven stage martial warrior. Why did they go in? Wait, could it be for the last legacy? Qiancheng's gaze turned sharp. However, he knew he shouldn't ask. This trial was a combined decision made by the universe stage martial warriors of the Empire. Even if their Qi family had some power, they couldn't stop it. They could only cooperate with them. Besides, the Qi family was declining. No universe stage martial warrior had appeared in this generation. If this continued, their future would be dire. Sai, why didn't our ancestor leave the legacy for us directly? Our Chai family wouldn't be in this state if he did. Chie Tencheng shook his head and lamented in his heart. The world started spinning a moment ago. They were still in the Qi residence. In the blink of an eye, they saw streams of lava merging to form rivers. Wang Teng and his team were in midair. Out of the blue, they fell into the lava. They didn't have much time to react. Plonk, plonk, wang. Tang's expression changed. He immediately covered his body with the emerald-glazed flame to isolate the high heat. Then he dashed out of the lava stream. Boom, boom, boom. All 5 of them jumped out of the lava and landed on the banks. And Lan and Wang Teng were unscathed. However, steam could be seen rising from the bodies of the other 3 mechas. The gray gowns on them were burned, revealing their mecha bodies below. There were red patches on their skin like metals melting at high heat. Chapter 107, My Dear, Don't Run. 5 of them rushed out of the lava stream and stood at the banks. There were still waves of heat coming from all around them, and the ground was extremely hot. A planetary stage martial warrior wouldn't be able to even stand. Is everyone all right? Wang Teng asked as he looked at Lan and the others. I'm fine. And Lan shook his head and then asked the other 3 Cosmos stage mechas, and Feng and Jian and Dong, what about you guys? It's nothing. It's just a little hot. If we didn't react fast enough, we would be in trouble, a mecha race martial warrior answered. This lava stream is the real thing. Even our bodies wouldn't be able to bear it. Another mecha race martial warrior said, Be careful. If you turn into a pool of molten iron, I'll have to spend money to reforge your bodies. It's troublesome, and Lan cautioned. Silence. Wang Teng had a strange feeling when he heard that. It didn't matter if a mecha's body was destroyed. You could just have it changed with money. This feels so good. He was a little envious. Understood, boss. And Feng rubbed his mechanical head. Clang. And Lan angrily smacked on Feng's head, making a loud noise. He then lambasted, Stop calling me boss. It makes us look like a band of bandits. Oh, and Feng nodded hurriedly like he was his punching bag. The other mecha race martial warriors tucked in their heads like they were traumatized by Lan. Wang Teng peeked at Lan. He felt that the mechas really looked like bandits. Maybe they were. This reminded him of Jin Yuan and Hedok, who he met back on Earth. Both sides did things the same way, and were as slippery as an eel. Unfortunately, they ran away when he was entering the remains left by Nangong Yue. Hey, there are attribute bubbles here, Wang Teng uttered softly. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. Not far away, a few attribute bubbles emerged from the lava stream collect. Constellation Force, Fire, 20. Constellation Force, Fire, 50. Constellation Force, Fire, 5. There were a total of 55 points of the Constellation Fire Force. Although it wasn't much, Wang Teng was anticipating more. Does this flaming river world generate attribute bubbles from time to time? If so, he had struck gold. Where are we going now? And Lan looked around. Wang Teng retracted his gaze and switched on his wristwatch. A map appeared. It was given by someone before he left, and the person who gave this to him was Di Qi. He didn't know if Di Qi had entered the Flaming River world previously or obtained this information from others. Anyway, he helped Wang Teng a lot. Otherwise, he would be searching aimlessly in the Flaming River world and would waste more time. They only had 15 days. Go this way, Wang Teng pointed in a direction. Let's go to the lava swamp first. It shouldn't be too far. Yes. And Lan naturally followed Wang Teng's decisions. Let's go. The 5 of them set off after choosing the direction. They looked around and scouted the area as they flew. This was the only chance where they had the time to look at the peculiar environment of the Flaming River world. It was very different from the outside world. There were 3 huge fireballs hanging in the sky that looked like suns. The whole sky was illuminated with fiery red color. The ground was also covered with reddish-brown soil. Lava streams intersected each other and were spread all over the land, exuding bursts of steam. In such an environment, ordinary creatures and plants wouldn't be able to exist. However, there were still strange species that relied on the fire force to survive. They were the natives of this world. So many attribute bubbles. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. Along the way, he realized that the surroundings were littered with red attribute bubbles. This was especially so near the lava streams where there were even more bubbles. They appeared from the lava every now and then. He immediately sent forth his spiritual power and picked them up. Constellation Force. Fire, 10. Constellation Force. Fire, 8. 15. Fire Force attribute bubbles gathered toward Wang Teng. Although they didn't have high value, there was a vast number of them. With so many of them, he obtained thousands of attributes in just a short while. The Constellation Fire Force circulated in his body and merged inside his sea of nihility. Looks like this time I can probably advance to the celestial realm. Wang Teng felt the change in his Constellation Fire Force. After flying for half an hour, they gradually closed in onto the lava swamp. The lava streams started converging, looking like they were flowing out from the swamp. Likewise, there were many attribute bubbles. Wang Teng was overjoyed, pissed. Suddenly, a tongue of flame shot out from the lava stream and headed toward one of the mechas. Everyone's expression changed slightly. The flame was too fast. Before a mecha martial warrior could react, his leg was entangled. He then felt a huge force pulling him toward the lava stream below. However, they were still Cosmos Stage martial warriors after all. When faced with a sudden change, they didn't panic. The mecha's arms wriggled and turned into a sword. He then condensed his force, creating a sword glow. "You're looking for death," the mecha roared and slashed at the tongue of flame. The sword glow struck the flame and cut it apart. Croak! A strange cry came from the lava stream below. Everyone only saw a black shadow flashing before it disappeared. They could no longer find a trace of it. "It's the fire-black toads." "Be careful," Wang Teng and An Lan shouted simultaneously as they stared at the lava steam vigilantly. No one expected that they would encounter fire-black toads here. Fire-black toads were one of their missions. However, only the flaming river had the most number of fire-black toads. The lava streams would only have one or two occasionally. They were lucky to find one here. This fire-black toad is a sly one. "If you don't take it out with a single blow, it will just hide," and Lan said. "Since we encountered one, we can't give it up so easily." A smile appeared on Wang Teng's face. No matter what, it was still better than nothing. No matter how cunning this fire-black toad was, it couldn't have escaped from him. "The lava hinders our spirit. If the fire-black toad continues hiding, it will be difficult for us to find it." And Lan frowned. "That might not be true," Wang Teng snickered. In an instant, emerald-glazed flames surged out from his body and rushed into the lava stream like chains of fire. Hiss, hiss, hiss! They made a sizzling sound when they touched the lava, remaining unscathed. The emerald chains swam fast in the lava stream like flaming pythons. Wang Teng used his spiritual power and sensed the situation under the lava. Found it. After a while, his eyes lit up. He then controlled the chains to go toward a place in the lava stream. Croak. The strange sound came again, and it was even louder this time, like it was in a panic. Boom. With a loud bang, the lava exploded and splashed everywhere. A huge black shadow rushed out from the lava stream. It was a red toad with a back full of bumps. The fire-black toad leaped out of the stream in a bid to escape in the other direction. However, several chains shot out and chased it. "You're still running." Wang Teng was calm. The emerald-glazed flame turned into a large net and covered every direction. Croak! The fire-black toad didn't expect to be ambushed and slammed its head into the net formed by the emerald-glazed flame. Croak! It struggled frantically, and the bumps on its back burst. Blobs of lava emerged and blew several small holes in the net formed by the emerald-glazed flame. It swung its claws and ripped the net apart, trying to grab the opportunity to escape. "My dear, don't run," Wang Teng yelled, and a dark ice spear appeared in his hand. Chapter 1008. Why do I need this fire tongue, Nether Frost? This was the special ice he found on the netherworld giant python. It was able to curb fire element star beasts. It was just the right item to deal with the fire-black toad. Swoosh! With a wave of his hand, the long spear shot out. It turned into a beam of black light and hurled down at the fire-black toad. Sensing danger, the fire-black toad started struggling frantically in the big net. It managed to free half of its body, but it was too late. The long spear made from nether frost arrived above the fire-black toad in an instant. Then it stabbed into its body. Splurt. A red flower blossomed, its beauty amplified by a cry of sorrow. Croak. The fire-black toad's huge body flew out under the impact of the long spear. There was a loud bang. It was pinned on the ground some distance away. However, it was still alive. It continued struggling, stomping the ground with its limbs in an attempt to pull out the long spear. Swoosh, a chill exuded out of the long spear and spread through the body of the fire-black toad. All its force and blood were frozen. At the same time, a layer of black ice appeared on its surface. The fire-black toad stopped struggling, its body stiffened, and it froze on the spot. No signs of life could be detected anymore. This ice and Lan squinted. He was astounded when he saw nether frost. He landed in front of the fire-black toad and touched the ice. A chill entered deep into his bones, along with a layer of frost on his mecha body. "What a powerful frost!" Another mecha martial warrior exclaimed. "Wang Teng, I didn't know that you're an ice element martial warrior too. This isn't normal frost, right?" And Lan looked at Wang Teng intently as he probed. "It's nothing special." Wang Teng waved his hand nonchalantly as he walked over and sized up the fire-black toad, and Lan had nothing to say. A normal person like him couldn't converse with this young man who loved to put on an act. This fire-black toad is probably at the 5th level of the celestial stage. And Lan took a deep breath and said. Wang Teng nodded and picked up the attribute bubbles dropped by the fire-black toad. Constellation Force, Fire 353, 500. Fire Tung 1, blank attribute, 453, 500. Huh? What can I use this fire tongue for? Wang Teng gave a contemptuous look. This was a special technique, but he couldn't use his tongue as a weapon like the fire-black toad, right? It felt exciting just thinking about it. Cough, it felt disgusting. However, after picking it up, he realized that this wasn't the case. He could form a tongue using flames. It would be agile and great for sneak attacks. Besides this special skill, he also gained 3,500 points of Constellation Fire Force and 45,000 blank attributes. It was a sizable sum. Wang Teng kept the corpse of the fire-black toad in his space ring. He had finished 1/500 of the second mission. Let's go. Everyone continued their journey towards the lava swamp. Another 10 minutes passed quickly. The group finally reached their destination. A vast and boundless swamp appeared in front of them. This swamp was different from usual. It was made of lava and it was scorching. The lava was rumbling loudly. Bubbles formed on the surface and burst after some time. Steaming hot lava splashed everywhere. Wang Teng saw numerous attribute bubbles at one glance. Collect, Constellation Force, Fire 30, Constellation Force, Fire 25, Constellation Force, Fire 25. Constellation Force, Fire 35. Within a few seconds, Wang Teng collected more than 2,000 points of Constellation Fire Force. We're finally here. And Lan glanced around him in awe. I heard that this swarm is always expanding. I wonder if it's true. I think so. Look at the rocks around it. They're melting slowly. Wang Teng finished picking up the attribute bubbles and looked below him. He squatted down and tapped a piece of rock lightly. It broke immediately and fell into the lava. A mecha martial warrior placed his finger into the lava. When he took it out, his finger had melted. Ouch, it hurts. The mecha commented without any expressions on his face. Clang. And Lan slapped the martial warrior's head and scolded. Don't be stupid. You shouldn't waste your energy like this. Yes, a blue glow appeared in the mecha martial warrior's eyes. His finger started growing back like liquid. Is there something wrong with their brains? Wang Teng asked Lan through voice transmission. Don't worry. Ordering them around won't be a problem. And Lan smiled apologetically and patted his chest. I hope so. Wang Teng glanced at him helplessly. Then he twirled his eyeballs and released the metal armor Flaming Scorpion and Little White from the space fragment. After absorbing the constellation elixirs, they had gone into hibernation and woke up a few days ago. Both of them had advanced to the Emperor level. They possessed the same power as a planetary stage human martial warrior. The metal armor Flaming Scorpion was at the 3rd level Emperor level, while Little White was at the 5th level Emperor level. It had surpassed the metal armor Flaming Scorpion. The metal armor Flaming Scorpion felt frustrated because of this. At first, it was more powerful than Little White, yet it was lagging behind. Now, the metal armor Flaming Scorpion cursed Wang Teng for being biased numerous times. He must have given Little White a lot of good stuff. If not, how could Little White surpass it, however? Master, what do you need from me? The metal armor Flaming Scorpion crawled toward Wang Teng obediently when it realized that it was in a place filled with fire force. It tried to curry favor with Wang Teng. Caw Little White still couldn't speak, so it cawed and landed in front of Wang Teng, rubbing its head on his palm. This is a small world known as the Flaming River World. This lava swamp is a dangerous place. There are flaming river crystals beneath it. I want you to go down and search for this crystal with me, Wang Teng replied. Go down. The metal armor Flaming Scorpion placed its scorpion tail in the lava and exclaimed, The constellation Fire Force inside is very thick. It's dangerous, but it'll be of great help to our cultivation. This is a good opportunity. Take the chance to upgrade yourselves, Wang Teng said earnestly. He didn't feel that he had found 2 hard laborers for himself. Don't worry, Master. We'll work hard, the metal armor Flaming Scorpion said firmly. All right, you'll work together with Little White. Don't stay too far from me. If there's any danger, I might not be able to rush over in time, Wang Teng said. These are your spiritual pets? And Lan walked over and asked in surprise. That's right. Ask Anfeng and Dong and Anjian to team up with them. Wang Teng nodded and said after some contemplation, Okay. And Lan had no objections. He turned and spoke to the 3 other mecha martial warriors. After some time, he said to Wang Teng, The temperature below is very high. We won't be able to stay below for too long and will need to return to the surface soon. This is a waste of time. Wang Teng pondered and took out 3 battle armors. He took these from the alien candidates in the past. They were all mass-produced items. They had no owners now, so anyone could wear them. Wear these battle armors? Wang Teng said. And Lan and the others were confused, but they still wore the battle armor. A plus point of these mass-produced battle armors was that they could change according to the size and height of the wearer. Thus, when they wore them, they fitted them perfectly. Wang Teng went forward and gathered nether frost on his palm. A layer of frost covered the armors, and Lan's eyes lit up. He finally understood Wang Teng's plan. How do you feel? Wang Teng asked. Ha ha ha, this is a good idea. The frost will have little effect on us because of the battle armor, and Lan smiled and replied, That's good. Wear this to enter the swamp and you can stay below for a longer time. When you feel uncomfortable, come to me and I'll cover you with frost again. Yes, and Lan nodded. Wang Teng organized his team and continued on their quest. Let's go. The instant he said this, everyone leaped into the lava swamp. Plonk, plonk, plonk. Lava splattered into the air, submerging Wang Teng and his team. They controlled their bodies as they went down. Chapter 1009, In and Out, Lava Swamp. Only lava could be seen here. Steam rose into the air and the lava bubbled happily. Even the air seemed to have turned distorted from the heat. There were no living creatures here. The place was barren and empty. This environment wasn't suitable for living either. Wang Teng wondered why the owner of this small world created it. Shouldn't he create a utopia with an abundance of lives and a comfortable environment? Mind you, the creator could enter this small world too many. Universe stage martial warriors would build extravagant sculptures in their small world and plant all sorts of special flowers and fruits. They would then buy some beauties and put them in the small world to serve them. They had an amazing time inside. But the Flaming River world wasn't a place to relax and enjoy. It was torture to be in this environment. Wang Teng didn't understand why the creator of the Flaming River world made this small world for himself. It made no sense at all. Could it be that this creator wanted to lead an austere life? Wang Teng complained silently in his heart as he sank down the lava and opened a path so that they could travel within. What comforted him was that there were more attribute bubbles below the swamp compared to the surface. Bubbles were scattered all over the bottom, looking conspicuous in his eyes. Collect Constellation Force Fire 50, Constellation Force Fire 40, Constellation Force Fire 60. As more and more Constellation Fire Force entered his pocket, a smile crept up Wang Teng's face uncontrollably. The environment in the swamp was special, so Wang Teng didn't put down his guard even though his team wasn't weak. He remained vigilant. His team members were wearing armors covered with nether frost so they could temporarily resist the lava. However, they would still melt in the high temperature. They wouldn't be able to stay here for long. Fortunately, nether frost was special. Other normal frost or ice wouldn't be able to resist the high temperature in this place. As for Wang Teng, he was different. He covered his body with the emerald glazed flame, rendering the lava useless. He could travel freely in the swamp. And Lan looked at him with envy. This was how powerful a divine flame was. Wang Teng wasn't afraid of any normal fire. Split up, but don't go too far. Wang Teng spoke to his team using voice transmission. Everyone separated according to the plan. The 5 martial warriors and the 2 spiritual pets split into 2 small groups. Wang Teng and Enlan were one group. Little White, the metal armor flaming scorpion, and the other 3 mecha martial warriors formed another group. Wang Teng used the emerald glazed flame as a medium and hid his spiritual power in it. He then created many tentacles and stretched them into the lava. He checked his surroundings as he moved forward. Let's go this way. His eyes lit up suddenly because he sensed something. He changed direction and moved to his left. You found something? And Lan chased after him hurriedly and asked through voice transmission. I sense a thicker constellation fire force there. It might be the flaming river crystals, Wang Teng said. And Enlan nodded, not probing further. He knew that Wang Teng was more sensitive in this environment, so he listened to him. He didn't feel any unwillingness. Wang Teng was a triple-field Grand Master with powerful spiritual power. Even as a Cosmos Stage Divine Spirit Master, he didn't dare to say that he was more powerful than Wang Teng. And Lan was a Heaven Stage Martial Warrior and a Cosmos Stage Divine Spirit Master. The combination of these 2 was extremely powerful. After some time, Wang Teng saw more attribute bubbles in front of him. His eyes shone brightly. Looks like this lava swamp is my lucky ground, Wang Teng muttered in his heart. He released his spiritual power and picked up the attribute bubbles. Constellation Force, Fire 80, Constellation Force, Fire 50, Constellation Force, Fire 100. These attribute bubbles have a higher value than the ones above. Looks like this is the right place. There must be flaming river crystals here. Wang Teng stopped in his tracks and signaled to Enlan. Then he focused his gaze below. Found it. The fire force here is thicker. Wang Teng pointed below. Below the ground? Leave it to me. Enlan chuckled. He waved his hand and a beam of light shot out of his body. Boom! It penetrated right into the ground below. The rock layer at the bottom of the swamp was extremely special. It was able to withstand extremely high temperatures and was tougher and harder than normal rocks. Yet the destructive power of the beam of light made short work of it. A cut was instantly made in the bottom layer. A dense red glow penetrated from the crack. And Lan had a strong grasp of his power. The instant he cut through the bottom layer and noticed the red glow, he stopped. Wang Teng finally saw the real identity of the beam of light. This was a cone-shaped spiritual weapon. It was spinning madly under Enlan's control and penetrating the hard layer of rock bottom. This is 1,000 Armaments Vessel. Wang Teng was shocked. You're right. I didn't think you'd recognize it with one look. Enlan laughed. With a wave of his hand, the spiritual weapon started dismantling into various parts. It combined again to form the familiar black box. Wang Teng knew. Good riddance. I knew that the 1,000 Armaments Vessel had many combinations when I made it. Indeed, after seeing this form, "This is an amazing weapon," Wang Teng exclaimed. The blueprint An Lan gave him didn't consist of all the combinations. This might be the trump card An Lan kept for himself. The blacksmith might know the theory of how to make the 1,000 armaments vessel, but without the combinations, its power would be heavily discounted. Wang Teng knew that some made-to-order spiritual weapons were exclusive. There was no counterfeit. It wasn't like those mass-produced weapons. They were of a certain grade, but they weren't unique. They couldn't be compared to these special weapons. This 1,000 armaments vessel was a spiritual weapon designed by the Mecha race. Besides them, Wang Teng was probably the only one who touched it, and Lan knew what Wang Teng was thinking. Since he took it out here, he didn't plan to hide it from him. He pointed at the bottom of the swamp. "Let's take a look." Wang Teng nodded, sinking further down. He arrived at the spot where the red light came from. A patch of fiery red crystals could be seen below the rock layer. The scene was dazzling to the eye. "These are the flaming river crystals." Roundball's voice appeared in Wang Teng's mind. It sounded a little excited. "You're so lucky. You found them so quickly." "Ha ha, I have the emerald glazed flame, so places filled with fire elements are a piece of cake for me," Wang Teng chuckled. He was in a good mood. "Let's start digging." He called An Lan over, and the duo started digging. "Be careful. Don't damage them too much, or the fire energy inside will be destroyed," Roundball reminded him. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Wang Teng acted carefully. He was a divine spirit master, so he could use his spiritual power to control his weapons. There wouldn't be too much deviation. And Lan didn't need any warning either. He was a Cosmos Stage divine spirit master. He was more powerful than Wang Teng, a Celestial Stage divine spirit master. His level of control was higher than Wang Teng's. The flaming river crystals here weren't all gathered in one location. They were scattered around, increasing the difficulty of their excavation. However, with their cooperation, they progressed rather quickly. They managed to dig out a few thousand kilograms of flaming river crystals in the blink of an eye. Wang Teng kept them. "These flaming river crystals are indeed special. I can tell that they're beneficial to fire element martial warriors and star beasts." Wang Teng smiled and said, "You're a fire element martial warrior. If you use them to cultivate, you'll be able to rise to the celestial stage very soon." And Lan looked at him and said, Wang Teng smiled, "He would be able to advance to the celestial stage without the flaming river crystals." There were many attribute bubbles in the flaming river world. Not only could he advance to the celestial stage, but he would also be able to raise his ability greatly, and Enlan didn't know what he was thinking. He thought that Wang Teng was extremely confident in himself and disdained using the flaming river crystals. Relying on oneself for a breakthrough was better than relying on external forces based on their senses. There were at least a few more kilograms of flaming river crystals deep below. They were deeper, so the digging process was harder. Just when Wang Teng was about to dig up the rest of the flaming river crystals so that they could move to the next location, a beam of red light shot out from the hole among the rocks and attempted to bite Wang Teng's wrist. "Be careful," and Lan reminded him in a low voice. Wang Teng reacted swiftly. He formed a layer of nether frost on his finger and pointed at the beam of red light. An astonishing scene appeared. The beam of red light was as fast as lightning. It shrank back instantly and disappeared without a trace. Wang Teng's finger froze in midair. He didn't know what to do. What was he supposed to point at when he didn't have a target? He exchanged glances with An Lan and felt speechless. "Did you see what that was?" I didn't," An Lan said helplessly. Swoosh, at that moment, the beam of red light appeared again. It seemed to know that Wang Teng was hard to deal with, so it dashed towards An Lan. An Lan blinked. He raised his hand, and force gathered on it. He prepared to give it a heavy blow. The beam of red light didn't think that An Lan's reaction would be so fast as well. It shrank back again. It seemed extremely timid. An Lan's finger paused in midair. The corners of his lips twitched. The two martial warriors stared at one another. They could tell that this beam of red light was powerful, but it was amazingly fast. It was a little timid, too. It came out and shrank back. Was it playing with them? I think I saw it this time. I think it's a red earthworm, Wang Teng said uncertainly. Earthworm? And Lan frowned. Maybe it's a flaming crystal red phosphorus worm, Roundball said. Flaming crystal red phosphorus worm? Wang Teng quickly asked in his mind. Do you know what it is? Chapter 1010. Making everyone crave for it. This is a mutated beast that lives on flaming river crystals. It's originally called the red phosphorus worm. After they were released here by the Flaming River world's owner, they started feeding on flaming river crystals and mutated. Roundball thought for a moment and started explaining. This flaming crystal red phosphorus worm has great nutritional value because of all the flaming river crystals that it devours all year round. It's delicious when you fry it till it's golden brown. Are you craving it? Wang Teng asked softly. Roundball, to hell with craving. What was going on with his mind? Roundball took a deep breath and said, The important thing is that flaming crystal red phosphorus worms fear death. They do not allow others to steal flaming river crystals, as the crystals are the food they rely on for survival. However, they do not dare to face enemies either, which is why they use a harassment tactic to get their enemies to retreat. The flaming crystal red phosphorus worm is rather strange. Wang Teng was speechless. Although it's disgusting, it is still a good tactic. Every creature has its own survival instincts. If the flaming crystal red phosphorus worms weren't this elusive, they would have been wiped out long ago, Roundball said. Wang Teng passed down Roundball's words, shocking Lan. Although he was knowledgeable, he had never seen such a strange beast before. The two looked down and saw the flaming crystal red phosphorus worm darting in and out of the hole. Every time its head appeared, it would quickly retract again, as if it would attack them at any time. However, it annoyed Wang Teng and Lan with its behavior. The flaming crystal red phosphorus worm is only at the planetary stage. It is not that difficult to deal with, Lan said. Leave it to me. Wang Teng shook his head. Not wishing to waste time here, he turned his emerald glazed flame into a fire tongue and sent it downward. The skill that he just acquired was not expected to be used so soon. Destiny likes to fool people. The flaming crystal red phosphorus worm sensed something amiss and immediately dug underground. The fire tongue was in hot pursuit and rushed into the hole. Shrill, a panicked cry resounded from the hole. The fire tongue began to shake violently as if something was struggling fiercely. The fire tongue was known for being quick and nimble, and it wasn't less elusive compared to the flaming crystal red phosphorus worm. Soon, the flaming crystal red phosphorus worm was wrapped by the fire tongue and brought out of the hole. The flaming crystal red phosphorus worm was struggling frantically. It was only a meter long, which was considered relatively small as compared to other star beasts. Its attack power wasn't that great. Its body glowed with a red light repeatedly as it tried to break free from the fire tongue. However, no matter how much it struggled, it was all for nothing. The ordinary flame that it was using could never be compared with the emerald glazed flame. You still want to run? Wang Teng pointed at the worm's body. Nether frost spread around and froze it. Nether frost was undoubtedly the most effective way to deal with fire element star beasts. He finally had the opportunity to study the flaming crystal red phosphorus worm. The 1 meter long body was crimson red and somewhat transparent, like it was made of flaming crystals. There were 2 small eyes on its head, which looked a bit silly and not so disgusting. After the flaming crystal red phosphorus worm was frozen, it lost its vitality and a few attribute bubbles dropped Constellation Force Fire, 600 Origin of Flame 2. Blank attribute 1200. Origin of Flame! Wang Teng's eyes narrowed as if he had seen something unbelievable. The origin of flame was a power of origin that only a universe stage martial warrior could possess, yet it came out from this small worm. This didn't make sense. A universe stage martial warrior could cultivate the power of origin and use it as the foundation of a small world. The small world would then undergo an evolution. The flaming river crystals were formed by the origin of flame, showing how extraordinary they were. The trace of origin of flame merged into Wang Teng's body and circulated around his limbs and bones. It gradually merged into the fire constellation in his mind and fell silent. Huff! Wang Teng let out a deep breath, and his gaze flickered. He obtained a power of origin that could only be cultivated by universe-stage martial warriors just like that. Although it was only a trace amount, it was still a power of origin and shouldn't be underestimated. Wang Teng then kept the flaming crystal red phosphorus worm in his space ring and said to Anlan, "Continue digging." Anlan nodded and worked together with Wang Teng. He didn't forget to ask a question. "Why does your skill look a bit like the tongue of a fire-black toad? Does it? I think you saw it wrong." Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat. He responded without a change in his expression. "Is that so?" And Lan didn't dwell on it and concentrated on mining the flaming river crystals. 10 minutes later, all the flaming river crystals in the area were dug out, which added up to about 2,000 kilograms. It was quite a harvest. Wang Teng sensed his surroundings again and called Lan to leave after he had confirmed that there were no more flaming river crystals. "Let's go afterward." They found a few scattered pieces of flaming river crystals. The quantity paled in comparison to their first haul, though, adding up to less than 1,000 kilograms. Nether frost covering Lan's battle armor was mostly melted. Wang Teng quickly added another layer for him. Little White's team also returned to Wang Teng, and he replenished nether frost for the other mechas as well. "Master, we managed to find more than 4,000 kilograms of flaming river crystals." The metal armor flaming scorpion ran over and asked for credit. "Oh?" Wang Teng was a little surprised. "You found more than 4,000 kilograms?" "Yes. It's all in the space ring. Look." The metal armor flaming scorpion spat out a space ring. The space ring was normally placed in its mouth. Wang Teng rolled his eyes in disgust. He wouldn't hold it with his hands and brought it over using spiritual power. Looking inside, he saw a small pile of flaming river crystals. "Good job." Wang Teng was satisfied and patted the metal armor flaming scorpion's armored shell. After advancing to the Emperor level, its body became larger, and the outer shell was extremely hard. It made a dull sound when he patted it. Little White wasn't satisfied and cawed at the side. Although Little White was a bird-star beast, it had the fire element as well. And its ghost fire became stronger when it absorbed the emerald glazed flame. It allowed it to fly freely and go under the lava swamp. "Ha ha ha, that's right. It's also your hard work." Wang Teng sensed the satisfaction that Little White conveyed through the spiritual pet contract and laughed while patting its head. "Wang Teng, your spiritual pets are good. They found more crystals than us." And Lan was surprised. Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion raised their heads like peacocks. They knew that the chunk of mechanical parts in front of them was extremely powerful and were overjoyed to be praised by him. And Lan didn't know that he was just a powerful mechanical hunk in their eyes. Otherwise, he would probably die of anger. A heaven stage martial warrior was regarded as a chunk of mechanical parts. He couldn't bear this. They are fire element star beasts and have mutated. They are very sensitive to the fire element. It's not surprising that they can find so many flaming river crystals. Wang Teng smiled. "Mutant star beasts are rare, and you have 2 of them. You're lucky," and Lan shook his head in envy. "Calm down. You'll get used to it after envying me a few more times," Wang Teng said calmly. And Lan, "I don't want to get used to it. We have less than 10,000 kilograms, which is far from the required number. We have to work harder. Keep going, everyone." Wang Teng waved his hand and said, everyone stopped chatting and scattered to find more again. Time passed slowly. After an hour, Wang Teng and the others found 8,000 kilograms of flaming river crystals. He also encountered a few flaming crystal red phosphorus worms. He caught them all and tossed them in his space ring. Wang Teng planned to fry them and see if he could really make everyone crave this delicacy. He was a grand master chef. It was a normal thing for him to try all kinds of strange food. Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion also captured flaming crystal red phosphorus worms under Wang Teng's instructions. The 2 of them were very good at hunting and had already caught several of them without his guidance. But what really made Wang Teng happy was that he could obtain origin of flame attribute bubbles from the worms, which increased his attributes by a lot. Chapter 01111. You're the one who has a death wish. There are no more flaming river crystals in this area. Wang Teng and An Lan met up with the rest of the team and discussed for a moment. They prepared to move to the next location. They had searched all the areas around them. It was impossible to find any more flaming river crystals nearby. They returned to the surface. Wang Teng opened the map and searched for their next destination. There were many red zones marked on the map. These were the places other people had dug before. The lava swamp was huge, but after many years, most of the crystals had been excavated. They needed to find areas that hadn't been touched. Let's head to the north. That area is bigger. Wang Teng pointed to a patch of ground in the north and suggested, I have no objection. And Lan shrugged. Let's go. Wang Teng found where the north was and kept the map. Everyone flew in the direction under his lead. Approximately half an hour later, Wang Teng arrived at his destination and dived into the lava. After a few plunks. The surface of the lava resumed its calmness. It was as if nothing had happened. Approximately 10 minutes later, two beams of light shot over from afar and stopped in the air above their heads. One of them was Tao Jiao Jiao from the Tao family. The other person was covered in a black robe. Here it is. There should be flaming river crystals here. Tao Jiao Jiao looked at the map and said, Yes. The man in the black robe nodded. The next moment, the two of them leaped into the lava without any protection. A magical scene appeared. After they entered the swamp, a layer of light appeared on the surface of their bodies. The lava around them was blocked outside the layer. Their bodies started sinking, and they quickly arrived at the bottom of the swamp. The two of them sensed their surroundings and left quickly. They traveled in the swamp without hindrance, as if they were on land. After some time, they stopped again. The lava around them was pushed away, and a deep hole appeared in front of them. It was a new hole that was dug recently. The two of them turned silent. They came recently. Cao Jiao Jiao gritted her teeth and said, using voice transmission, Chase them. The man's gaze turned sharp. He rushed forward at a fast speed. Cao Jiao Jiao's gaze flickered. She didn't dare to stay any longer and followed after him. Wang Teng, we must have collected 7,500 kilograms of flaming river crystals here, right? And Lan asked happily as he dashed out of a deep hole with Wang Teng. About there. It might be a little more. A smile appeared on the edge of Wang Teng's lips. He seemed happy. Suddenly his expression changed. His gaze turned grim. What is it? And Lan asked hurriedly. The instant he asked the question, his expression changed too. He received a message through some unknown method. They got ambushed. Wang Teng received the news through his spiritual pet contract with Little White and the metal armor Flaming Scorpion. He rushed in their direction without any hesitation. Damn it. They met a heaven stage martial warrior. It must be Cao Hongtu. The news that An Lan received was even clearer. The mecha race had a special communication method. They were able to interact with one another within a certain distance. This was how the other three mechas contacted him just now. Don't worry, Cao Hongtu won't be able to release his heaven stage ability here. My friends can resist for some time. And Lan consoled Wang Teng when he noticed how quiet he was. However, they increased their speed and tried their best to rush to the location. Boom, a loud explosion came from the bottom of the lava swamp. Lava splattered everywhere, and Feng and the three Cosmos Stage mechas were fighting with a man in a black gown. They were the ones who caused the terrifying force explosion. The man in a black gown released his fist. A blue flame gathered and flew toward the three mechas. Boom, boom, boom. The trio stood at three corners. Their arms turned into battle blades, and they released blade auras more than 10 meters long. They condensed their blade conscious into the blade glows, so the blade glows weren't very long. Instead, they appeared a little tiny. However, their power wasn't. They gathered together from 3 different directions and slammed on the blue fist mark. disintegrating the attacks of both parties. Bang! The lava got pushed away amid the loud explosion. An empty zone was left behind. Interesting. Wang Teng managed to find 3 Mecha Cosmos stage martial warriors. The man in a black gown said in a hoarse voice, "I heard that Mechas are great as slaves. I think I can capture y'all back." The 3 Cosmos stage Mechas were furious. "How dare you?" And Dong shouted coldly. His arm turned into a heavy mace. It gave off a dazzling yellow glow and smashed toward the man in a black gown. The yellow glow formed an outline of a huge mace. Useless. The man in a black gown snorted and hurled his punch-out again. It collided with the mace and destroyed it instantly. Boom. And Dong was the first to bear the brunt of the frightening force impact. He was thrown off his feet. The other 2 mechas elongated their arms, giving rise to a series of mechanical sounds. Their palms and arms connected together. They dashed out for more than 10 meters and caught Dong, pulling him back. Don't act rashly. Wait for the boss to come back. And Feng and An Jian said in low voices. Waiting for reinforcements? You're too naive. The man in a black gown moved instantly and charged toward the 3 martial warriors. The 3 mechas furrowed their brows. They exchanged glances with one another and nodded. Their arms changed shape again and turned into huge cannons. Intense force glows gathered on the mouth of the cannons quickly. The man in a black gown felt a sense of danger. He stopped and started retreating. Boom, boom, boom! However, the 3 mechas had already completed their power-up. 3 brilliant force pillars shot out. With a snort, a giant axe appeared in the man in black's hand. As he twirled it, blue flames started burning violently. They formed the shape of an enormous giant axe. Boom. When he slashed his axe down, the axe aura collided with the 3 force glows. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions were heard continuously. The lava around them erupted and blossomed like flowers of fire. The 3 force glows couldn't withstand the blue battle axe. They got chopped, but the blue battle axe continued hurling forward forcefully and slammed into the bodies of the 3 mechas. Their bodies were torn apart. They were almost hacked into 2. This is so scary. Let's run. The metal armor flaming scorpion called Little White over. It was flabbergasted. You can't run away. Cao Jiao blocked their path and pushed her fist out. Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion were just emperor-level star beasts. They couldn't resist the attack of a Cosmos stage martial warrior. They were thrown into the air and slammed into the rocks at the bottom. Painful screams escaped their mouths. They had suffered heavy injuries. Cao Jiao wanted to catch them alive, so she didn't release all her power. Thus, Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion weren't in any life-threatening danger. I'll give you one chance. Give us the flaming river crystals and bow down to us. If not, the man in a black gown was extremely arrogant. He continued nonchalantly. I'll turn you into scrap. The 3 mechas were healing their bodies while their gazes flickered continuously. They couldn't hide their anger. Don't even think about it, and Feng replied coldly with a furious glare. It looks like you have a death. The man in black stared at them sharply. Before he could finish his sentence, a shout echoed over from afar. You're the one who has a death wish. Chapter 1012. You're a beautiful woman, but you're so vicious. Boom! A loud roar followed. A stream of light bolted over at an extreme speed, slicing through the thick lava and producing a harsh sonic boom. It didn't just stop there. The surrounding lava even rolled up as if there was a force stirring it. The scene was terrifying. The expression of the man in the black gown changed. Without thinking, he swung his battle axe and slashed with a monstrous blue flame. Boom! The 2 clashed violently and gave off a loud explosion. Force exploded and surged towards the surroundings, sweeping the nearby lava away. The man in the black gown retreated a dozen meters away in the aftermath before he could stop himself. However, the hand which held the axe was trembling a little. Wang Teng and Lan had arrived. The transformed Thousand Armaments vessel was suspended in front of Lan, waiting for an opportunity to fire. Heaven stage? You're not Cao Hongtu. and Lan stared coldly at the man in the black gown. "Hmm?" The man in the black robe snorted and didn't respond immediately. He looked at Wang Teng and said, "I didn't expect you to find a heaven stage martial warrior. We have underestimated you." Sinclamon Wang Teng scoffed. "Oh?" The man in the black gown was surprised. He took off his hood and revealed his iconic bald head. "How did you know?" "Your flames have exposed your identity." Wang Teng sneered. "All of you really think highly of me. 2 heaven stage martial warriors? Shameless." "Oh, you're wrong. Cao Hongtu is enough to deal with you. I'm not here for you, but—" Sinclaman chuckled softly. He didn't conceal his disdain and revealed the greed in his eyes as he stared at the green flame on Wang Teng's body. "But now the other things are not important anymore. It's unbelievable for a planetary stage martial warrior like you to possess a divine flame. This is fate. Fate of the heavens. Now it's mine." "Delusional," Wang Teng said. "What did you say?" Sinclaman's face stiffened and he couldn't control the rage in his heart. "Even if the divine flame is in front of you, you wouldn't be able to subdue it. You are dreaming," Wang Teng said disdainfully. Sinclaman's face was gloomy and cold. He had to admit that Wang Teng was right. Even if the divine flame was right in front of his eyes, he might not be able to lay his hands on it. He was helpless. He felt a little jealous when he thought about this. Why couldn't he subdue a divine flame when a planetary stage martial warrior like Wang Teng could? You don't have to worry about this. Wait till I obtain a divine flame. There will be ways to subdue it." Sinclaman scoffed, humorous. Wang Teng mocked him as he turned and said to Lan, "I'll leave him to you. No problem. He hurt my men and wanted them to be his slaves. I'll see what he's capable of. If I don't kill him, I'm not Lan." And Lan was enraged as he glared at Sinclamon with killing intent. The weapons transformed from the 1,000 armaments vessels circled around him and were ready to strike any time. "I haven't killed a mecha heaven stage martial warrior before. I shall try it today." Sinclaman grinned. And Lan's eyes narrowed. There wasn't any movement, but the 1,000 armaments vessel had already vanished. He wasn't idle either as he dashed out and attacked with a sword in his hand. Sinclaman moved his axe with a solemn expression. The blue flame in his body erupted and enveloped the axe as he condensed them into a powerful attack. Boom, 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 the 2 sides clashed and kept rising in the sky. Soon after, they rushed out of the swamp and fought in the sky. "Tao Jiao Jiao, keep an eye on Wang Teng. Don't let him escape." At the same time, Sinclamon's voice resounded from above. Tao Jiao Jiao looked at Wang Teng in the distance, and a charming smile appeared on her face. "I didn't expect to meet again in a situation like this. I have to thank you. Because of you, I have to marry that bastard Andres. Congratulations." Wang Teng was emotionless as he looked at Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion. He then heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that their lives weren't in danger. His cold gaze landed on Cao Jiao Jiao. Cao Jiao's face darkened, her smile gradually disappearing. "You shouldn't have offended us, let alone the Parker's family. You have no way to survive now." She didn't do anything and just looked at Wang Teng calmly, like she was looking at a dead person. "It's too early for you to be happy. Do you think Sinclamon can fight against Lan?" Wang Teng sneered. Lan was not only a cosmos stage divine spirit master, but he was also a heaven stage martial warrior. Could someone of his abilities not be able to defeat Sinclaman? Cao Jiao Jiao's expression changed slightly. She didn't know where Wang Teng's confidence came from. The Parkers were generally powerful in combat and possessed special flames. Ordinary warriors wouldn't be able to defeat them. That mecha martial warrior was stronger than Sinclaman. How was this possible? However, Cao Jiao Jiao wasn't intending to watch any more and sneered. "You should worry about yourself. I couldn't do anything to you in Great Qian City, but here, a planetary stage martial warrior like you wouldn't have the opportunity to jump around in front of me. Hand over the flaming river crystals and I might leave you an intact corpse. You are a beautiful woman, but you're so vicious." Wang Teng shook his head and sighed. "You have a sharp tongue." Cao Zhao's face blackened as she pulled out a sword from behind and disappeared from her spot. Boom, the next moment she appeared in front of Wang Teng. Golden force burst out as she slashed her sword downward. Cao Zhao was a metal element martial warrior. Although she was a woman, her attacks were ruthless. Her swordsmanship was excellent as well. She couldn't be compared with an ordinary martial warrior. Wang Teng was just a planetary stage martial warrior. Naturally, he wouldn't be stupid enough to confront her head-on. A battle armor appeared on his body and wrapped him in an instant. The wings of wind and lightning unfolded, and with a gentle flap, a thunderous roar reverberated. He retreated for dozens of meters. Cao Zhao frowned. She didn't expect Wang Teng to have such a burst of speed. Her attack had missed those wings. In an instant, she saw Wang Teng's reliance on those wings. You're too naive to think that you can fight with Cosmos Stage martial warriors by relying on a pair of wings. Cao Zhao's speed rose drastically. She wasn't much slower than Wang Teng and caught up. Wang Teng wanted to get away from her and rushed out of the swamp and into the sky. At the same time, the golden crescent blade flew downwards with a point of his finger. It slashed downward as the sound of metal echoed. Chapter 1013, A Real Combat. This doesn't sound right. The instant Cao Zhao dashed out of the swamp, she came face to face with the golden crescent blade. Under the control of Wang Teng's celestial realm spiritual power, the golden crescent blade was trembling and spinning at high speed. This power was enough to threaten a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. Cao Zhao's expression changed. She flung her blade out without any hesitation. Clang, along with a crisp sound, force vibrated, and Cao Zhao was thrown back. She landed in the swamp again. Cao Zhao was furious. She flew out from another part of the swamp and glanced at her long blade. There was a hole in it. My blade. This was a Cosmos-level weapon. Cao Zhao had saved money for a long time before she managed to forge this blade, yet Wang Teng made a hole in it. Your weapon isn't good enough. It got damaged after a light touch, Wang Teng said indifferently. Cao Zhao was raging in her heart. She felt exasperated. When she saw Wang Teng's expression, she almost vomited a mouthful of blood. She took so much effort to find someone to forge this Cosmos-level weapon, but a planetary stage brat told her that it wasn't good enough. This wasn't right. This wasn't right at all. Don't look at me like that. You should blame the Tao family for being too poor. You can't even afford a good weapon. Wang Teng shook his head as if he felt pity for Cao Zhao. However, to Cao Zhao, it was a stab in her heart. She took a few deep breaths to force herself to calm down. Then she scanned her surroundings and searched for the weapon he used to attack her. Cao Zhao could tell that Wang Teng was a divine spirit master. Moreover, his stage was higher than his martial arts cultivation. No wonder he was confident. What attacked her was a powerful spiritual weapon. Don't be nervous. I'll never sneak attack a beautiful lady, Wang Teng said nonchalantly from a distance, as if I'll believe you. Cao Zhao scoffed in her heart. If she hadn't reacted in time, she would have been hit. The attack of a divine spirit master was indeed hard to prevent. Wang Teng suddenly widened his eyes and looked behind Cao Zhao. He seemed to have seen something unbelievable. Stop acting. Do you think I'll fall for that? Cao Zhao sneered. However, she didn't let down her guard. She used her spirit to scan the area behind her and failed to detect any danger. Sigh, I thought my acting skill is at the Oscar level, Wang Teng replied sadly. Cao Zhao couldn't catch up with his train of thoughts. She felt that he was the most tiring opponent to fight with. Why don't we do it again? You can cooperate with me, Wang Teng said. All right, Cao Zhao blinked, and a seductive smile appeared on her pretty face. She nodded and agreed unexpectedly. Great, let's start. Wang Teng was elated. His expression changed abruptly as he widened his eyes and stared behind Cao Zhao in surprise. His expression was extremely real, portraying his astonishment. He would definitely win an award at an Oscar. This could be used as a textbook example in a lesson. Cao Zhao snorted. She turned and swung her blade down. Bang! A flaming aura was destroyed. It didn't harm her. I knew you were going to do something. Do you think I'm stupid? Cao Jiao stared at Wang Teng in disdain. She looked down on his little tricks. Right then, her expression changed, swoosh. A piercing sound came from her left. A black figure appeared out of the blue 3 meters away from her. The distance was too close, so Cao Jiao had no chance of dodging it. Even if she made a move, it was too late. However, as someone who was stationed on the battlefield all year long, she had ample experience. She managed to change the direction of her body forcefully. Psst. The golden crescent blade flew inches away from her body. Despite barely dodging, the golden crescent blade still managed to cut her skin. It was at the spot below her armpit. Her armor was torn apart and fresh blood spurted out. Her fair skin could be seen faintly. Cao Jiao's heart pounded. Her face was a little pale. She couldn't suppress her fear after facing death at such a close distance. Wang Teng. She gritted her teeth as she called his name. She almost got cut into 2. You managed to evade it. Wang Teng shook his head in pity. You're despicable. Cao Jiao was fuming with anger. Don't say that. You're the one who promised to cooperate with me. Wang Teng replied innocently. Aye. Cao Jiao felt like vomiting blood. She had never hated someone so much. He was just a planetary stage martial warrior, but she hated him to the core. Indeed, you're not stupid. However, you made a mistake because you think you're smart. Wang Teng sniggered. What's the point of playing such petty tricks? As a man, you should have real combat with me. Cao Jiao tried to stimulate him. A real combat that doesn't sound right. Wang Teng said shyly, although you're pretty, we're not that close. Also, you're marrying Andres soon. You shouldn't do something that will disappoint him, or do you like exciting things? I preben me, amp? Cao Jiao almost flared up. She was about to explode. I didn't mean it that way. What dirty things was this bastard thinking? She kept taking deep breaths to calm herself down. Suddenly she realized that Wang Teng was staring intently at her wound. Wow, big and round, Wang Teng exclaimed without shifting his gaze. Cao Jiao was stunned, then anger and embarrassment appeared on her face as she used her hand to block that area quickly. The cut in her armor was a little wide, revealing a part of her body. In her rage, she didn't notice it, and allowed Wang Teng to take advantage of her for some time. Don't block it. Beautiful things should be shared with everyone, Wang Teng said. I'll dig your eyes out. Cao Jiao's face turned cold. She stared at Wang Teng sharply, with strong killing intent. The cut in her armor closed up gradually and blocked her bare skin. Nothing could be seen anymore. Wang Teng retracted his gaze sadly and stared at Cao Jiao. You don't have a chance. Sinclair is going to lose soon. What? Cao Jiao turned her head abruptly and saw Sinclair getting pushed back by the Mecha Heaven stage martial warrior. He seemed to be at a disadvantage. That's impossible. Sinclair hasn't exerted all his strength. How can he lose before she could finish her sentence? Sinclair suddenly turned and escaped at an astonishing speed. Cao Jiao. No one would understand Cao Jiao's emotions now. She cursed multiple times in her mind. She thought that this was a sure win, but things took a huge turn. She was flabbergasted by the change. Sinclair ran away. He ran away without any hesitation. Didn't he want the divine flame? Didn't he want to capture the mechas to be his slaves? Why did he escape with his tail between his legs? Cao Jiao didn't understand. She was filled with doubts. What was she supposed to do now? Chapter 10:14. Stop now. Naturally, and Lan wouldn't allow Sinclair to run away so easily. He gave chase hurriedly. Wang Teng never imagined Sinclair to be so timid. He ran away immediately without any hesitation. Even Wang Teng was shocked. He smiled and said, "Looks like he's just putting on an act. The Parkers family is arrogant just because they're one of the elite families." Cao Jiao couldn't refute. Sinclair's actions overturned her impression of the Parkers. The oppressive and arrogant Parkers family was afraid of death, too. She wanted to retreat too. Sinclaman had already escaped. If the Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior came back, she would have no chance of keeping her life. "Do you want to run away?" Wang Tang asked, suddenly noticing her intention. "So what? You can't stop me." Cao Jiao Jiao's gaze flickered. She stopped talking to Wang Tang and dashed in another direction. Unfortunately, before she could run any further, 3 figures flew out from the swamp and blocked her path. They were the 3 Mecha Cosmos Stage martial warriors. As mechas, their bodies could be repaired quickly. They had suffered serious injuries a moment ago, but most of them had recovered. Cao Jiao Jiao's expression finally changed. She changed her direction and increased her speed to the maximum in a bid to escape. Swoosh! Wang Teng controlled his golden crescent blade and made it vanish in midair. It appeared in another direction and forced Cao Jiao Jiao back. Cao Jiao wielded her blade to deflect the incoming strike, however. Wang Teng was controlling it with his spiritual power. The instant she knocked it back, it rebounded and continued sticking to her like a leech. The 3 Cosmos Stage mechas had caught up with them. They surrounded Cao Jiao Jiao from 3 sides. They were still furious because they got heavily injured by Sinclaman. They didn't show any mercy to Cao Jiao Jiao. The mecha race were all straightforward men. They showed no pity towards ladies. Boom, 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 explosions sounded continuously. Cao Jiao Jiao wasn't the match of 3 Cosmos Stage martial warriors. Besides, Wang Teng, the divine spirit master, was standing beside them and disturbing her tempo. Boom, after some time, Cao Jiao Jiao got thrown back by the 3 mechas. Fresh blood spurted out of her mouth. She started to look a little lifeless. Wang Teng took the chance and released his emerald glazed flame in the form of a fire tongue. He tied Cao Jiao Jiao up tightly. Cao Jiao struggled frantically with a pale face. However, the fire tongue was made from emerald glazed flame. It was a special attribute dropped by the fire black toads and was extremely sturdy and flexible. At her peak, Cao Jiao might be able to break free from the grip. With her injuries, she didn't have the energy to do so now. A tinge of helplessness appeared on her face. This wasn't the result she expected. "Cao Jiao Jiao, you never expected this, right?" Wang Teng walked over and sized her up with a smirk. The grip was a little tight, so Cao Jiao Jiao's figure could be seen clearly. Her curves were apparent. Cao Jiao Jiao was embarrassed and furious. She glared at Wang Teng. Anlan came back at this moment, but there was no sign of Sinclaman. "You didn't catch him?" Wang Teng asked, with a frown. "He ran away. That fellow has many methods of escaping," Anlan said helplessly. "He seemed to be in a bad mood. He's from a powerful family. It's normal that he has ways to protect himself." "What a pity. This was a good chance." Wang Teng shook his head. None of you will be able to run away once he meets up with my father," Cao Jiao Jiao snorted. "I haven't done anything to you, but you're still shouting," Wang Teng said coldly with a dangerous glare. "It's all right. At least we caught one. She's Cao Hongtu's daughter to boot," Anlan said. "We won't kill her for now. Let's see if Cao Hongtu still wants his daughter later," Wang Teng said. "But she hurt my spiritual pets. I have to take revenge for that." "What do you want?" Cao Jiao Jiao's expression turned grim. "What do you think?" Wang Teng sniggered. He formed another fire tongue and threw it at Cao Jiao Jiao's face. Clap. Clap. The fire tongue worked the same way as the fire black toad's tongue and slapped Cao Jiao's face. Goosebumps appeared on her skin. The most important thing was, this fire tongue contained the heat of the emerald glazed flame. A Cosmos Stage martial warrior couldn't withstand it. Red marks were left on her face after the slaps. Her beautiful face became red in an instant. "Ah," Cao Jiao Jiao screamed. "Wang Teng, stop. Stop now," to a lady. Nothing was more important than her face. Cao Jiao Jiao knew that her face must be injured and bruised now. This was the greatest torture for her. "You were so arrogant in the past. You injured my spiritual pets and wanted to kill me." "I'm kind compared to you," Wang Teng said calmly. Clapped the fire. Tongue slapped again mercilessly. It was ruthless. "Ah," Cao Jiao Jiao screamed. "Tisk, how can you bear to hit her?" Shouldn't humans like you feel protective towards a lady? Cao Jiao Jiao is a beauty, right? You don't seem to care, though. And Lan was dumbstruck. You don't understand? Ladies need to be taught properly, Wang Teng replied. Wang Teng, I'll never forgive you. Cao Jiao Jiao gritted her teeth as she glared at Wang Teng with burning eyes. Looks like this is still not enough. Wang Teng touched his chin and pondered for some time. He asked in his mind, Round Ball, can you take off her armor? Yes. What do you want to do? Round Ball's expression turned weird. It felt that Wang Teng was planning to do something bad. Stop wasting time. If you can, take it off. I don't believe I can't take care of this lady. Wang Teng snapped back. All right, give me 30 seconds. Round Ball disappeared. 30 seconds passed quickly. Cao Jiao Jiao immediately noticed something wrong. She gasped in shock. What did you do to my armor? Don't worry, I'm just helping you take it off. Wang Teng squatted down and smiled. Bastard, what do you want to do? Cao Zhoujiao had a bad feeling. She was on the verge of a breakdown. Click. Cao Zhoujiao's armor finally dropped. Wang Teng didn't say anything. His smile turned evil as he threw his fire tongue out and whipped her body. Without the armor, her body was entirely exposed. She was wearing normal clothes. When the fire tongue landed on her, it left a mark on her fair thighs. This time, Wang Teng added some lightning power inside, too, inflicting severe pain on her. Gasp. Cao Jiaojiao's expression changed. She gasped in pain and her body started twitching uncontrollably. Does it feel good? Wang Teng asked with a smile. You're a monster. Cao Jiaojiao tried her best to control her trembling body. Fear was finally seen in her eyes when she saw Wang Teng's evil smile. This bastard's heart must be black. Chapter 10:15, From now on, you're the best at boasting. 3 days later, night. The day and night in the Flaming River world relied on the 5 fireballs in the sky. When they went down, night dawned. It was said that these 5 fireballs would land in the volcano in the middle of the Flaming River world. In the morning, they would rise automatically. They were like 5 suns. The power of the universe stage martial warrior wasn't something ordinary martial warriors could imagine. A bonfire burned in the wilderness. Wang Teng and his team sat beside the bonfire. Cao Jiaojia was still tied up and thrown behind them. There were whipped marks all over her body. She seemed to have been badly tormented. She would be sprawled on the ground if it wasn't for the rock behind her. Wang Teng barbecued the cleaned, flaming, crystal-red phosphorus worms. A strong fragrance wafted in the air, and Lan and the others wrinkled their noses. They were swallowing their salivas. They were mechas, but strangely, they could eat and drink. They were just like any other life forms. I didn't think that the flaming crystal-red phosphorus worm would be a delicacy, and Lan licked his lips and said, Can y'all eat? Wang Teng asked curiously. Of course. We have life replication technology, so the internal structure of our body is the same as any other living creature. We have different organs in our bodies, and the food we eat can be directly converted to energy, and Lan explained. I don't see you eating normally, Wang Teng said. Why should I eat if it's not tasty? And Lan said in contempt. You're quite picky. Wang Teng was speechless. Is it ready? And Lan asked impatiently. Almost done. Wang Teng barbecued for 2 to 3 more minutes. The flaming crystal red phosphorus worms had turned golden brown with a hint of red. They looked appetizing. And Lan and the others made their moves before Wang Teng could say anything. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the worms were gone. Are you hungry ghosts? Wang Teng was stunned, hurriedly pulling the remaining food back. He had worked hard to barbecue these worms. It would be frustrating if he didn't get to have a taste. Fortunately, they caught many flaming crystal red phosphorus worms over the past few days, so there was enough food. Little white, old metal, have a taste of it. Wang Teng finally remembered his 2 poor spiritual pets after taking a few bites and pulled them out of the space fragment. What's this smell? It's so fragrant. The metal armor flaming scorpion's eyes lit up. Flaming crystal red phosphorus worm, Wang Teng replied. Oh, the metal armor flaming scorpion grabbed a stick with its pincers and placed it in its mouth. A stick was gone just like that. It chewed a few times and exclaimed, "Delicious tasty. This little worm is so delicious." Caw, caw. Little White was swift, too. It bit the worm with its beak, tilted its head, and swallowed it whole. Then it cawed happily. "Wang Tang, your spiritual pets are foodies." And Lan burst out laughing. "You're the same." Wang Tang glanced at him from the corner of his eyes, and Lan coughed and said, "We have collected enough flaming river crystals over the past few days, right? We have 54,000 kilograms of it. This is way out of our expectations. It should be enough." Wang Teng nodded. These few days, they had searched large areas that hadn't been dug using the map Di Qi gave them. They were lucky and found many flaming river crystals there. After collecting all of them, they accumulated 54,000 kilograms of it. By right, they only needed 25,000 kilograms. Collecting more was better, but they already had enough. Wang Teng didn't plan to search anymore. They had 2 more missions to complete, so they mustn't waste too much time on the first task. Besides, he didn't believe that Cao Hongtu could surpass him. 54,000 kilograms wasn't a small number. They found so many crystals because Wang Teng could sense the fire force within a wide range below the rock layer using his emerald-glazed flame. Cao Hongtu didn't have this skill. Also, they hadn't met Sin Clamon after he ran away. Wang Teng suspected that they had given up on the first mission. Cao Jiao's gaze finally flickered when she heard the quantity of flaming river crystals they had collected. She started to feel depressed. Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion had swallowed the flaming crystal red phosphorus worms. A red glow exuded out of their bodies, and their auras rose tremendously. The flaming crystal red phosphorus worm was an emperor-level star beast. As emperor-level star beasts, it had great benefits for Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion. Furthermore, they ate multiple pieces, so it was normal that their ability rose. After having their fill, Wang Teng took out the map and spent the night rushing over to where the flaming rivers were. They found some fire-black toads along the way, but there were too few of them. It would take a long time for them to accumulate 500 kills. Thus, they decided to head to the flaming river. That was the home of the fire-black toads, so there would be many for them to kill. Wang Teng didn't know what the flaming river was. The map only showed the location. When the 5 fireballs rose into the sky, they finally reached their destination. He finally saw the real appearance of the flaming river. Oh my God! Everyone, including Wang Teng, widened their eyes in disbelief. The owner of this world is impressive. And Lan took a long time to regain his composure. He was awestruck. The flaming river is a river of fire in the sky. This is unbelievable. Wang Teng took a deep breath and said Wang Teng and his team were floating a few hundred meters above the ground. In front of them, there was a 10-meter-wide river of fire flowing into the horizon. Neither the start nor the end was visible. It was said that the flaming river started from the edge of this world and flowed back to the other edge. It moved continuously and was a mystical presence. It was hard to believe how this river existed. What astounded Wang Teng was, there were countless red attribute bubbles floating above the flaming river. They were more than the ones he saw in the lava swamp. Pick them up. Wang Teng's gaze shone brightly. He released his spiritual power and pulled the bubbles over. In an instant, the attribute bubbles flew over to him like sparrows returning home. They merged into his body. The scene was magnificent. Unfortunately, no one could witness it. Constellation Force, Fire 15. Constellation Force, Fire T20. Constellation Force, Fire 10. Constellation Force, Fire 10. Constellation Force, Fire 30. Constellation Force, Fire 30. Constellation Force, Fire 80. There were so many attribute bubbles that the entire collection process took more than a minute. Mind you, Wang Teng's speed of collection was extremely fast. Normally, he only needed a second. However, this time, the process took more than a minute. It was hard to imagine. Boom! All the attribute bubbles contained Constellation Fire Force. The force started flowing around Wang Teng's body. The different streams gathered like a roaring river and swarmed through his limbs like floodwaters. The rumbling sounded continuously. He activated his star fire scripture and operated it once. All the forces surged towards the Sea of Nihility. Boom. An explosion occurred above the Sea of Nihility. The fire constellations trembled violently as the large amount of fire force crashed into them. They flew out from the line of constellations and started spinning above the Sea of Nihility at high speed. At this moment, the constellations froze for a second before shooting towards the center. Boom. A frightening explosion occurred. A vast sea of force swept through the area. The collision of the constellations formed a large crimson whirlpool with numerous fiery red crystals decorating it like stars. They flickered and shone brightly in the sky of darkness. It was a dazzling sight. The whirlpool spun at high speed while condensing towards a certain point. A transformation was taking place. Time passed slowly. No one knew how long it took. The crimson whirlpool had disappeared by now, condensing into a fiery red ball. It was many times bigger than the other force constellations. It seemed to be made of fiery red crystals. It looked like a star. Celestial stage. Wang Teng had reached the celestial stage. Before he could feel happy, a strong force of vitality shot out from the constellation and merged into his body. Under the influence of this vitality, Wang Teng's physical body started changing. His planetary stage body evolved into a celestial stage body. His bones, blood, muscles, and even the cells in his body took a leap in quality. The process felt slow, but it actually happened at an unbelievably fast speed, finishing within a few breaths. Wang Teng let out a long sigh. A piercing red light flashed in his eyes. An oppressive aura exuded from his body. This aura disappeared in an instant, although Wang Teng suppressed it quickly as a heaven stage martial warrior, and Lan still detected it. "You had a breakthrough?" He was dumbfounded. Wang Teng decided not to hide. He nodded naturally as if he had completed a simple task. Celestial stage? And Lan probed further. It was understandable why he lost his cool. Wang Teng's breakthrough happened without any warning. He made it look so simple. Other people worked extremely hard and were exceptionally careful during their breakthrough, but Wang Teng did it as easily as sleeping or eating. Anyone would find it appalling. "Yes, I had some enlightenment after I saw this flaming river, and naturally advanced," Wang Teng replied casually. And Lan didn't know how to respond to his bragging. After a few seconds, he said, "From now on, you're the best at boasting." Chapter 10:16. The Real Flaming River. "Thank you." Wang Teng thanked Lan sincerely, as if he was honestly complimenting him. "You're welcome." And Lan felt helpless. He regained his composure quickly, though. To a heaven stage martial warrior, the celestial stage was nothing much. He was just surprised at the sudden breakthrough. "This fellow is really extraordinary," and Lan exclaimed in his heart. Cao Jiao also noticed Wang Teng's breakthrough. There was a hint of astonishment in her eyes, and she was unable to remain calm. This fellow had a breakthrough at such a crucial moment. The breakthrough seemed so simple, it felt outrageous. Cao Jiao already knew about Wang Teng's emperor-level fire talent from Cao Hongtu. But why did it seem so easy? Even someone with imperial-level talent wouldn't be able to do it so smoothly. This didn't make sense. There was a virtual castle, and the life energy stone round ball laid on the balcony of the castle and pouted. Why are they making such a huge scene? It was just a breakthrough to the celestial stage. If Wang Teng revealed all his trump cards, they would probably be scared to death. However, it had to admit that Wang Teng was a little outrageous. One could never take him as an ordinary person. Wang Teng felt the changes in his body. The fire force had calmed down, and the fire star was spinning silently above the Sea of Nihility, but it was no longer in the same row as the other force constellations. It stayed in a space of its own and appeared a little arrogant. A smile appeared on the edge of Wang Teng's lips. Either way, he finally broke through to the celestial stage. He glanced at the attributes panel, Constellation Fire Force 2810,000, Celestial Stage, First Level. Wang Teng felt puzzled. This wasn't right. The upper limit of the planetary stage first level was 10,000. Why was it the same at the celestial stage? This didn't make sense. As he stared at the row of attributes, he got enlightened. So this is how it works, Wang Teng muttered to himself in surprise. When he advanced to the celestial stage, the force he received would be calculated based on the celestial stage standard. This meant that the constellation force he received from planetary stage martial warriors would be purified automatically. The value would become lower. Only the constellation force he received from celestial stage martial warriors would be of the same value. As for the cosmos stage and heaven stage, the value of the constellation force would increase relatively. Wang Teng didn't know how the conversion worked. The system had the right to all the calculations. He blinked and stopped pondering over this issue. He should focus on raising his ability quickly. That way, even if the system decided to leave him one day, he wouldn't have anything to worry about. He shifted his gaze and looked at another attribute. Origin of life, 2,400. His origin of life had increased by 10,000 points. This was a huge change. This showed that the advancement to the celestial stage was truly an upgrade of one's life. The different stages were all incomparable to each other. After studying the changes in his attributes, Wang Teng shifted his thoughts back to the real world. This flaming river is a good place. After killing enough fire-black toads, I must go along this river and pick up all the attribute bubbles. Wang Teng made a promise to himself. And Lan noticed that Wang Teng had managed to stabilize his cultivation, so he opened his mouth and asked, "Are we going to start killing fire-black toads from here?" "Yes, let's start here." Wang Teng nodded. Just when they were about to start moving, Wang Teng suddenly realized that Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion were staring at the flaming river absent-mindedly. "Little White, Old Metal," Wang Teng called them with a frown. "Master, something in the flaming river is beckoning me," the metal armor flaming scorpion suddenly said. "Something is beckoning you?" Wang Teng was confused. He turned to Little White and asked, "Do you feel it too?" "Caw." Little White nodded. "You sense it too?" Wang Teng was astounded. "It looks like there's something inside the flaming river," and Lan touched his chin and said. Wang Teng contemplated for some time before asking his spiritual pets, "Can you guys detect the exact location?" "No, I can only sense that it's in the flaming river." The metal armor flaming scorpion shook its head helplessly after trying. "If that's the case, we're looking for a needle in the haystack. You're only at the Emperor level. If you enter the flaming river recklessly, you might die before finding the thing." Wang Teng shook his head. The metal armor flaming scorpion and Little White were aware of it, so they looked at Wang Teng and waited for him to make the decision. "Since we're going into the flaming river to kill fire-black toads, we can search for the item along the way. If you detect its exact location, remember to inform me," Wang Teng said after some consideration. Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion had no objections. "And Lan, you won't have to go down later. I have an idea." Wang Teng sniggered and turned to speak to An Lan and the other mechas. An Lan nodded continuously, his eyes glowing. "This is a good plan." "I'll leave the surface to y'all." Wang Teng nodded and jumped into the flaming river with Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion. The three of them were devoured by the flames and vanished without a trace. "Will they be all right jumping in like this?" Anfeng asked. "That fellow has a divine flame. Normal flames won't be able to hurt him. As for the fire-black toads, he won't have a problem dealing with them," and Lan replied. "That's true." Anfeng nodded. "Anyway, boss, I have never seen you being this confident in someone." "This person is different," and Lan said. The other three mechas glanced at him in surprise and nodded in deep thought. "A normal martial warrior won't be able to achieve a breakthrough so abruptly." "That's not the only surprise," and Lan said in a meaningful tone. In the flaming river, Wang Teng felt the fire surrounding him. Scorching heat surged over, attempting to burn all the living creatures that barged into the river. What a frightening temperature! Wang Teng was flabbergasted. If he didn't have the emerald-glazed flame suit protecting him, he would definitely be burned to death in this environment. Even after advancing to the celestial stage, he couldn't withstand the heat. He hurriedly looked at Little White and metal armor flaming scorpion. He was dumbstruck. "You seem fine?" Wang Teng asked in bewilderment. "Yes." "Master, the temperature isn't that high," the metal armor flaming scorpion replied. "Isn't that high? How's that possible?" Wang Teng wondered if the metal armor flaming scorpion was joking. He could sense the temperature around him clearly, but these two-star beasts were telling him it wasn't high. Was he having an illusion? Caw. Little White cawed too. It was unaffected by the heat and continued flying in the flaming river. Moreover, it seemed to be enjoying itself. What's going on? Wang Teng frowned. He felt that this wasn't an illusion, nor was there a problem with his senses. There was only one possibility. "Let's go." Wang Teng suppressed the thought in his mind and called Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion over. The two spiritual pets glanced at each other and followed after Wang Teng. The river was wide and deep, but nothing could be seen from the surface. One would only see an endless flaming river laid horizontally in the sky. It was obvious that the owner of this flaming river world used space power to build this river. Wang Teng continued diving deeper with his spiritual pets. The flame couldn't hurt them, so he didn't have to worry about them. But the deeper they went, the higher the temperature became. Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion remained unaffected. They were extremely carefree, like fish returning to the sea. "Interesting," Wang Teng smiled. He was more certain of his guess. "Croak," a strange cry interrupted his thoughts. At the same time, a long tongue shot out from the flames below, aiming at Wang Teng. "I've been waiting for you." Wang Teng's eyes gleamed. He stretched his hand and pointed his finger. The golden crescent blade darted out and cut the long tongue into two. The golden crescent blade was made of extraordinary material. It could withstand high heat, hence the reason Wang Teng dared to use it. Croak. Another strange noise was heard. This time it was filled with pain. Well, its tongue was cut. Croak, croak, croak. It was like a wake-up call. Numerous strange noises resounded in the river. A sea of crimson-yellow balls lit up below them, covering the entire floor. It wasn't a friendly sight for people with trypophobia. Fack, Wang Teng cursed. These weren't balls of light. They were the eyes of the fire-black toads, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before he could react, piercing sonic booms rang in the river, attacking Wang Teng from below. "Go!" Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. The golden crescent blade flew out again and chopped all the long tongues clang. At this moment, the golden crescent blade slammed into a tough opponent and gave off a metallic sound. It rebounded. Mid-tier Imperial-level fire, Black Toad, Wang Teng's expression turned serious. He shouted at Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion. "Go!" The two-star beasts immediately flew upwards. Boom! 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 Giant figures had already appeared below. They were infuriated and kept chasing Wang Teng relentlessly. They spurted pillars of fire out of their mouths and hurled them at Wang Teng. Wang Teng didn't know that the fire-black toads had another attacking method. His expression turned grim and his speed rose exponentially. He shuttled back and forth within the pillars of fire, dodging them as he flew upwards. He didn't keep Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion in his space fragment. These two spiritual pets hadn't participated in any battle after they advanced to the Emperor level. Life or death experiences would help them to mature quickly. Even escaping was a form of real-life battle experience. Wang Teng didn't help them. He would only do so if they were in fatal danger. Very soon, they reached the top of the river. Wang Teng was elated and quickly charged out. At the same time, he shouted, "And Lan, do it now, Chapter De 3017. Are you looking down on me? Bang, bang, bang." Wang Teng rushed out of the flaming river with his spiritual pets and a group of fire-black toads hot on their tails. They were mostly Emperor-level and low-tier Imperial-level fire-black toads. There were a few mid-tier Imperial-level ones which were equivalent to the Cosmos stage. Boom. It was such a large group of fire-black toads that it was overwhelming. It was a spectacular scene, and Lan was ready to take action when he heard Wang Teng's voice. However, even with his willpower, he was still taken aback when he witnessed the sight, so many of them, and Lan's eyes widened, and he cursed in his heart. He then yelled at the top of his lungs, "Attack!" The three Micas charged at them immediately. Croak, croak, croak. Amid the pitiful cries, the fire-black toads were getting killed in batches. To Cosmos stage martial warriors, these toads were equivalent to planetary stage and celestial stage martial warriors. It was not a problem for them, besides Lan, a heaven stage martial warrior, was present as well. The 1,000 armaments vessel turned into streaks of light and devastated the fire-black toads. Wang Teng had seen the assembled form of the 1,000 armaments vessel, and now he saw its detached form. It was indeed a lethal weapon. Even the mid-tier Imperial-level fire-black toads had no chance of survival when facing Lan. Wang Teng instructed Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion to attack while he stood by the side and gave them moral support. He didn't forget to collect the attribute bubbles. Constellation Force, Fire 80 blank, attribute 300. Constellation Force, Fire 500, blank attribute 800. Fire Tung 50. Constellation Force, Fire 500, blank attribute 1000. Constellation Force, Fire, forts once again just like he had guessed. Emperor-level star beasts dropped fewer attribute bubbles. Only Imperial-level star beasts dropped the normal amount. However, it wasn't a problem. Things would be fine as long as he hunted enough star beasts. With Lan and the 3 other mechas, he could just pick the attribute bubbles while lying down. It's great to be rich. If you had the money, you could just hire strong people to do the work for you. It was awesome after a while. The fire-black toads that were led by Wang Teng were all killed. There were roughly 50 of them, and there were 5 mid-tier Imperial-level fire-black toads. Let's continue. Wang Teng got Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion to enter the river once again. This guy really treats me as his laborer. And Lan was caught between laughter and tears. He was helpless. He had to work for the money. It smells so good. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Teng and the others followed the flaming river and continued farming. One by one, the fire-black toads entered his space ring. With their method, they spent less than half a day and exceeded the 500 fire-black toads required for the mission. However, they didn't have 50 of the mid-tier Imperial-level fire-black toads. Mid-tier Imperial-level star beasts were equivalent to Cosmos stage martial warriors. A star beast of that level was rather rare. 2 days later, Wang Teng had hunted 2,380 fire-black toads, with 53 mid-tier Imperial-level ones. He had satisfied the requirements. Even so, it was incredible. The Emperor-level star beasts were like overlords on Earth. However, here, they were hunted down like regular star beasts. Wang Teng wouldn't have believed it in the past. But in the universe, this was nothing. Emperor-level and low-tier Imperial-level star beasts were common, just like planetary stage and celestial stage martial warriors. This was especially so in some special regions where there were countless Emperor-level star beasts. The Flaming River world was one such place. The number of fire-black toads in the river had surprised him, and Lan and the others. 2 days later, Wang Teng and the others stopped hunting temporarily. They were all bored after killing for 2 days, but the benefits couldn't be ignored. Wang Teng's Constellation Fire Force and blank attributes had skyrocketed. Constellation Fire Force 5600, 3000. Celestial Stage 3rd level, blank attribute 5000, 7600. His Constellation Fire Force had advanced to the 3rd level. He just broke through it to the Celestial stage recently, and now it was already at the 3rd level. No genius could match his speed. Meanwhile, he had 576,000 blank attributes, more than he ever had before. Wang Teng had not decided on how he would use them, saving them for the time being. It wasn't too late for him to think about it after this trial was over. Besides that, he had improved another skill by a large margin. Fire tongue, 10,000 twant, 10,000, 10,000, perfected. This was a real surprise. He actually perfected it. Wang Teng's application of fire tongue had reached a very high level. It was more flexible and swift, and he could control its power and tenacity. His mastery might perhaps even surpass countless fire black toads. For a moment, Wang Teng didn't know what to feel. Many images that shouldn't have appeared in his mind surfaced involuntarily. Ashamed, ashamed, cough. Stop it. Do you still want to hunt? And Lan interrupted his wild thoughts. Let's hunt for another 2 days. Somehow, I feel that there is a deeper meaning behind this flaming river's existence, Wang Teng replied after pondering. Oh, why do you say that? Don't you find that there are too many fire black toads here? It's a bit too much, but it shouldn't be a big deal, after all. They were raised here for so many years and there are no predators to kill them. It is natural to have so many of them. But I found a problem. Wang Teng frowned as though he was in deep thought. What problem? When I brought my 2 spiritual pets into the river, I realized that they were not affected too much. This river seems to be very friendly to star beasts. Is that so? Now that you've said it, it does seem a bit strange. And Lan rubbed his chin and his eyes shone as though he was thinking about the same problem. He then asked, after a while, Do you have any idea? I have a guess, but I don't know if it's right. I'll have to verify it, unfortunately. I haven't been able to find what I want these few days. Wang Teng shook his head helplessly. Let's search for another 2 days. We dug flaming river crystals for 3 days and hunted fire black toads for 2 days. It doesn't matter if you spend another 2 days finding it. We still have half of the time left to obtain the legacy. No one has succeeded till now. It won't be that easy. Don't have high hopes for it. You have to accept the outcome. Just make sure you win the 2 missions. Cao Hongtu and the others are probably planning the same as well. And Lan said, You're actually smart, Wang Teng said in surprise. Are you looking down on me? And Lan shot him a glare. No, you know me. I always admire a strong person like you. Wang Teng widened his innocent eyes and said, Scram, and Lan spat in a bad mood. Chapter 1 Vol. 118, Taunting Death in the Flaming River. Wang Teng dived into the river with Little White and the metal armor Flaming Scorpion again. They went straight to the depths. If there was anything strange about this place, it would definitely be hidden in the deepest part. This was an undeniable fact. There was a limit to the Flaming River. Although it was created using spatial power, the maximum depth was a few hundred meters. The bottom of the Flaming River wasn't filled with rocks or sand or flames. There seemed to be lava running below. It gave off a dark red color and was flowing at a low pace. Scorching heat spread out from it. Wang Teng tried throwing an item into the lava and noticed that the temperature here was much higher than the flames in the Flaming River. Anything that touched it would burn immediately. He could also tell that the lava was only half a meter deep. With its limited depth, nothing large could hide inside. Swoosh. A fire element python had been lying prone in the lava for some time. Suddenly, it leaped up and attacked Wang Teng, opening its maw in an attempt to swallow him. The fire black toad was not the only star beast living in the Flaming River. There were other star beasts too. However, the fire black toads were the rulers of the river while the others were just sidekicks. Caw? Master? Be careful. Little White and the metal armor Flaming Scorpion warned him at the same time. Wang Teng snorted. The golden crescent blade slashed through the air. The fire element python froze in mid-air for a second before its body split into 2, starting from its head. A large amount of fresh blood spurted out, but it evaporated when it touched the flames. A low-tier Imperial-level star beast dares to attack me. Is it tired of living? Wang Teng shook his head speechlessly. Had these star beasts turned stupid after living in this peaceful environment for a long time? At this moment, the python's body started burning from within. What's going on? Wang Teng squinted. When the star beasts were alive, nothing happened to them. Yet they went up into flames after they died. Before this, they lured all the fire-black toads out of the flaming river and kept their corpses. Thus, they didn't notice this situation. Wang Tang stared intently at the python that self-ignited. It had attracted all his attention. After some time, the giant python disappeared. Only its head was left. Wang Tang heaved a long sigh. Many thoughts went through his mind. He felt that he might know what was happening. Suddenly, a shadow of a python dashed out from the python's head and tried to escape into the distance. A low-tier Imperial-level star beast could let its soul leave its body temporarily. The giant python's soul was fortunate enough to escape his attack, so it didn't die. However, since its body was gone, its soul had to escape, or it would still die in the end. Naturally, Wang Tang wouldn't let it go. Just when he was about to make his move, he saw something and gasped in surprise. Psst! The shadow started burning from within and disappeared into a wisp of green smoke. It was as if it had never existed. I understand, an idea popped up in his mind. There was a sharp glow in his eyes. To prove his hypothesis, he remained patient and caught a few more star beasts. He killed them but left their souls unharmed. After these star beasts died, all of them went into flames. It was as if the flaming river swallowed them. They disappeared in an instant, indeed. Wang Tang blinked. He was quite sure of his guess. He immediately brought Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion out of the flaming river. "Did you give up?" And Lan asked curiously when he saw Wang Tang coming out. "Cover me," Wang Tang said seriously. He didn't explain further and sat down cross-legged above the flaming river. "Are you?" And Lan was astounded. He had some questions, but Wang Tang had already closed his eyes, so he couldn't ask. A faint and misty ball of white light flew out of Wang Tang's forehead. Spiritual body, and Lan frowned. He released his soul. What's he trying to do? This ball of light was a star formed from one's spiritual body. After flying out from his forehead, Wang Tang controlled it and let it dive into the flaming river. "Fick!" And Lan cursed uncontrollably, his expression changing. "This fellow is crazy. Is he tempting fate? How dare he throw his spiritual body into the flaming river?" His brows were scrunched up, while the spirit in his body turned restless. He was prepared to save Wang Tang at any time. But even with his spirit cultivation, he would be heavily injured if he allowed his spirit to enter the flaming river. He couldn't stay inside too long either, or he would never be able to come back. Wang Tang didn't know how nervous En Lan was. He had made ample preparations before entering the flaming river. He would never take his life as a joke. At this moment, his spirit was roaming in the flaming river and sinking to the bottom. Piss! The flames inside the river surrounded his spirit. Wang Tang immediately felt a terrifying, scorching pain. This pain didn't come from his body, but rather from his spirit. It was 1,000 times worse than a physical injury, enough to make someone die. Gasp. Wang Tang took in a huge breath of air. However, he was just a spiritual body now, so he couldn't do anything. Fortunately, he was a divine spirit master. He could use his spiritual power to resist temporarily. If not, the flames would burn his origin of soul, reducing him to ashes quickly. Time passed slowly. Everything seemed calm. Nothing happened. Wang Tang bore the excruciating pain. His face was pale, and large droplets of sweat were pouring down his forehead. His body started trembling uncontrollably. His spiritual power had been exhausted. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. His spiritual power reserves had never been emptied before. Once all his spiritual power was used up, the flames in the flaming river would be a direct threat to his spiritual body. Wang Tang felt the danger of death. He wanted to use his blank attributes to restore his spiritual power, but he suddenly stopped. Many thoughts went through his mind. You have to spend money to make money. I'm going to give it my all. Wang Tang gritted his teeth. He didn't use any blank attributes and allowed his spiritual body to be entirely exposed to the flames in the river. Boom. The flames surged over and engulfed the spiritual body, burning it furiously. The pain got worse. Wang Tang was in a bad state. He felt as if he would explode at any time. "I'll bear with it, I'll bear with it, I'll fwang," Wang Tang screamed in his heart. His expression turned distorted. He's crazy, he's probing death in the eye. And Lan was astounded when he saw this scene. "I don't mind if you die, but what about my money?" "You haven't given me any money." "No, I can't let you die." Why am I doing this?" Chapter 1 for 19. Soul of Thousand Beasts Flame. Wang Teng had hit his limit. His spirit was withstanding an excruciating pain, and he was on the verge of collapsing pain. Hell of a pain. Although he had strong willpower, this pain was outrageous. He suddenly understood how Devil Lord Qi Yan felt when he tortured him with the emerald-glazed flame. Was this karma? Wang Teng started to self-reflect. He felt that he might have gone overboard in the past. After reflecting for a second, he decided to use his blank attributes to save himself. He couldn't resist anymore. He would die if this continued. That thing is really patient. It didn't appear even at this time. Wang Teng complained in his heart. Suddenly, his spiritual body trembled. He felt a special flame seeping in through the flames around him. Wang Teng was overjoyed. "It's here." He quickly suppressed his excitement. At the same time, he threw away the thought of using his blank attributes. He continued to put on a weak front, waiting for the special flame to enter his spiritual body. However, this special flame was extremely cautious. It was like a thief. It didn't barge into the room immediately, but took a step in carefully. Then it raised its other leg and went in, peeking around to observe the room. Wang Teng's spiritual body was on the verge of breaking down. He was in a panic when he saw the flame dawdling around. "Quick, quick, come in quickly, you idiot!" Wang Teng roared in his heart. He had never felt so frustrated and helpless. He was helpless because of a flame. It was infuriating just thinking about it. After some time, the little flame confirmed that there was no danger and fully entered his spiritual body. "Ha ha ha ha," Wang Teng's evil laughter resounded. "Let's see how you run this time." Boom! The emerald-glazed flame, the holy flame, and the dark flame hidden in the depths of his spiritual body surged out. The little flame was given a fright. It shivered and wanted to escape. Wang Teng released his 3 divine flames and blocked all paths of escape surrounding the little flame. At the same time, the emerald-glazed flame flowed out from his spiritual body and formed a shield outside. This was Wang Teng's trump card, the reason for his confidence. He hid the 3 divine flames in his spiritual body beforehand, so he wasn't afraid of any accidents happening. Even so, he didn't let down his guard. A spiritual body was extremely weak. It was dangerous to expose it directly to the flaming river. Any mistake, and he would die. As the flames were released, Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. The agony on his face subsided, and Lan wanted to help, but he stopped when he saw this scene. He was puzzled. He did it. He walked around Wang Teng and confirmed that he was in no life-threatening danger. He felt at ease, good. His money was safe. Wang Teng was focused on his spiritual body. He eyed the crimson little flame fiercely. "Little fellow, you've made me suffer." Wang Teng gritted his teeth and glared at the little flame. The 3 divine flames burned around him, giving off the powerful presence of divine flames. The crimson flame shivered. It shrunk into a little ball and trembled frighteningly like a little girl. Surrender or die. Wang Teng released a wisp of consciousness filled with killing intent. He would release his divine flames and devour the little flame if it tried to resist. The crimson small flame trembled even more violently. It was in extreme fear. Then it transmitted its thoughts to Wang Teng. "I surrender." Wang Teng was stunned. It surrendered so quickly. The taming process was so smooth that it felt unreal. The script wasn't right. As a divine flame, shouldn't you struggle and resist a little? Where's your dignity? "Are you really surrendering?" Wang Teng asked curiously. The crimson flame turned into a little turtle and nodded fervently. It stared at Wang Teng in a daze. "Then open your origin and let me leave my spiritual mark," Wang Teng said. The crimson little flame finally hesitated. But seeing the 3 balls of divine flames around it, it nodded and turned back into a flame. It was now Wang Teng's turn to hesitate. This divine flame accepted his request too quickly. Was it trying to trick him? However, the hesitation only lasted for a second. He had reached the final step. All he needed to do was to leave his spiritual mark, and this divine flame would be his. How could he retreat now? Wang Teng calmed down. He asked his 3 divine flames to prepare themselves in case the little flame retaliated. Reality proved that this crimson little flame was honestly timid. He left his mark successfully without any accidents. I did it. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. After getting this divine flame, he confirmed that his guess was right. The soul of Thousand Beasts' flame. This ball of divine flame was the legendary special flame that was formed from the souls and blood of thousands of star beasts. It had also undergone numerous transformations over the years. The soul of Thousand Beasts' flame could absorb the blood and souls of all star beasts. At the same time, it could benefit the star beasts greatly. Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion didn't feel any threat from the flaming river because of this. Soul of Thousand Beasts' flame, when the giant python was burned by the flames, Wang Teng confirmed his guess. These were exactly the traits the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame possessed. The rumors were true. The owner of the flaming river world had hidden a divine flame in it. Wang Teng didn't believe it at first. Thinking back about it, he felt a slap in his face. Who would know that this entire flaming river was formed by the scattered soul of Thousand Beasts' flame? It appeared conspicuously in front of everyone, duping everybody for so long. If Wang Teng didn't bring his 2 fire element spiritual pets, he wouldn't have noticed anything amiss. What a close call. He almost missed it. Wang Teng felt fortunate. After taming the divine flame, he controlled his spiritual body to return to his physical body. Boom. The spiritual body rushed out from the flaming river and entered Wang Teng's forehead. And Lan and the others gathered around him. Wang Teng opened his eyes. His face was still a little pale, but there was happiness in his eyes. "It looks like you've succeeded," and Lan said. "Thank you." Wang Teng smiled. I was worried about you during this mission. You must give me more money," and Lan snorted. "No problem." Wang Teng was in a great mood. He laughed happily. Chapter 120, Absorption and Riot. "What did you gain?" and Lan asked curiously when he saw how happy Wang Teng was. He still didn't know what Wang Teng did in the flaming river. With a mysterious smile, Wang Teng stretched out his hand where a ball of crimson flame was hovering. The crimson flame was extremely strange. It constantly changed its form. First, it was a dragon soaring into the clouds, and next it was a phoenix spreading its wings. There were also various beasts such as turtles, pythons, toads, and birds. "This is a divine flame," and Lan's eyes widened. He doubted his eyes. Another divine flame. This fellow already possessed a divine flame now. He has another one. What is this luck? I'm jealous. That's right, it's a divine flame. Wang Teng smiled and nodded. He didn't hide it because he couldn't hide what he was going to do next. "You got it from the flaming river?" And Lan took a deep breath and calmed down before asking. The river had existed for a long time. Even though there was word on the streets, no one had discovered traces of the divine flame here. Over time, people started treating it as a rumor. After all, the owner of Flaming River World didn't reveal any news about a divine flame. If a universe stage martial warrior possessed a divine flame, it would be impossible for him to hide it to the extent that no one knew about it. Unless he never used the divine flame. But it only took Wang Teng a few days to discover the existence of the divine flame and subdue it. This felt like a dream. Their main objective this time was for the trial mission. Moreover, Flaming River World was at its limits, and time was not on their side. This was unlike previous candidates, who had plenty of time. They would stay for several months, yet they were still left empty-handed. When you compared it like this, that was why An Lan found it incredible. Wang Teng nodded and didn't explain much. He was going to let him digest it slowly. He then walked up and tossed out the flame in his hand. Go. The soul of Thousand Beasts' flame floated above the river and emitted a strange wave. What is this for? Anlan asked. Watch and you'll know. Wang Teng smiled and motioned him to enjoy the show. Boom! At this moment, the flames in the flaming river churned abruptly, and monstrous waves rushed into the sky. Rumble. Amid the roars, all the flames converged towards the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame and merged with it. It was a spectacular scene. The entire flaming river was surging like a flood, as if a catastrophe was imminent. Even Wang Teng shuddered when he saw what was happening, and his eyes glistened slightly. If he didn't have divine flames, he wouldn't dare to face such a terrifying flame. Is this divine flame going to absorb the entire river? And Lan asked in disbelief, as if he had guessed something. To be more precise, this entire river is part of it. Gasp, this divine flame is terrifying, and Lan exclaimed. The three Mecha Cosmos Stage martial warriors exchanged glances and took a few steps back. They didn't dare to approach the raging river, and Lan, get ready. Cao Hongtu and the others would definitely be attracted by such a commotion, Wang Teng cautioned, and Lan was stunned and reacted immediately. Okay. The three mechas tensed up and got ready for battle. Hurry up, Wang Teng ordered. The soul of Thousand Beasts' flame possessed a certain bit of intelligence. It increased its speed of absorption when it heard that. Back then, the owner of the Flaming River world formed the Flaming River with the divine flame as its core. Its length spanned the entire world, and it was impossible for it to absorb it all at once. Wang Teng knew that too and frowned slightly. He could only wait helplessly for Cao Hongtu's group to arrive. At the same time, a few 100 kilometers away from Wang Teng, Cao Hongtu and the others were hunting fire-black toads in the Flaming River. Although they didn't think of Wang Teng's plan, they could enter the Flaming River with Synclamon's help to hunt the fire-black toads. They were quite efficient as well. They had already slain more than 1,000 fire-black toads and a total of 41 mid-tier Imperial-level fire-black toads. They would soon meet the requirements. Of course, this was the result of Synclamon and Cao Hongtu joining hands. If it was just Cao Hongtu alone, he wouldn't have been able to do it. After all, their strengths were suppressed, and they were unable to bring out the might of a heaven-stage martial warrior. Just as they were surrounding a mid-tier Imperial-level fire-black toad, an unexpected situation arose. The fire-black toad fled in horror and broke past their encirclement as if it had sensed something terrifying. The surrounding star beasts were on a rampage as well. Roars soon echoed throughout the river. It was full of chaos. What's going on? Cao Hongtu frowned and had an ominous feeling in his heart. This is a star beast riot. Synclamon's expression changed slightly. Bang, bang, bang. Right then, the fleeing star beasts exploded and ignited into flames before disappearing. The group's expressions changed and they felt a shiver travel down their spines. All the star beasts burst into flames. This was too strange. They didn't even know what was going on. The unknown was always frightening. Let's go. This river is abnormal. We can't stay for long. Synclamon said hurriedly, without any hesitation. He rushed out of the flaming river. What is going on? Why are these star beasts exploding? Cao Hongtu had a grim expression. Their mission was not yet complete, and such a thing happened. It was depressing. Father, what now? Cao Wu asked. Let's go. Cao Hongtu gritted his teeth and followed Synclamon after a moment of hesitation. No matter what, staying alive was more important. An abnormal situation happened in the river before they figured it out. It was best to leave, otherwise they wouldn't know what might happen next. Cao Hongtu and Cao Wu rushed out of the river along with the Cosmos Stage martial warriors that they had recruited. After some time, they got out of the flaming river and reached the skies. The entire flaming river was churning and looked extremely horrifying. Meanwhile, Synclamon was staring at the river as if he was thinking about something. Chapter 1021. Congratulations, you got it right. The flaming river tossed and turned while the star beasts below roared in despair and fear. They seemed to be putting up their final struggle. Cao Hongtu and his team had left the flaming river and were observing the abnormal situation outside. Sin Clement stood above the flaming river in deep thought. Did you notice anything? Cao Hongtu flew over and asked, breaking the silence. The members of the Parkers family possessed a special fire physique, so they were more sensitive toward the fire. This was why Cao Hongtu consulted Sin Clement. The flames are swarming in a certain direction. Sin Clement contemplated before replying. Towards a certain direction? Cao Hongtu gave a look of disbelief. Why would that happen? Did someone do something to the flaming river? Who? Sin Clement's expression turned ugly. He sneered. Besides you and I, who else can it be? Are you saying Wang Teng? Cao Hongtu understood immediately. How is that possible, he? Don't forget that he has a divine flame. I saw it personally, Sin Clement said. A divine flame? Why does he have a divine flame? Cao Hongtu's expression turned distorted. Flames of anger flickered in his eyes. Envy. He was red with envy. Sin Clement glanced at him and snorted in his heart. He remained quiet. What do we do now? Cao Hongtu asked. Let's take a look. If he did this, there must be some good stuff in the flaming river. We can snatch it from him. Sin Clement's gaze turned sharp. He gritted his teeth and continued. No matter how strong the Mecha Heaven stage martial warrior is, you and I will be able to kill him together. All right. Cao Hongtu nodded. They quickly rushed in the direction the flames were flowing. Time passed slowly. Wang Teng had absorbed the majority of the flaming river by now. Countless flames surged into the origin of the Soul of Thousand Beasts flame and turned into small balls of fire. It was hard to believe that there were so many flames inside. Boom. The remaining flames continued churning ferociously, flowing over from the distance. The entire flaming river was about to dry up. The star beasts inside screamed and howled as they welcomed their deaths. The Soul of Thousand Beasts flame bred them, but now it was taking away their lives. No star beast could escape. These star beasts relied on the Soul of Thousand Beasts flame for survival. They didn't think that one day they would die in this river, and Lan had been watching him for a long time, but he was still flabbergasted. The scene created by the divine flame was terrifying. Even a heaven stage martial warrior like him was frightened. They're here, Wang Teng suddenly said in a low voice. And Lan and the others turned and stared into the distance. A few beams of light were shooting towards them at an astonishing speed. Honestly, they came much later than expected. This meant that the two parties were quite far apart, but what was supposed to come would come. The Soul of Thousand Beasts flame needed to absorb all the flames in the flaming river, so it would definitely alert Cao Hongtu and his team. Nothing could stop this. Well, unless Wang Teng gave up, but if he did that, the Soul of Thousand Beasts flame would be incomplete, and it would need a long time to restore its power. The loss wasn't worth it. Cao Hongtu and his team saw Wang Teng too. They stopped and looked at them. As expected, it's you, Cao Hongtu said. Senior brother Cao, are you all here to join in the fun? Wang Teng asked with a smile. Divine flame. Sin Clement's gaze landed on the Soul of Thousand Beasts flame in front of Wang Teng, noticing it at once. His gaze was filled with excitement and greed. That's another divine flame. There's indeed a divine flame in the flaming river world. Great, even the heavens are helping me. Two divine flames appeared simultaneously. They're all mine. Sin Clement was overjoyed. He was so excited that his body was trembling. He couldn't describe his emotions. Divine flames were exceptionally important to the Parkers. His family had searched for the divine flame for many years in vain, yet he encountered it here, and two at that. This was a gift from heaven. If there was only one, he wouldn't be able to keep it. However, if he managed to take two back, he could give one to his elder and keep the other one for himself. No one could snatch it from him. Agreeing to come to the Flaming River world with Cao Hongtu was the right decision. It was the best decision he had made in his life. Cao Hongtu also noticed the presence of the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame. He was filled with bewilderment, but he didn't say anything in the end. Since Sin Clement was here, the divine flame would never be his. I'm sorry to interrupt. Wang Teng's voice broke his fantasy. Sin Clement turned to look at Wang Teng. These two divine flames are mine. Wang Teng smiled at him. To Sin Clement, the smile was filled with contempt. The expression on his face froze. You tamed the divine flame? Sin Clement asked in disbelief, as if he heard something absurd. Congratulations, you're right. Wang Teng nodded earnestly. Sin Clement suddenly felt as if someone had grabbed him by the throat. Why? Why did this happen? What was so special about this fellow? Why did he get recognized by the divine flame? What? Cao Hongtu was dumbstruck. You tamed this divine flame? How is that possible? How can a planetary stage martial warrior tame a divine flame? Cao Hongtu found this absurd and unfair. He almost couldn't control the jealousy burning in his heart. Tao Wu and the other Cosmos stage martial warriors stared at Wang Teng too. They couldn't suppress their bewilderment either. Don't look at me like that. I feel embarrassed. You look as if I slept with your wives. Oh my God, Sin Clement was triggered. He was already furious when he saw Wang Teng possessing two divine flames. The guy then added oil to the fire by humiliating him again. Anger shot right through his head. Wang Teng, this is too much, Cao Hongtu yelled. I didn't frame you right. Aren't y'all looking at me as if I snatched your wife? Wang Teng said. Cao Hongtu wanted to speak, but Sin Clement waved his hand to stop him. He took a deep breath to calm down. Wang Teng, I'll give you one more chance. Give me the two divine flames and follow me back to the Parkers family. You won't have to worry about your life from now on. Think about this carefully. The Mecha Heaven Stage martial warrior won't be able to protect you if Cao Hongtu and I work together. Also, even if we can't catch you, do you think you can escape from the Parkers after you leave the Flaming River world? Chapter 1022. No man would be able to bear with this. The atmosphere turned tense after Sin Clement threatened Wang Teng. Cao Hongtu was surprised. He didn't expect Sin Clement to take the soft approach first, instead of snatching it from Wang Teng directly. Why did he do that? Cao Hongtu didn't understand. He hoped that Sin Clement could slaughter Wang Teng with him and nip all possible threats in the bud. But this wasn't the time for him to speak. He was afraid of disrupting Sin Clement's plan. The Parkers were too powerful. He didn't have Wang Teng's courage to fight the Parkers. If he did, he wouldn't have sent his daughter into their family. Jiao Jiao? Oh, right. Where's my daughter? Cao Hongtu finally remembered his poor daughter. Although he had sacrificed her for a political marriage, he still loved her. And Lan looked at Wang Teng. He was a little concerned about the Parkers, but he wasn't afraid. Wang Teng's situation was different, though. He wanted to be a baron in the Empire, and the Parkers were one of the 8 dukes. If he offended them, he would have a hard time in the Great Qian Empire, even if he became a baron. Now, he possessed 2 divine flames. The Parkers had all the more reason to target him. And Lan knew how important divine flames were to the Parkers family. They would never allow 2 kinds of divine flames to land in the hands of another person. If he didn't give up his divine flames, Wang Teng's life might be at risk. And Lan's expression turned grim. This must be a hard decision for Wang Teng. Wang Teng smiled and said, You're saying this because you're worried that you can't tame these 2 divine flames, right? The crowd was stunned. Really? They didn't think about this. Sin Clement's expression froze. He didn't think that Wang Teng would be so quick-witted and see through his plan. He never expected to find any divine flames in the Flaming River world, so he didn't make any preparations. Thus, he had no confidence that he could tame the divine flame. The only choice was to go back and rely on the power of his elders. Everyone knew that Wang Teng was right after seeing his expression. Cao Hongtu's gaze flickered as he glanced at Sin Clement from the corner of his eyes. He was enlightened. Based on his understanding of Sinclaman, he was probably dying to kill Wang Teng after repeated humiliation. The only reason why he could bear it was the divine flames. Sinclaman was a fake person too. You should know that what I'm saying is right. If you continue being stubborn, you'll regret it in the future. Sinclaman didn't answer him directly. Instead, he changed the topic. Wang Teng shook his head with contempt. Even if I give you the chance, you can't do anything. I can put these two divine flames in front of you, and you won't be able to control them. Are you still trying to fight with me when you're so weak? You. Sinclaman turned red in anger. His bald head shone brighter. As a heaven stage martial warrior, he had never been looked down upon so much. Cut the crap. If you want the divine flames, snatch them from me. Let's see if they'll listen to you, Wang Teng said calmly. Good. Seems like you want to do this the hard way, since you're so impudent. Don't blame me for being merciless. Sinclaman got angry from embarrassment. And Lan respected Wang Teng's toughness. Since both parties had shed all pretenses of cordiality, he decided to open his mouth and speak up. Isn't this the loser from the Parker's family? Didn't you run away the other time? Why are you back again? Sinclaman was helpless and indignant. His face turned black as he glared at Lan. He lost last time and had to run away to keep his life. This was a humiliation when Lan said this openly in front of him. He wished he could charge over and fight with him with his life on the line. But he didn't have the balls. He got scared. Do you still want to fight? And Lan opened his arms and said calmly, Cao Hongtu, work with me to kill this mecha first. Sinclaman turned and said to Cao Hongtu, Wang Teng, where's my daughter? Cao Hongtu nodded and asked Wang Teng, Oh, you still remember her? I thought you had forgotten about her. Wang Teng chuckled and took Cao Zhao out of his space fragment. Here she is. Cao Zhao was still tied up, she couldn't move, and was lifted up by Wang Teng in an awkward pose. The bare skin revealed was full of whip marks. They intertwined on her skin, making her look miserable. When she came out from the space fragment, she didn't know what was happening, so she shouted instantly, Wang Teng, what do you want to do? You're a devil! Why are you torturing me like this? My father will never let you go. Silence. Everyone went silent. The atmosphere turned awkward for an instant. Cao Hongtu and Cao Wu felt blood rising to their head when they saw Cao Zhao's state. They almost fainted. Sinclaman's expression turned hideous. Cao Zhao was going to marry into his family soon, but she landed in Wang Teng's hand and appeared to have been played. This was the greatest disgrace for their family. If Andres knew that his fiancée got treated like this, he might lock himself up in the toilet and cry. No, he might rush over and kill Wang Teng immediately. Yes, that was right. No man would be able to tolerate this. And Lan looked back and forth between Wang Teng and Cao Zhao with a strange gaze. He seemed to find this situation interesting. Cao Zhao finally noticed something amiss with the atmosphere. She raised her head and saw her father and the others. Her expression froze, embarrassed and furious. These two words described her current emotions perfectly. Cough. This is a misunderstanding, Wang Teng said awkwardly. He could tell from their expressions that their thoughts had run a little wild. Wang Teng. What did you do to my daughter? Wang Teng. What did you do to my sister? Wang Teng. What did you do to Cao Zhao? Cao Hongtu, Cao Wu, and Sinclaman opened their mouths at the same time. From their questioning tone, one could tell that they were boiling with anger. If gazes could kill, Wang Teng would be deader than dead. Wang Teng, Wang Teng, admit it. And Lan suppressed his laughter and fanned the flames. He didn't mind creating a bigger commotion. His words further confirmed everyone's guess. Cao Hongtu's face turned purple-black. Wang Teng glared at Lan fiercely. This matter affected his innocence, so he hurriedly explained. Listen to me, it's not what you think. Bastard, do you think we're blind? Cao Hongtu felt frustrated, exasperated, furious, and helpless. These emotions were displayed entirely on his black face. His beloved daughter was being trampled by someone, and that person was his enemy. Wang Teng felt that he had no chance of explaining himself. Chapter 1023. Cao Zhao Yao wants to cry. Senior brother Cao, I only punished my niece a little. I didn't do anything else. You have to believe my character. Wang Teng felt that he could still save himself, so he explained earnestly, although you called me a bastard, I still decided to forgive you because you love your daughter. Let's talk properly. Cao Hongtu felt as if he had punched a ball of cotton. Helplessness swarmed into his heart. Did he just call Zhao Zhao his niece? How could someone be so shameless? He regretted having any relationship with Wang Teng. Why did he recognize him as his junior brother? He was using it as an excuse now. This was infuriating. Go away, I'm not your senior brother. And Lan was shocked by Wang Teng's shamelessness too. This fellow didn't feel embarrassed talking about such things at all. He tortured the other party so badly, yet he could still stand up straight and scold until he had nothing to say. Looking at Cao Hongtu, he could imagine how frustrated this father was. However, in comparison, the person who got humiliated the most was Cao Zhaojiao. She was disgraced in front of so many people, and the event went astray in a direction she didn't expect. Her reputation was tarnished. She was a social butterfly that could talk to anyone, but she wasn't a slut. Despite being a Cosmos stage martial warrior, she was being reprimanded by Wang Teng like a junior. Her mentality almost collapsed. Cao Jiaojia wanted to cry. Oh, Cao Hongtu. Stop wasting time. Make your move. Sinclaman couldn't bear to listen anymore. Humiliating Cao Jiaojia was the same as humiliating the Parkers. He couldn't bear it. Cao Hongtu turned grim. He stared at Wang Teng intently. Don't be rash. Your daughter is still in my hands. I haven't done anything to her yet, but if you attack, I don't know what I'll do. Wang Teng sniggered. After he finished his sentence, he was stunned. This didn't sound right. It was like something an antagonist would say. Wang Teng, you're despicable, Cao Zhaojiao said furiously. One needs to be ruthless to protect himself. Wang Teng looked at Cao Hongtu and continued, Senior brother Cao, consider it carefully. My little niece is a beautiful lady. God forbid anything should happen to her. Sigh. I feel like I'm sounding more and more like an antagonist. Bastard. Cao Hongtu's eyes turned red. He was in a dilemma. Don't forget the mission, Sinclaman reminded him coldly. Cao Hongtu frowned. He was struggling in his heart, but the scales started to tilt. His gaze turned firm. Boom! Boom! The next second, Cao Hongtu and Sinclaman attacked An Lan simultaneously. Cao Hongtu held a blade and released the peak of Cosmos stage power, launching his ultimate attack. Sinclaman executed the peak of Cosmos stage power too. He wielded his axe, releasing his ocean whale flame continuously. The flame symbol on his forehead flickered and started spreading. It quickly grew over his face and neck and continued creeping down. Blue flame symbols covered his skin, raising his aura to an all-time high. He had activated the special fire physique of the Parkers family. The Parkers' fire physique is indeed powerful. Wang Teng squinted when he saw this scene. He reminded An Lan, be careful. An Lan nodded. He took this battle with seriousness and disappeared. He was heading straight for his opponents. Boom, a violent collision occurred. Force swept through the sky. An Lan knew that Wang Teng mustn't be interrupted, so he pulled the battlefield far away from where Wang Teng was. Cao Wu and the other Cosmos stage martial warriors eyed Wang Teng fiercely, especially Cao Wu. He didn't dare to think about what Cao Zhaoyao had suffered in his hands. One could imagine how furious he was. And Feng, and Dong, and Jian. I'll leave these two to y'all, Wang Teng said. The three Mecha Cosmos stage martial warriors nodded. Two of them walked out and started fighting with the other two martial warriors. The remaining Mecha martial warrior stayed beside Wang Teng to protect him. How heartless! Has your father given up on you? Wang Teng looked down at Cao Zhaojiao and smiled. Cao Jiao gritted her teeth. There was a dim look in her eyes, but it disappeared quickly. Even if they don't attack, you won't let me go. This is a wise choice. You're measuring my corn with your bushel. If he doesn't attack, I'll let you go. I'm a man with principles. Wang Teng continued stimulating Cao Jiao Jiao. He knew what Cao Hongtu was like. He wasn't lying. Cao Jiao's expression changed. Her heart sank. She knew the truth, but she didn't want to admit it. However, if others said it, things would become different. Cao Jiao Jiao was already at the edge of the cliff. Wang Teng's words pushed her off the edge. Wang Teng snorted. He disregarded Cao Jiao Jiao and turned to look at the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame. He was almost done absorbing it. His efforts to waste time just now weren't in vain. Boom. The flaming river that had existed for who knew how many years started drying up. Flames were extinguished, and the star beasts inside started dying. Wang Teng could feel the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame becoming complete and more powerful. The deaths of the star beasts nourished the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame. Mind you, there were countless star beasts living in the flaming river. The nourishment from all of them was of great help to the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame. Wang Teng felt a tinge of enlightenment. He might have understood the intention of the creator of this flaming river. Boom! At this moment, a change happened to the battle some distance away. After a violent collision, the mecha martial warrior got knocked back by Cao Wu. A huge crack appeared on his body. Fortunately, the mechas were able to heal themselves, so he didn't get seriously injured. Nonetheless, Cao Wu broke through the encirclement and charged toward Wang Teng. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows. He was surprised. This guy was quite strong. Cao Jiao Jiao was elated. Let me fight with him. The mecha beside Wang Teng stood in front of him. Give me 5 more minutes, Wang Teng said with a frown. 5 minutes? Dong nodded. He dashed out and welcomed Cao Wu. Cao Wu seemed a little impatient when he saw another mecha rushing over. He roared angrily. In an instant, the force in his body churned and a dazzling glow shot out from his blade. It hurled over from afar, wanting to kill the mecha as soon as possible so that he could save Cao Jiao Jiao, Chapter 1024, scared to death. Boom, boom, boom. The battle was intense. Whether it was in land, Cao Hongtu and Sinclamon, or Cao Wu and Dong, both fights were heated. And Lan's ability was indeed strong despite facing 2 opponents. He showed no signs of falling back. Cao Hongtu and Sinclamon's expressions turned ugly. They thought that they would be able to kill this mecha heaven stage martial warrior quickly with their combined effort. Wang Teng was not a threat without his protection. The result, however, went against their expectations. This mecha heaven stage martial warrior was a little too powerful. He could only release peak-level cosmos stage power, yet they couldn't take him down. The longer they dragged, the more agitated they felt. On the other side, Cao Wu got more and more ferocious as he fought. The mecha battling with him kept retreating. Time passed gradually. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Move! Cao Wu knew that he didn't have much time left. He shouted in rage and swung his blade like a maniac. The blade glows were thrown at the mecha from all sides. Boom! The mecha dodged in a hurry, but he still got hit. He was thrown backward. Cao Wu ignored him and went for Wang Teng. Kill. Cao Wu was immersed in a killing atmosphere. He wasted no time and swung his blade the moment he arrived. Wang Teng stared at him grimly. He was shocked by Cao Wu's toughness, but he wasn't afraid. Although he advanced to the celestial stage only recently, his battle power was exceptional. He didn't do any action, but a beam of light shot out beside him. It was the golden crescent blade. Clang. The golden crescent blade spun in the air and collided with Cao Wu's blade glow. Along with a metallic clang, the blade glow shattered. Cao Wu was caught off guard and thrown back for a few meters due to the impact of the golden crescent blade. He was flabbergasted. Come on. Wang Teng hooked his finger with a calm gaze. He was provoking Cao Wu. Cao Wu's expression froze over. He gathered his force and created numerous blade glows. They intertwined in the air, blocking all paths of retreat around Wang Teng. Let's see how you block this. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. He was appalled. If this was a celestial stage attack, he could defend it using his physical body. However, Cao Wu was a cosmos stage martial warrior. No matter how powerful Wang Teng was, he didn't dare to face this attack head-on. Wang Teng and Dong's expression changed, and he rushed over. The other injured mecha had just finished healing his body. He shot toward Cao Wu and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. "Wang Teng, let go of my sister and I'll spare your life," Cao Wu shouted with a hideous expression. "Ha ha ha ha, you can't protect him." Cao Hongtu and Sin Clement laughed loudly when they saw this scene, and Lan's expression changed too. He wanted to reinforce Wang Teng, but his opponents wouldn't let him. They launched an all-out offensive. Wang Teng was in a dire situation, but unexpectedly he didn't retaliate. He stood on the spot and allowed the blade glows to land on him. Cao Wu was dumbstruck. Cao Jiaoyao was still in Wang Teng's hands. He wanted to force him to surrender and not kill him directly. If his attacks hit Wang Teng, Cao Jiaoyao would die too. Yet Wang Teng didn't follow his script. In the face of death, he showed no fear and didn't have any plans of using Cao Jiaoyao's life to exchange for his own. This bastard had guts. Boom. A loud explosion was heard, the sharp blade glows landed, and a terrifying impact swept through the air. The strong wind caused Wang Teng's hair to dance wildly, but he remained unscathed. Cao Wu had turned the direction of the blade glows at the last moment, so they landed on Wang Teng's left side instead. He didn't want to kill Cao Jiaojiao. "This is scary. I thought you'd disown your sister and kill her too." Wang Teng patted his chest and appeared frightened. Cao Wu almost vomited blood. Why wasn't this fellow afraid of death? His face turned gloomy while a strong sense of helplessness filled up his heart. As a cosmos stage martial warrior, he didn't know what to do anymore. And Lan heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt speechless. This was exhilarating. Wang Teng was definitely a maniac. How could he gamble with his life? If Cao Wu decided to be ruthless, he would die here. The smile on Cao Hongtu and Sin Clement's faces froze. They felt suffocated. This result was beyond their expectations. They felt what? The feek? "You're crazy." Cao Jiaojiao thought that she was saved, but Wang Teng would rather die than let her go. She was so frustrated that she wanted to vomit blood. "I was scared," Wang Teng said indifferently. "Do you think I'll believe you?" Cao Jiaojiao was enraged. Cao Wu was burning with anger. He felt that Wang Teng was trampling on his intelligence. "But I have to thank you." Wang Teng suddenly smiled at Cao Wu. The place suddenly turned silent. 5 minutes wasn't a long time. The soul of thousand beasts flame in front of him had finally absorbed all the flames. The flaming river dried up, leaving a deep and empty river course. The river was constructed using space power. Hence, when the flames disappeared, nothing much was left. The river lost its support, so the space around the river course started collapsing inch by inch. Wang Teng flew backward, keeping his distance from the collapsing river. Cao Wu went berserk when he saw this scene. He was howling furiously in his heart. But he didn't dare to stay above the river course either. He flew away quickly, crack, like a mirror cracking. The river course sped up its destruction and turned into a terrifying dimensional rift in the blink of an eye, and Lan and the others stopped their battle and flew away. Even a heaven stage martial warrior wouldn't dare to get too close to a collapsing space. And Lan came back to find Wang Teng. That was very risky, and Lan complained. "Seek wealth in risk," Wang Teng smiled. Cao Hongtu and the others stared at them with distorted expressions. That bastard managed to succeed. "Are we leaving?" And Lan glanced at Cao Hongtu and asked. "Of course I have the flame, so it's time to leave." Wang Teng nodded in agreement. But before he could finish the sentence, he got distracted. "Huh?" The dimensional rift formed from the collapsed river course was still expanding. The space around it was ripping inch by inch. The entire sky seemed to be getting torn apart. Chapter 1025. Your daughter can have a bitter romance with me. The dimensional rift spread rapidly. The space around it crumbled, revealing emptiness behind it. and Lan, Cao Hongtu, and all the others noticed the abnormality of the dimensional rift. Their expressions changed. "Damn it, the flaming river world is about to collapse," Sinclamen exclaimed in shock. He realized what was happening. Kolpe's in advance. Wang Teng stared at the scenes around him and felt that Sinclamen's guess was right. If the flaming river world collapses in advance, we won't have a chance to get the legacy, Cao Hongtu said in a low voice. The legacy, Sinclamen's expression turned somber. This was the reason why he came here. He didn't manage to snatch the divine flame. If he lost the legacy, he would have to go back empty-handed. It was exasperating. Wang Teng continued staring at the dimensional rift. Suddenly, he squinted. There were attribute bubbles being born. He regained his senses and happily picked them up. Space 100, Space 120, Space Fragment 50, Space 90, Space 150. Huh? There's a space fragment attribute. Wang Teng was shocked. Most of the bubbles contained space attributes, but there were a few that had space fragment attributes inside. Wang Teng had a space fragment, but it wasn't big. With the additional space fragment attributes, his space fragment increased in size. Did the space fragment attribute appear because the flaming river world is collapsing? Wang Teng wondered to himself. Large amounts of space attributes were dropped with a few space fragment attributes hidden among them. Wang Teng was overjoyed. He thought that the collapse of the flaming river world wasn't a good thing. But there were so many benefits to gain. It was worth it. Boom. A sudden explosion came from the distance. Everyone was staggered. They turned and looked in the direction of the sound. A terrifying pillar of fire spurted out from the center of the flaming river world. It soared straight into the sky, linking the earth and heaven. Despite being far away, they could still see this magnificent scene. Everyone widened their eyes in awe and amazement. What's going on? And Lan asked the question on everyone's mind. That's where the volcano is. It's where the last legacy is hidden, Wang Teng whispered. Legacy? And Lan frowned. Cao Hongtu and Sinclamen thought of the same thing. They looked at each other. What should we do? This pillar of fire must be caused by the volcano in the center. The legacy is in the volcano. I suspect that there's a relationship between them, Cao Hongtu said. Sinclamen's expression kept changing. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, Let's go and take a look. What about them? Ignore them. The two divine flames will belong to my family. They can't run away. Sinclamen glanced at Wang Teng coldly and said, Father, sister is still in his hands. Cao Wu interrupted them after some hesitation. Jiao Jiao is still useful to him. He won't kill her for now. Cao Hongtu shook his head and said after conversing for some time, they rushed towards the pillar of fire. They're going there, and Lan said after seeing them fly away. It looks like they still haven't given up on the legacy. Come, let's go over too. Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubbles and chased after them. I knew it. And Lan shook his head. Then he waved his hand and led the three mecha martial warriors over. Before they left, they turned and glanced at the collapsing sky. The pillar of fire seemed near, but there was still some distance between them. Based on their speed, they would need half a day to rush over. As the space around the flaming river started collapsing, the time became tighter. There might not be enough time for them. Hence, Wang Tung and An Lan raised their speed to the maximum and charged toward the volcano without stopping. Cao Hongtu and Sinclamen were some distance ahead of them. They didn't fight with one another. Instead, they hurried on their journey. They didn't want to waste time on fighting. Half a day later, Cao Hongtu and Sinclamen, who were in front, stopped. They started observing the pillar of fire from afar. Wang Teng and his team stopped too. The volcano range laid out in front of him, stretching into the distance. There was nothing else. The pillar of fire was shooting out from the volcano right in the center. That volcano was the highest, so Wang Teng and his team saw it instantly. They wouldn't be wrong. What does the eruption of the volcano have to do with the drying of the river? Wang Teng asked curiously. And Lan didn't know the answer. Do you want to go over? No hurry. Let's see what they plan to do, Wang Teng replied. I know that you're up to no good. Hey, watch what you're saying. How do you know what I'm planning to do? If you were not, you'd have gone up already. And Lan glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. You're framing me. Don't say anything if you don't have evidence. Wang Teng rolled his eyes, and Lan chuckled. After some time, Cao Hongtu and Sin Clemen got impatient and flew ahead, landing on the volcano in the center. Huh. They've gone over. Let's follow them, Wang Teng said hurriedly before. And Lan could react. He dashed forward excitedly. And Lan shook his head. Wasn't it obvious that he wanted to trick Cao Hongtu and the others? The instant Cao Hongtu and his team landed on the volcano, Wang Teng and his team also arrived. He noticed attribute bubbles floating beside the pillar of fire. Attribute bubbles again. Collect Constellation Force, Fire 300. Constellation Force, Fire 4100, 20. Constellation Force, Fire 2020, Constellation Force, Fire 1200. These attribute bubbles were all Constellation Fire Force. There was nothing special, so Wang Teng didn't give them much attention. However, he still picked them up, every single one of them. Sin Clemen looked at them grimly. He felt helpless. Wang Teng was following them because he wanted them to lead the way. He knew that he was up to no good. Wang Teng ignored them and started thinking. The legacy was below the volcano. But this volcano had erupted. The pillar of fire shot right into the sky. No one knew how powerful the pillar of fire was. Could they get closer to it? This pillar of fire was spurted out randomly. No one knew if it was dangerous. This was what Wang Teng was frightened of. Sin Clemen glanced at them eerily. There was nothing he could do to them, so he ignored them and went to check out the pillar of fire. A few seconds later, he leaped into the pillar of fire. Cao Hongtu remained outside. He didn't enter. Wang Teng released his spiritual power and emerald glazed flame. The emerald glazed flame wrapped around his spiritual power as it moved towards the pillar of fire, sensing the situation inside. He realized that there was no danger inside, and Sin Clemen wasn't waiting to ambush him. He had already gone further down. Let me enter and take a look, Wang Teng said. Do you need me to follow you? And Lan asked with a frown. Sin Clemen had already entered. Wang Teng wasn't his match. There might be danger if he entered alone. Wang Teng contemplated for some time before shaking his head. No need. I'll enter alone. The flaming river world is collapsing soon. I'll take a look and come back quickly if there's no hope. He paused for a moment before continuing. As for Sin Clemen, I have ways to stay alive even if I meet him. He won't be able to catch me easily. And Lan nodded and kept quiet. Wang Teng was a person with his own plan. His ability and experience were all top-notch, and he was extremely sly. There was no need to worry about him. Wang Teng walked towards the pillar. He glanced at Cao Hongtu and smiled. Senior Brother Cao, pray that I'll be safe, or your daughter will have to play a bitter romance drama with me. You, Cao Hongtu's expression turned ugly. Wang Teng laughed heartily and jumped into the pillar of fire. He left a back view for Cao Hongtu to admire. Chapter 8, 2026. I don't lack talent, and I don't even want that many. Wang Teng headed downwards in the middle of the pillar of flame. He was using his spiritual power to figure out his path while sensing Clemen's position. After all, there was no one else here besides them. The volcano was surprisingly deep. It seemed to be even deeper than what could be seen outside. It was a novel experience. Flames were spewing all around, and they were as gorgeous as a meteor that flew across the starry sky. Soon, Wang Teng sensed the bottom of the volcano. When he landed on the ground, Sin Clemen was already observing the nearby situation around him. Wang Teng also scanned his surroundings. It was strange. There were no flames or lava. The ground was cracked and brown, but it exuded scorching heat. It felt hot when you stepped on it. But it wasn't a problem for Wang Teng. After all, with the protection of divine flames and the chill from nether frost, he was extremely comfortable even in such an environment. Besides a unique environment, there was a huge castle not far ahead. Made of unknown white rocks, the castle was tall and majestic. It looked old, and there were many red marks on it. They were similar to burning flames, which was very strange. It was really incredible for such a huge castle to stand in the middle of the volcano. Obviously, this was another space crack that was similar to the flaming river. It was absolutely impossible for such a large space to exist within a volcano. Wang Teng looked up and saw something like a lava-filled lake. It seemed as though flames were flowing in it, but it also felt like a mirror as it reflected what was happening on the other side. They just came down from there. The other end of this mirror was that erupting pillar of flame. "You actually dare to come down alone?" After looking at the castle, Sinclamen turned and said to Wang Teng, "Why not?" Wang Teng retracted his gaze and looked at him calmly, his tone unwavering. It was as though he wasn't facing a heaven stage martial warrior, but just an ordinary person. "Haha, now that the Mecha heaven stage martial warrior is not around, I can squish you like an ant." Sinclamen's voice was extremely cold, and his expression was filled with disdain. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck without warning. With a flash of his body, he rushed toward Wang Teng to grab him. He already had enough of Wang Teng acting up and causing him trouble time and time again, making him lose face as a dignified heaven stage martial warrior. Now that he had the opportunity, he acted without any hesitation. If Wang Teng was killed, even if he couldn't subdue the two divine flames, he could still seal them temporarily. He could then bring them back to Great Qian City for his elder to finish the job. Wang Teng stood where he was and watched calmly as Sinclamen came for him. Although he had attacked suddenly, he was prepared for it and didn't panic. However, Sinclamen didn't know that. A sinister smile appeared on his face just as he was about to catch Wang Teng. As his hand was inches away, Wang Teng's body started twisting. Power of space? Sinclamen's expression changed. As a heaven stage martial warrior, he was no stranger to the power of space. A heaven stage martial warrior would have access to the power of space and could use it. However, Wang Teng was only a planetary stage martial warrior. How could he employ the power of space? He found it unbelievable. However, that thought just flashed by. He immediately reacted after realizing that Wang Teng had used the power of space to escape. "Don't run." There was a chill in Sinclamen's eyes. Force burst out from his body as he imprisoned the surrounding space. Huh. There was suddenly a humming sound in the surrounding space. The next moment, there was a crack as if glass was shattering. A dozen meters away from Sinclamen, the space distorted, and Wang Teng stepped out of it abruptly. "A heaven stage martial warrior is indeed exceptional," Wang Teng exclaimed. "You can use the power of space?" Sinclamen turned around fiercely and glared at Wang Teng. His heart was filled with shock. It was impossible for a planetary stage martial warrior to use the power of space. The only way was that he possessed space talent. Wang Teng didn't deny it, but he wouldn't admit it either. "You can't touch me." Blood surged up in Sinclamen's mind when he heard those provoking words. A heaven stage martial warrior like him couldn't deal with a mere planetary stage martial warrior. He had been frustrated multiple times. The feeling made him feel so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. Space talent. What a talent! Sinclamen gritted his teeth with a chill in his eyes. "Everyone has underestimated you. I didn't expect a martial warrior from an undeveloped planet would possess such a talent. I don't lack talent, and I don't even want that many. Only people like you treat them like treasures, as if the more the merrier," Wang Teng said in contempt. Sinclamen's face turned green and white. He was being despised. But what Wang Teng said seemed to be right. People of noble birth put great emphasis on talent. Everything depended on one's talent, and bloodlines were above everything else as they determined one's potential. In their world, there was discrimination because of one's talent. They were always above martial warriors who came from undeveloped planets and deemed them inferior beings with inferior talents. They looked down on them. Now, it was a slap in their faces. Wang Teng had an extremely rare space talent. This talent was of a different league compared to the Parkers family. They weren't qualified to look down on Wang Teng. Wang Teng, Don't get ahead of yourself. So what if you have an outstanding talent? A genius who hasn't reached his potential yet can't be considered a genius. The Parkers can kill you easily. You shouldn't have revealed your talent, Sinclairman said with a grim expression. Stop talking about the Parkers family. You can't kill me, and neither can your entire family. Wang Teng never lost to anyone in a dispute. Now he had the intention to kill Sinclairman. It was best to kill him in the Flaming River world. That way, no one would know that he possessed the space talent. If not to avoid the Heaven Stage Martial Warrior's attack, he wouldn't have revealed the power of space. Unfortunately, some things were inevitable. Arrogant, Sinclairman scoffed, and didn't conceal the killing intent in his eyes. Wang Teng ignored him. He walked towards the castle as he thought about how he was going to kill him. There was not much time. If he could enter the castle and obtain the legacy, the title of Baron would be his without a doubt. No one would be able to dispute that. Chapter 1027. That's it. Sinclairman was helplessly roaring in anger in his heart. After knowing that Wang Tung possessed space talent, he stopped chasing him. Everything was in vain. He couldn't release his Heaven Stage power now. Even if he could, he wouldn't be able to capture Wang Tung, who had the space talent. The space talent was extremely mysterious. A Heaven Stage martial warrior might have some understanding of space, but they were still different from martial warriors who had its innate talent. They couldn't use space power casually like them. For instance, if they were to travel through space, he would only be able to cover 5 meters, while Wang Teng could do 10 meters. Even a powerful Heaven Stage martial warrior could at most travel for 7 to 8 meters. That was the gap. Wang Teng had picked more many-attribute bubbles, so his grasp of space had gotten stronger. He had surpassed many others. Hence, Sinclairman decided to give up attacking. The important thing now was to get the legacy. He didn't believe that, as a Heaven Stage martial warrior, he would lose to Wang Teng in this aspect. Both of them arrived at the door of the castle. It was 10 meters tall and 6 meters wide, its size in proportion with the overall height of the castle. It was a grandiose move. Sinclairman didn't want Wang Teng to take the lead. He pushed him away and overtook him, placing his hands on the door and pushing it forcefully. Crack. An ear-piercing friction sound irritated their eardrums. The door trembled slightly. Dust and bits of stone fragments fell. A small crack appeared between the doors, but it was pitch black inside. Nothing could be seen. Sinclairman was elated. Just as he was about to open the door entirely, the crimson-red patterns on the castle started shimmering. The door had the most number of patterns. They lit up at the same time. Sinclairman's expression underwent a huge change. He retracted his hands as if he got electrocuted and flew back. Boom! The gap between the doors closed and the crimson patterns dimmed, returning to their original color. Sinclairman stood 30 meters away from the door. His face was full of astonishment, and his gaze was filled with fear. His hands were trembling. Wang Teng turned around, stunned. He stood 5 meters away from the door while Sinclairman retreated to 30 meters away. It was as if there was a terrifying monster inside the castle. "That's it?" Wang Teng asked uncontrollably. Silence, Sinclairman's expression froze. Then his entire face turned red. He was looked down upon. He was being looked down upon again. He looked at the distance between Wang Teng and the door, and then he looked at himself. He wished he could bury himself. Was he more timid than a planetary stage martial warrior? This was impossible. He recalled the frightening aura he felt when he opened the door. He could still feel the lingering fear. This wasn't an issue about courage. He felt the threat of death just now. Also, he raised his hand and took a look. His pupils constricted. His skin and flesh were gone, revealing the white and scary bones below. There were burnt marks on the bones, too, as if they were unable to resist the high heat. If he didn't react fast enough, he would have lost his hands. Currently, he would be able to heal them using some high-level healing medicine. No blood flowed out of his hands because the flesh around them was burnt completely. A barbecued smell floated in the air. Wang Teng noticed Sinclairman's palms and frowned. "Is that caused by the crimson patterns? That's scary." He was dumbfounded, not daring to underestimate the power of the door anymore. Wang Teng, aren't you a capable person? Why don't you try opening the door? Sinclaman took a deep breath and placed his hands behind him. Do you think I'm stupid? Your hands are burnt. I'm not blind. Wang Teng sniggered. Sinclaman felt the corners of his eyes twitching. He was furious. Every single sentence Wang Teng said seemed to be targeting him. His blood pressure rose continuously. He was about to explode in anger. But I'm not as timid as you. I won't run so far away if I get burnt. Wang Teng mocked him and walked towards the door. Sinclaman wanted to refute, but he decided to shut up after he saw Wang Teng's actions. His gaze flickered, and a sneer appeared at the edge of his lips. Wang Teng stood in front of the door, but he didn't raise his hands. Instead, he observed the crimson patterns. The crimson patterns seemed to be some special flame runes. When one opened the door, the runes would be activated and give off an extremely high temperature that even a heaven stage martial warrior wouldn't be able to resist. Sinclaman was the best example. No wonder the others who entered the Flaming River world weren't able to get the last legacy. Who could pass this test? Wang Teng was in deep thought. His pupils went back and forth quickly. Wang Teng, try it yourself. What's the use of staring at it? Sinclaman wanted to incite Wang Teng to act, so he mocked him. Is that any of your business? Wang Teng replied calmly. He didn't care that this person was a heaven stage martial warrior. Since they were already at loggerheads, he didn't have to act anymore. Timid fellow, you only know how to hide behind others. Do you think you can get the legacy when you don't even have the guts to try? You must be daydreaming. Sinclaman snorted with a grim expression. Wang Teng wanted to say something, but a thought suddenly entered his mind. Smirking, his pupils twirled in his eyeballs. He said, Who says I don't dare to do it? Pushing the door is easy. You're afraid, but I'm not. I don't have to listen to you anyway. Why should I push just because you ask me to? You can choose whether you want to push or not. If you're not doing it, move, Sinclaman said contemptuously. This place doesn't belong to you. What can you do to me if I don't move? Wang Teng stuck out his tongue. What, the Sinclaman almost flew off the handle! Do you dare to make a bet with me? If I push the door, you'll call me father. Wang Teng took the chance and asked. Sinclaman's face turned green. This bastard wanted him to call him father. He must have a death wish. He felt humiliated. He was getting drowned in anger. You don't dare, Wang Teng said. Forget it. It's normal for a coward like you. All right, I'll take the bet. Sinclaman suddenly gave a sinister smile. However, you have to at least push it to where I pushed it just now. What do you think? Sure. Wang Teng nodded without any hesitation. Sinclaman was stunned. He didn't think that Wang Teng would agree so easily. He was confused and wondered where he got his confidence from. Move away. Don't disturb me when I open the door. Wang Teng waved his hands as if he was chasing some flies away. Veins popped up on Sinclaman's forehead. He was infuriated. He did the same action to Wang Teng in the past, but now Wang Teng was the one doing it to him. Times had changed. Chapter 10,028. Legacy Crystal. Sinclaman was furious, however, he still retreated and gave room to Wang Teng. Stand further away, don't try a sneak attack, Wang Teng said. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Sinclaman took a few deep breaths and warned himself not to lose his cool. It wouldn't be worth getting angry over this brat. Then he stepped back with a sneer. He wanted to see how Wang Teng's hands would get crippled by the door. His heaven stage body couldn't withstand it, so Wang Teng's planetary stage body wouldn't be able to either. Wang Teng stretched out his hand after he saw Sinclaman moving back. He pressed his hands against the door and exerted force gradually. Creak. The shrill sound was heard again. A gap slowly appeared between the doors. At the same time, the crimson patterns on the castle lit up. Here it comes? Sinclaman got excited. His gaze was filled with contempt. This brat will die if he doesn't retreat in time. Does he think the door can be opened so easily? How naive. Wang Teng's expression changed. the soul of thousand beasts' flame wrapped around his hand in an attempt to resist the crimson patterns. Is he using the divine flame to resist? Sinclaman squinted. He understood Wang Teng's intention. Creak, Wang Teng didn't let go. He exerted more force and the gap got bigger and bigger. He's opening it. Sinclaman's expression turned gloomy. Was he going to call him Father F? Really? Sinclaman didn't realize that while the soul of thousand beasts' flame was resisting the crimson patterns, it started flowing along the patterns and spread across the door. Their colors were the same, and Wang Teng only released a wisp of the flame into the crimson pattern. It was almost impossible to detect. Well, if he opens the door, I can take the chance to enter? An evil glint flashed past his eyes when Sinclaman thought about this. Crack. The gap grew bigger at this moment. Wang Teng suddenly stopped pushing. He tilted his body and shot into the castle at the speed of lightning. Sinclaman's expression changed entirely when he saw this scene. He rushed forward quickly. Soon, he realized something awkward. The gap was too small. Wang Teng could pass through the gap with his small frame, but how was he supposed to enter with all his muscles? How? He didn't expect Wang Teng to dash in after opening such a small crack. The scene played out differently than how he had imagined. Ha ha ha! My dear son, your father will be going in first. Wang Teng's laughter resounded from behind the door. Sinclaman's face turned green. He gritted his teeth and wanted to squeeze through. At this moment, Wang Teng retrieved his soul of thousand beasts' flame, and the door shut with a loud bang. Sinclaman's nose smashed against the door. He almost broke his nose bridge. The series of stimulation almost caused this heaven-stage martial warrior to go crazy. He screamed in anger. Wang Teng couldn't hear Sinclaman's roars behind the door, but he could imagine his furious expression. He was able to enter the castle, all thanks to the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame. When he was teasing Sinclaman, the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame sent him a message. The door of the castle could only be opened with it. This obstacle was created by the owner of Flaming River World. If anyone wanted to enter the hiding spot of the last legacy, he needed to get the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame he left behind first. If not, all would be in vain. No one found the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame after all these years, so naturally, the castle remained undiscovered. Wang Teng had the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame. He could have relied on it to open the door completely and easily without much effort. But if he did that, Sinclaman would follow him in. Thus, he put on an act. Everything went as planned. It was very smooth. That bulky and brainless hunk must be thinking too much if he wanted to take advantage of him. After he entered the great hall, balls of flames lit up the walls, lighting up the interior of the castle. These flames were special. They were floating in mid-air. If they were red in color, people might think that they were ghost fires. Wang Teng looked ahead and saw a long corridor. He activated the Eyes of Essence and walked forward when he didn't detect any hidden traps. He passed through the corridor and arrived at the main lobby of the castle. It was spacious and round. Although extravagant, it was simple and unsophisticated. The flames around it lit the lobby up brightly. After entering, Wang Teng could see the lobby clearly. His gaze shimmered. There was a white ball of light floating in the lobby. Other than that, there was nothing else. Is that the legacy? Wang Teng touched his chin and wondered. To be safe, he used his Eyes of Essence to look at it and confirmed that there weren't any problems. The ball of white light was a dead object. It wasn't a threat. This is the legacy crystal. Round Ball's astonished voice appeared in Wang Teng's mind. It hadn't spoken much ever since it came to the Flaming River world. This time, however, it couldn't control itself. Legacy crystal? This is a legacy item created by the lifetime experience and knowledge of a formidable warrior. It's similar to the legacy palace left behind by Master Nangong. Round Ball was envious, it exclaimed. You're so lucky. This must be the legacy of the owner of Flaming River World. This belongs to a universe-stage martial warrior. Many people will go crazy over it. I'm not lucky. I have the capability. Wang Teng chuckled. Round Ball rolled its eyes. But it had to admit that Wang Teng didn't rely solely on his luck to reach this far. Many times he relied on his ability. "How do I use this legacy crystal?" Wang Teng asked. "Use your spiritual power to pull it into your consciousness," Round Ball said. Wang Teng nodded. He released his spiritual power and enveloped the ball of white light with it. Then he pulled it over. Boom! The ball of white light exploded after reaching his consciousness, turning into numerous memory fragments. Scriptures, battle techniques, secret skills, and other memories floated in his mind. "Fuck! Round Ball, you tricked me?" Wang Teng was appalled. He sat down cross-legged and started digesting the vast amounts of information. I didn't know you would act so quickly." Round Ball came out from the life energy stone and glanced at Wang Teng with guilt. Suddenly, it saw a space ring from the corner of its eyes. It was floating at the spot where the ball of white light was. It gasped and muttered to itself, "Oh my God, his luck is heaven-defying." Chapter 1029, Emergency. The legacy left behind by the owner of Flaming River World was too huge. He was just a celestial stage martial warrior. Even a heaven stage martial warrior would require a long time to absorb it. Wang Teng should have obtained the legacy crystal and absorbed it slowly. However, Round Ball was making things difficult for him. It didn't say it clearly and caused him to absorb the legacy crystal directly into his consciousness, which then caused it to burst and turn into countless memory fragments in his mind. Wang Teng had to absorb them quickly now. If he took too long, the memory fragments that were not absorbed in time would disappear after all. These memory fragments had no owner and would not exist for long. Fortunately, Wang Teng's spirit was strong and could withstand this huge torrent of memory fragments and absorb them quickly. Even so, it would still take a lot of time. Time passed gradually outside Flaming River World. The head of the council and the others were passing time comfortably as the Qi family hosted them. These people represented the different factions of the empire and had high statuses. They would be treated with respect wherever they went. The Qi family was already on a decline. They didn't dare to offend the powerful families and figures from the Great Qian Planet. 13 days went by in a flash. As time passed, the Qi family monitored Flaming River World more closely. Qi Tiancheng had a Flaming River mirror. It could allow him to see what was going on in Flaming River World. They could only see what was happening on the surface, though. Otherwise, Flaming River World would have no secrets and would be scoured by them. But this was enough. They were only monitoring the degree of Flaming River World's collapse. The head of the council and the others gathered again under the fire tongue tree. Qi Ancheng tossed the mirror into the air and turned it into a round screen, showing the situation in Flaming River World. He then said calmly, "About 80% of Flaming River World has collapsed. It is faster than what we had expected. Originally, they estimated the destruction to take 15 days or longer. There was even a buffer, and there was plenty of time. Now, 80% of Flaming River World had already collapsed on the 13th day. It was a bit too fast." "I wonder what happened. Why did the collapse quicken?" the head asked. "A few days ago, the Flaming River suddenly dried up. However, I do not know why." Qi Tiancheng was also puzzled. It was impossible for him to keep an eye on Flaming River World all the time, and the mirror had its limitations too. It could only monitor small areas. The person using it had to adjust it to get the right location. After all, the mirror was owned by Flaming River World's creator. If it was in his hands, he could control it with a thought. Qi Encheng was unable to replicate his actions. A universe stage martial warrior's small world was full of wonders. Even a heaven stage martial warrior wouldn't be able to easily spy on it. That was why Qi Encheng didn't know that Wang Teng had obtained the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame, which caused the Flaming River to dry up and bring forward the collapse of the small world. Forget it. A small world is unpredictable. Flaming River World has existed for so long, it's time for it to retire. There was a hint of sadness in the council head's eyes after all. He was also a universe stage martial warrior. The owner of Flaming River World had fallen for countless years, and now even the small world that he had left behind had been scoured clean by the later generations to the point that it was about to collapse. It was heartbreaking. How much time is left? Valtero from the Parkers family frowned and asked, based on the speed of collapse, there are at most 5 hours before Flaming River World will cease to exist. Qi Tiancheng calculated and said, Council Head, do we tell them to return immediately? Valtero turned and asked, Send them the message. The head of the council nodded and instructed Qi Tiancheng. Qi Tiancheng had no objections and took out the token. With a thought, he connected it to Wang Teng and Cao Hongtu's tokens. In Flaming River World, Cao Hongtu and the others were waiting anxiously outside the volcano. They had to be anxious. Flaming River World was collapsing, and the destruction was slowly creeping towards the center. The surroundings had already plunged into the abyss. Swamps, plains, grasslands, everything in Flaming River World disintegrated and vanished into the dark abyss. Roar, roar. Not only that, but the star beasts were swarming from all directions. They fell into complete chaos in the face of death. It was a horrifying scene. Countless star beasts roared in despair. They simply couldn't keep up with the speed of the rifts and were torn apart. Blood spewed around and their limbs disappeared into the dimensional rifts. There were a few lucky ones that managed to escape and were rushing towards the volcano as if it was their safe haven. Cao Hongtu and the others were horrified by this scene. The Star Beast riot was not as frightening as the space collapsing. Despite being a heaven stage martial warrior, he couldn't stop it. Damn it! Why are they not out yet? Cao Hongtu's face was gloomy as he stared at the pillar of fire in front of him. And Lan stood in the sky with hands behind his back, as if he was admiring the scenery of space collapsing. He was extremely calm. And Feng and the others were used to it. They stood quietly behind him without uttering a word. No, I have to notify Sinclaman. Cao Hongtu used his watch and sent Sinclaman a message. Underneath the pillar of flame and outside the castle, Sinclaman immediately received the message. His expression changed. Flaming River World has almost collapsed. Why is it so fast? He was hesitant. He looked at the castle in front of him, and a strong sense of unwillingness emerged in his heart. The reason why he was unwilling to leave was that he was waiting for Wang Teng. Once he came out of the castle, he would be able to rob him. Although Wang Teng possessed space talent, he had a high chance to succeed if he struck when Wang Teng opened the door. Of course, there was only one chance. There was no other opportunity if he missed. However, Flaming River World was about to collapse and Wang Teng was still not coming out. Cao Hongtu's desperate urging made him nervous. Let's wait, I don't believe he won't come out. Sinclaman gritted his teeth with a grim expression. His eyes were fixed on the door and he didn't want to move away for one single moment. Time passed again. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Sinclaman had already received a dozen messages from Cao Hongtu. The collapse had already reached the group of volcanoes, and the situation was dire. Sinclaman ignored it and waited outside for another hour until the destruction reached the central volcano that they were at. Ah, he finally let out an unwilling roar. His eyes were bloodshot as he took one last glance at the firmly shut door before turning away. Chapter 1030. Our boss can't pretend anymore. Huh. Was that Sinclaman shouting? Right after Sinclaman left, the door of the castle opened a tiny gap and Wang Teng shot out. He scratched his head as he muttered to himself. He was very careful. When he came out, he used a space skill to prevent Sinclaman from sneaking an attack on him, but he soon realized that he was thinking too much. Sinclaman had left. Wang Teng, let's go. The collapse has reached this place, Roundball said. It saw the message and Lan had sent to Wang Teng. What are you afraid of? The space is just collapsing. We won't die. Wang Teng replied calmly. Roundball was shocked by Wang Teng's boasting. It turned silent for a moment before it said grimly, Don't joke around. The collapse of this small world is more dangerous than the dimensional rifts in the normal world. A single mistake, and you will be sucked in. It's almost impossible to escape if you do. You might possess space talent, but you can't underestimate its destructive power? Oh, is it that frightening? Wang Teng was stunned. Let's talk after you go out. You can see it for yourself outside, Round Ball said anxiously. Wang Teng smiled. He didn't agree with Round Ball, but he didn't refute it either. Tapping the ground, he jumped into the pillar of fire above him. Sin Clayman darted out of the fire pillar above the volcano. The instant he saw the collapsing space outside, he squinted. He was astounded by the image. The power of space had formed a tornado in the emptiness. Everything in its path was churned into dust. It was exceptionally terrifying. At first he was furious with Cao Hongtu, but when he saw this scene, all his anger disappeared. He was filled with gratitude. He felt fortunate that he came out early. If not, he might have perished here. You're finally out. Cao Hongtu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Sin Clayman. He almost panicked. Yes. Sin Clayman nodded. Did you get it? Cao Hongtu asked. Sin Clayman shook his head with a somber expression. What about Wang Teng? Cao Hongtu asked again. His expression changed slightly. He entered the legacy ground and is still inside. Sin Clayman's face turned black when he mentioned Wang Teng. He couldn't control the anger burning in his heart. What? He entered the legacy ground? Cao Hongtu exclaimed in shock. They didn't use voice transmission to communicate, so Enlan heard Cao Hongtu's words. He blinked and appeared surprised. I didn't think he could enter the place. Whether he can get the legacy is another thing. He hasn't come out, so he might have died along with the legacy. Sin Clayman snorted. He was in a bad mood. Cao Hongtu wasn't convinced, though. He wanted to say that this was just one possibility. The other was that Wang Teng would come out safely with the legacy crack. At this moment, they heard a crisp sound coming from the space around them. Something seemed to be cracking. Everyone's expression changed. They raised their heads and saw tiny pitch-black cracks appearing in the air above them and spreading out like spider webs. They filled up the air, looking ghastly. Damn it, the space is collapsing around us. We need to leave quickly, Sin Clayman shouted in fear. But my daughter is still in Wang Teng's hands. Cao Hongtu hesitated at the crucial moment. Sin Clayman almost raged. Who was the one urging him some time ago? Now that he was out, Cao Hongtu started to worry about his daughter and didn't want to leave. Was he disregarding him? Once the space collapses, you won't be able to leave even with the token. Think about it carefully. Sin Clayman sneered. Cao Hongtu was in a dilemma. Wang Teng has the token. If he comes out, he'll bring your daughter along. If he doesn't, your daughter has no chance either. It's useless to wait here, Sin Clayman continued. All right, let's go. Cao Hongtu finally made his decision. He took out his token immediately and activated it. A ray of light shot out from the token, and a glowing door appeared in the sky. It seemed a little fragile with all the space tumbling around it. Go! Cao Hongtu almost got a shock when he saw this scene. He shouted in a hurry. Sin Clayman and the others were appalled too. They charged towards the door without any hesitation. Swoosh! 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 They entered the glowing door at the speed of light. Cao Wu was a little hesitant, but he could only sigh in the face of this life-or-death situation. Then he disappeared through the door, and Lan and the others saw the glowing door distorting before it disappeared. They started to get worried. What should we do? There isn't enough time, and Wang Teng still isn't out, a mecha martial warrior finally asked. He couldn't control his composure anymore. It's useless to worry. The token is with Wang Teng. We can only wait for him to come out, and Lan replied helplessly. At this moment, a peal of faint laughter was heard from the pillar of fire behind them, and Lan and the others turned around in surprise. They saw a figure leaping out from the pillar of fire with another person in his hand. They were Wang Teng and Cao Jiao. Wang Teng purposely took Cao Jiao out of his space fragment and hid in the pillar of fire to watch this good show. Cao Jiao felt numb, her gaze gloomy. She seemed to have suffered a huge blow and was having a breakdown. Cao Hongtu did the right thing, but as the person involved, she felt abandoned. You're finally willing to come out." And Lan was overjoyed. He rushed over and shouted, "Quick, let's go. It'll be too late if we wait any longer." The other three Mikas, our boss can't pretend anymore. Indeed, this is his true face. Wang Teng saw An Lan putting on an act just now, so when he saw his scared expression, his gaze turned strange. "Don't be impatient. We're not done yet." Wang Teng glanced at the collapsing space around them. He could see countless attribute bubbles ripe for picking. There were so many of them with no end. This small world was able to drop these many attribute bubbles. It was unbelievable. Nothing is more important than our lives. The space is collapsing. If we don't leave, we'll die. I can't resist the terrifying power of space. Don't rely on me. And Lan said agitatedly, "Don't worry, I have my own way." Wang Teng ignored him and started picking up the attribute bubbles happily. His spiritual power turned into numerous thin strings with a hint of space power in them. They started to spread out and stick to the attribute bubbles, pulling them in. Chapter 1031, Work Harder and I'll Be Able to Kill a High-Level Cosmos Stage Martial Warrior. Space 20, Space Fragment 100, Space 30, Space 80, Space Fragment 60, Constellation Force Fire 1200, Constellation Force Fire 2000, Blank Attribute 5000, Space Fragment 150. Numerous attribute bubbles swarmed toward Wang Teng and merged with his body. He was elated. There were so many of them, it was impossible to count them. He never expected the collapse of this small world to give him so many goodies besides space attributes. There were Constellation Fire Force and Blank attributes. The star beasts in Flaming River World were annihilated by the space power, but the attribute bubbles they dropped hadn't disappeared completely. Wang Teng got the most benefits. Numerous Constellation Fire Force attributes flowed into Wang Teng's body. They turned into his cultivation and pushed his stage forward gradually. He had already reached the 3rd level of the celestial stage, but his cultivation was skyrocketing now. 4th level, celestial stage. 5th level, celestial stage. 6th level, celestial stage. Not only that, the space attributes turned into space power in his body and roamed around. It was a mystical power that was slightly gray and muddy in color. As it merged into Wang Teng's body, it formed a cocoon of light around him, enveloping him inside. This situation had never happened before, but it did now. It was because Wang Teng had absorbed too much space power. And Lan was beside him and noticed Wang Teng's change immediately. This is the power of space. And Lan was bewildered. Astonishment filled up his heart. He was also a little confused. What's going on? What just happened? He wanted to persuade Wang Teng to hurry, but this happened. What thick space power. How is he so lucky? And Lan didn't know how to describe his emotions. He could only gasp in shock. There was thick space power gathered around Wang Teng. He must possess the space talent. Space talent was extremely rare. Anyone with this talent was the cream of the crop. Also, Wang Teng gained this enlightenment after looking at the collapsing world. His comprehension ability was incredibly high. Wang Teng's image rose tremendously in his heart. Even as a heaven stage martial warrior, he was awestruck. No wonder he's so confident. With space talent, he will be able to keep us safe even if the small world collapses, and Lan muttered to himself. Boss, Mr. Wang Teng is extraordinary. The other 3 mechas gasped in astonishment. Very extraordinary, and Lan exclaimed. He knew Wang Teng's real identity. He was a triple field Grand Master. This was scary enough. Additionally, he had high martial arts and rare space talent. Was he even a human? Round Ball, who was in the Life Energy Stone, was so dumbstruck that it lost its voice for a long time. It thought that Wang Teng's space talent was powerful, but from the looks of it, it had underestimated him. The space power had turned into a cocoon of light around him. This was appalling. This meant that the space collapse wouldn't affect him. Wang Teng didn't know what the others were thinking. He was immersed in his own transformation. More and more space power surged into his body, changing his cells such that they got more and more connected to space. At the same time, the space fragment in his mind expanded. It grew from 10,000 to 20,000 square meters and was still going strong. Cao Jiaoao was thrown back into the space fragment. She forgot where she was and stared at the vibrating ground in astonishment. Then, the ground started expanding into the distance without stopping. What's going on? Cao Jiaoxiao swallowed her saliva absent-mindedly. She started to find Wang Teng even more mysterious, feeling that she couldn't understand him anymore. He was shrouded in a ball of mist. The Cao family shouldn't have made him their enemy. Cao Jiaojiao gave a bitter smile. Time passed. The space around them had collapsed and swallowed the volcano in the center. And Lan stared at the disintegrating volcano below him. He was astounded. Fear welled up in his heart. Suddenly, faint space fluctuations started spreading out from the light cocoon around Wang Teng. They created an invisible shield around everyone. The berserk space power around them gradually calmed down. They were protected from all the harm, and Lan and the others felt their fear disappearing. They let out a long sigh and glanced at one another. They could still feel the lingering creeps nonetheless. They finally believed that Wang Teng had the ability to protect them. Hence, they sat down cross-legged around Wang Teng and protected the light cocoon in the center. And Lan didn't treat Wang Teng as his employer anymore. This time, he honestly wanted to befriend him. Befriend him as a heaven-stage martial warrior. Wang Teng was worth it. After a seemingly long time, the cocoon of light started to dim. Wang Teng's figure slowly appeared in everyone's eyes. He's awake. And Lan and the others looked at him happily. Wang Teng opened his eyes. A queer rune flashed in them. This was a display of space power. The edge of his lips lifted up uncontrollably. Huge gain. This was a huge gain. If he were to say his greatest gain this time, Wang Teng felt that it wasn't the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame or the legacy of Flaming River World. Instead, it was the rise in his space talent and the expansion of his space fragment. Of course, the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame and the legacy were amazing, but in comparison, the last two items were more important. Space Physique, 15,250/3000. Third rank, Space Fragment, Namen in 5600, Namen Namenir. Wang Teng's Space Physique rose by 2 ranks, jumping from the first to the third rank. This was a huge leap. Space Physique had different ranks too. Third rank Space Physique allowed Wang Teng to control space power easily. He had the same level of understanding and grasp as a universe-stage martial warrior. If Wang Teng learned more commonly used space battle techniques, he could resist a cosmos-stage martial warrior with his current strength and even kill him. The only space battle technique he had was the Space Tornado. However, it required a lot of energy and force. If he executed it, it could be a threat to heaven-stage martial warriors. At the same time, his body would bear huge pressure. He would easily be at a disadvantage, so Wang Teng wouldn't use this skill unless necessary. You could say that the rise in space talent finally allowed him to have the ability to stand firm in the universe. Cao Hongtu wouldn't be able to harm him easily if he went out now. Wang Teng had the confidence to fight them face to face. As for the size of the space fragment, it had increased to more than 105,000 square meters. This was many times bigger than before. Although it was nothing compared to Flaming River World, it was big enough for him. He could store many things inside, including a universe spacecraft. Also, Wang Teng's Constellation Fire Force had reached the 7th level celestial stage Constellation Fire Force, 3,570,000, celestial stage 7th level. Before he entered Flaming River World, his Constellation Fire Force was at the 9th level planetary stage. Now it had reached the 7th level celestial stage. This increase was unimaginable. No one would believe him if he told them. Cao Hongtu thought that he was still a planetary stage martial warrior. He didn't know his incredible gains. Wang Teng had surpassed all their expectations. 7th level celestial stage ability with space talent was enough to kill a 5th level cosmos stage martial warrior easily. If he worked harder, he could kill a high-level Cosmos stage martial warrior too. As for the blank attributes, blank attribute 8865 Arod Wang, Tang's eyes lit up. He had more than 88,000 blank attributes. The blank attributes came at the right time since he needed to learn some space techniques. He calmed himself down before turning to look at Anlan. "Let's go, we should leave now. They must be panicking." "Ha ha ha ha, Cao Hongtu probably thinks you're dead," and Lan gloated as he laughed. Chapter 1032. Y'all ran really fast. Under the fire Tung tree, amid a flash of light, a few figures stepped out of the tree hole. "They're out," Chai Tiancheng said hurriedly. He was elated. He knew that the participants of this trial were special. It wouldn't be a good thing if they died in Flaming River World. Thus, he was happy to see them return safely. The head of the chamber saw them too. The spectators realized that Cao Hongtu and his team had returned, but Wang Teng's group was nowhere in sight. "Are y'all the only ones who came out?" the head of the chamber asked. "Junior brother Wang Teng is still in Flaming River World." Cao Hongtu shook his head and revealed a perfect amount of sadness. He was putting on an act in front of others again, pretending to be a good senior brother. Sinclaman snorted in contempt in his heart when he saw his response. Superficial. Fake. He couldn't stand this man. Cao Wu pretended that he didn't see anything. He was still immersed in the guilt of abandoning Cao Zhaojiao. He didn't have a good relationship with his siblings since every one of them had different viewpoints and interests, but they were still blood-related. He wasn't a heartless man. "Let's wait a while longer," the head of the chamber suggested. The flaming river mirror above them turned blurry and exploded with a bang. The image shown in the mirror also disappeared. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Flaming River World has collapsed. The flaming river mirror is useless, and we can't see the situation inside anymore. I'm afraid the possibility of their survival is grim. Chie Tiancheng's pupils constricted as he spoke in a dismal tone. The head of the chamber was a universe stage martial warrior. He had been through many situations, so his composure was well trained. He quickly reacted and nodded in agreement. Everyone started discussing in low voices. However, since the head hadn't spoken, they continued waiting in place. After all, no one knew the result until the last moment. "How is it?" Valteru asked Sinclaman through voice transmission. "That fellow entered the location of the final legacy. He hadn't come out when I left," Sinclaman reported truthfully. "That means he still has a chance to come out." Valteru frowned. The legacy of a universe stage martial warrior isn't easy to get. That fellow is just a planetary stage martial warrior who overestimated his own ability. He probably has no chance of leaving the small world. Sinclaman snorted. While they were talking, the glow within the tree hole distorted before dissipating. The entrance to the Flaming River World had disappeared. There was a huge commotion. This time there was no hope. Cao Hongtu and Sinclaman were elated. They exchanged glances with each other and saw an inconspicuous smile at the corner of each other's lips. This was the best ending. Was that bastard finally dead? They hated Wang Teng to the core, so they wished that he could drop dead. Thus, when they saw this scene, they wanted to scream to vent the frustration and anger in their hearts. But when Sinclaman remembered the 2 divine flames Wang Teng had, he felt his heart breaking. Those were divine flames, and there were 2. It was a pity that they were gone. Sinclaman felt his heart throbbing as if he had lost a few billion. It was all that brat's fault. He would rather die than pass him the divine flames. The divine flames would vanish along with the small world. No matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be able to retrieve it. Cao Hongtu heaved a sigh of relief. They hadn't completed most of the missions for this trial. If Wang Teng was here, he might lose. The good thing was, Wang Teng died in Flaming River World, making him the winner by default. Ha ha ha. If the situation allowed him to, he wanted to laugh. He was the final winner. No one could take the title away from him. Wang Teng was just a planetary stage martial warrior. He was seeking death when he decided to fight with him. The other members of the chamber sighed. No one expected the trial to end in this manner. The young man who dared to challenge a heaven-stage martial warrior still lost in the end. Although many members of the chamber looked down on Wang Teng, who had no background, they admired his courage. Well, at least he was a brave country bumpkin. The head of the chamber stood up with his forever calm expression. No one could tell what he was thinking. Maybe he didn't care about this planetary stage martial warrior either. Head, Cao Hongtu is the winner of this trial, right? Cao Hongtu stood up and said after bowing. A sharp glint flashed past Cao Hongtu's eyes. Ambition was growing in his heart. The Baron's title belonged to him. Finally, no one could threaten him now. He looked at the head of the chamber with burning eyes, waiting for this elder to say the final verdict. He had waited too many years for this result. To him, every single second was torture. He might be a heaven-stage martial warrior, but he had a hard time controlling the agitation in his heart. He wished he could pry open the elder's mouth and force him to speak. Unfortunately, he didn't have the guts. Since the result is out, the elder's calm voice finally resounded. Suddenly, he stopped, staring at the tree hole. The tree hole was shimmering. The space in the hole started to distort, and the vanished door appeared again. Cao Hongtu and Sin Clement were flabbergasted. They were filled with disbelief. How was that possible? Bewilderment overwhelmed their hearts. They couldn't accept the truth and stared intently at the space door. Their gazes were sinister. The calmness and pretense a second ago were gone. None of them wished to see Wang Teng's figure. However, at this stage, they had no say over anything. A few figures stepped out from the light. The person leading the way was wearing a battle uniform. He stood up straight and had a calm smile on his face. He was Wang Teng. The mecha martial warriors followed closely behind him, like his guards Cao Hongtu and Sin Clement's expressions turned ugly. They almost went mad. They nearly jumped in joy when they thought Wang Teng had died in Flaming River World. Yet he was standing right in front of them now. This was a tight slap in their faces. Why? Why isn't he dead? Cao Hongtu's eyes were bloodshot. He almost went out of control. The Baron's title flew away the moment it touched his hands. His title was gone. After a moment of daze, the members of the chamber were dumbfounded. Some started to gloat, looking back and forth between Cao Hongtu and Wang Teng. This was an exceptionally interesting scene. Hey, everyone is here. Wang Teng stepped out of the door and greeted everyone after looking around. Then he paused and focused on Cao Hongtu. He chuckled. Senior Brother Cao, Sir Sin Clement, y'all ran really fast. You guys disappeared before I came out from the legacy location. I thought something happened to you. Cao Hongtu, Sin Clement, Chapter 1033. This is too much. Cao Hongtu and Sin Clement were infuriated. What did he mean by that? He made them sound like cowards who were afraid of death. He was ruining their reputation. The others didn't think much at first, since they wouldn't dare to stay in Flaming River World when it was collapsing either. It was understandable that Cao Hongtu and his team came out first. Moreover, they exited it just before the world collapsed. However, after hearing Wang Teng's words, everyone started to think differently. These two heaven-stage martial warriors weren't as calm as a planetary stage martial warrior. They ran away while Wang Teng came out almost at the last second. This comparison portrayed the difference between them. Cao Hongtu and Sin Clement's faces turned black when they noticed everyone's gazes. Wang Teng ignored them with a smile. He turned to look at the head of the chamber and bowed. Head, I've completed all 3 missions. All 3 missions? Everyone was stunned. Wait, he said that he entered the legacy location, right? That's right. That's what he said. By completing the 3 missions, it means that he's gotten the legacy. There was a commotion. Everyone was shocked by Wang Teng's words. The last legacy had remained untouched for many years, yet Wang Teng managed to get it. Was he telling the truth? Some people noticed Cao Hongtu and Sin Clement's expressions and had their answers. Qi Tiancheng was dumbstruck. He stared at Wang Teng in disbelief. Did this young man receive the final legacy from their ancestor? They had tried multiple times but failed. Many talents before him failed to get it too. How did he succeed? Even the head of the chamber was stunned, he confirmed. "Oh, did you really get it?" Wang Teng smiled. A fire pattern appeared on his forehead. This fire pattern was formed after he absorbed the legacy crystal into his body. Normally, legacies left behind would have their own mark. This was a symbol of identity. Indeed, this is the mark of the Flaming River legacy. The head nodded. Qi Tiancheng recognized the mark instantly. The little hope left in his heart vanished. Wang Teng got the legacy. This was an undeniable truth. Sinclaman's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He didn't get the divine flames, nor the legacy. Immense frustration and exasperation were devouring him. The legacy mark on Wang Teng's forehead couldn't be fake. Thus, no one questioned him. Wang Teng received the legacy, so he was most likely the final winner, unless Cao Hongtu finished the other two missions. That was the only way he could fight with Wang Teng. However, Cao Hongtu wasn't confident. His brows were locked in a tight frown. Wang Teng smirked. He didn't want to end it like this, so he blinked and took out the flaming river crystals and the fire-black toads from his space ring. Boom! With a dull thud, a heap of fire-black toad corpses and flaming red crystals appeared on the ground. They piled up beside the crowd like two small hills. Everyone was bewildered. "These are the flaming river crystals I dug up and the fire-black toads I killed. There are more than 50,000 kilograms of flaming river crystals and more than 2,000 fire-black toads," Wang Teng said calmly. Silence. Goodness. There was silence for a moment. Then gasps resounded all around. The crowd was thunderstruck. 50,000 kilograms of flaming river crystals. 2,000 fire-black toads. To top it all off, most of them were mid-tier Imperial-level star beasts. How did Wang Teng do it? No one dared to say that they could achieve the same results if they entered Flaming River World. Mind you, the resources in Flaming River World had depleted greatly over the years, especially the Flaming River crystals. Even though the majority of them had been dug up, he still managed to find 50,000 kilograms. This was unbelievable. Qiancheng understood the situation of the Flaming River crystals the most. When he saw this scene, he wondered if Wang Teng bought numerous Flaming River crystals before he entered the small world and took them out to add to his tally. But after thinking about it carefully, this was impossible. Flaming River crystals were the specialty product of Flaming River World. It was hard to find them outside, so he wouldn't be able to gather 50,000 kilograms of them. Thus, it was highly likely that Wang Teng excavated them from Flaming River World. Was he a mole? Qi Tiancheng started complaining in his heart. If Wang Teng knew what he was thinking, he might spit saliva on his face. To hell with being a mole. Was he wrong to collect more Flaming River crystals? Fortunately, he couldn't read Qi Tiancheng's mind. Wang Teng turned to Cao Hongtu and reminded him sincerely, "Senior brother Cao, what about you? Why don't you take yours out for us to count?" Cao Hongtu's face turned green. What an evil fellow. He won, yet he still wanted to trample his ego. It was obvious that he wanted to embarrass him. "No need. I admit defeat." Cao Hongtu had no choice but to swallow his frustration. He recalled how proud and confident he was when he entered Flaming River World. He felt bitter. He had nothing left. He lost. He lost entirely. Ashamed, Cao Hongtu almost fainted. He wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible. No one expected Cao Hongtu to admit defeat so quickly. They were surprised. After all, this would affect who got the Baron's title. Cao Hongtu had been working hard and scheming for this title for numerous decades. Would he be willing to admit defeat now? No one would understand Cao Hongtu's unwillingness. However, he didn't have a choice. The result was final. He had no chance of turning the tides. "Senior brother, why did you admit defeat? We haven't compared our spoils yet." Wang Teng asked in a puzzled tone. Everyone, even Cao Hongtu, couldn't control his anger this time. He glared at Wang Teng as he was burning with fury. He had given up pretending. Everyone had a new understanding of how evil Wang Teng was. He perfectly showed how to slap someone in the face in public. "Wang Teng, don't go overboard," Cao Hongtu shouted. "Did I? I just feel that it's a pity if you admit defeat before comparing what if you perform better for the first 2 missions. After all, your team had 2 heaven stage martial warriors. If you put in the effort, you can win," Wang Teng said. Cao Hongtu froze. He didn't know what to say. His face assuming the hue of green, his gaze turned sharp. Everyone finally realized that Sinclaimon had entered Flaming River World with Cao Hongtu too. That meant that Wang Teng won against 2 heaven stage martial warriors. Was he too strong, or were Cao Hongtu and Sinclaimon too weak? Everyone stared at Sinclaimon and Cao Hongtu strangely. This is too much. Sinclaimon's face turned hideous when he saw those gazes. He was so angry his body started trembling. Chapter 24. If anyone dared to offend him, he would get rid of all of them. Tisk, tisk. This Wang Teng is not a weakling. Cao Hongtu and Sinclaimon will probably die of anger. Someone who dares to compete for the title alone is not a simple person. He's a bit evil. With that character, only a few of our juniors can compare to him. That's true. This young fellow is really interesting. When he becomes a baron, we can let our youngsters get together. The members of the noble family consultation chamber talked amongst each other. After all, they were not the ones affected. Although they lowered their voices, everyone present was powerful martial warriors. They could hear all the chatter. That was why Sinclaimon and Cao Hongtu's faces became gloomier. However, they were helpless and depressed. In particular, these noble families saw Wang Teng in another light, and they didn't prevent their younger generations from interacting with him. Perhaps to them the title of the Baron was enough of a qualification to interact with them. Of course, they were optimistic about Wang Teng. After all, he was young and dared to confront a heaven stage martial warrior. This wasn't something anyone could do. All right, all right. The head of the council waved his hand and said, "This is the end of the trial. Wang Teng has won." "Thank you, sir." Since the head of the council had spoken, Wang Teng accepted it readily and didn't provoke Cao Hongtu and Sinclaimon any longer. "You don't have to thank me. This is the result of your own efforts." The head of the council spoke calmly. "It's over. Everyone, follow me back to Great Qian Planet." "Yes," the crowd responded. Wang Teng bowed to the council head. He then kept away the fire-black toads and flaming river crystals. These were the harvests of his trip and were of great benefit to Little White and the metal armor flaming scorpion. They couldn't be wasted. "Mr. Qi, our business is over. We'll leave soon," the head of the council said to Qi Tiancheng. "Understood. I'll send off council head and everyone." Qi Tiancheng nodded. He then personally sent everyone outside the Yichai family's residence and watched them board the Rune Energy flying cars that were parked at the docks. Wang Teng also followed everyone and boarded the flying car. Tiancheng looked at Wang Teng. He wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, it turned into a sigh. He had obtained the legacy, and it didn't have anything to do with the Yichai family. Wang Teng and the others left the residence and went straight to the docks. They then boarded the spacecraft and headed back to Great Qian Planet. Everything was the same as when they came. There was no disturbance. However, everyone knew that when they returned to the Great Qian Planet, there would be an uproar in the upper circles of the Empire. The Empire has not had a new noble for many years. Although the Baron title was a legacy left by an old noble, it was going to a new person. He wasn't a descendant of any family, and a renowned and established martial warrior from the Empire either. The inheritor was just someone from an underdeveloped planet, and he was a planetary stage martial warrior. If this was in the past, it would have been impossible for him to obtain the title. Yet Wang Teng managed to do it. He defeated the heaven stage martial warrior Cao Hongtu fair and square and obtained the title. No one could question it. That was why, once the result spread on the Great Qian Planet, it would definitely surprise everyone. The day when Wang Teng inherited the title of Baron, it would be an extremely rare event at this moment on the spacecraft. Sinclaman and Valtero from the Parker's family and Cao Hongtu were gathered in a spacious and luxurious room. Sinclaman was talking about the encounters in Flaming River World. What? 2 divine flames? Valtero's eyes widened. His face was full of disbelief. If it wasn't for Sinclaman and Cao Hongtu's repeated assurances, he wouldn't have believed it. This was truly unbelievable. A divine flame was already rare. Wang Teng actually had 2 of them, and one of them was even discovered in Flaming River World. Valtero wanted to strangle Sinclaman. He was so useless. 2 heaven stage martial warriors couldn't compete with a planetary stage martial warrior. What did he need them for? The 2 of you are useless. Valtero's eyes were red as he lambasted them. Cao Hongtu and Sinclaman had nasty expressions. However, they didn't dare to refute Valtero. This was because his status in the Parkers was special. He was the family head successor, and he had the potential to reach the universe stage. That brat actually has 2 divine flames. We must let the elders know and let them come forward. Valtero took a few deep breaths and calmed himself down. However, we will have to wait. After all, he has just inherited the title. If we act too soon, there will undoubtedly be contempt towards the Empire. Sinclaman and Cao Hongtu also knew that this was the only way forward and nodded. The atmosphere in the room became depressing. "There's one more thing," Sinclaman said. "Tell me everything at once," Valtero said coldly. "That bastard possesses space talent." "Space talent?" Valtero was stunned again. "How is it possible that he has space talent?" Cao Hongtu was also shocked. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Nothing is impossible. I saw it with my own eyes. Otherwise, do you think he could survive in my hands?" Sinclaman said. Valtero and Cao Hongtu found it hard to believe, but they had to admit Sinclaman made sense. A planetary stage martial warrior who could make a heaven stage martial warrior yield to him repeatedly was indeed abnormal. He wouldn't have been able to do it if he didn't have a trump card. We have to get rid of that brat. His threat is much bigger than Nangong Yue back then. He will definitely be a threat to us when the time comes, Valtero said in a cold voice. On the other side, Wang Teng was in his room counting his loot. He didn't know what Cao Hongtu and the others were doing, but he could guess that after what had happened, they would be thinking of ways to target him. He had originally wanted to find an opportunity in Flaming River World to kill Cao Hongtu and Sinclaman. However, there was the legacy of Flaming River World owner and the attribute bubbles. There was no time for him to pay attention to them, so he had to let them off this time round. They were already at each other's throats, and it was impossible for them to ease the tension between them. It didn't matter whether they knew about his talent. Besides, if he killed Sinclaman, the Parkers wouldn't have let him off either. It was all the same. The most important thing was for him to improve himself. Now, his space talent could threaten heaven stage martial warriors. He could protect himself and gain a footing in the Great Qian Empire. He didn't have to worry about being their target. If they gave him time to develop, he wouldn't fear the Parkers family. If anyone dared to offend him, he would get rid of all of them. Chapter 1035. The Inheritance of the Flaming River Martial Warrior. A Huge Treasure. 1. In the Universe spacecraft. In the room. Wang Teng fiddled with the ring that had complex fire patterns on its surface. He studied them carefully and asked, "Is this the space ring left by the owner of Flaming River World?" "I think so. It was embedded in the Legacy Stone, and only appeared after you absorbed the Legacy Stone." Roundball nodded and touched its chin after it came out from the Life Energy Stone. "Let's see what's inside." Wang Teng sent his spirit into the space ring with a glimmer in his eyes. Roundball waited patiently at the side, staring at Wang Teng without moving. After some time, Wang Teng's spirit came out from the space ring. His eyes were shining with glee. "How is it?" Roundball asked hurriedly. "There's a lot of good stuff," Wang Teng exclaimed. "Feck. I know that there are many good things. This is the space ring left by a universe stage martial warrior. Quick, what items are there?" Roundball shot back. When it followed Nangong Yue, it mostly met Cosmos stage martial warriors. It had never seen the treasures of a universe stage martial warrior. However, after following Wang Teng, who came from a backward planet, it managed to see a universe stage martial warrior's spatial ring. It hadn't been long since it followed Wang Teng, so this was unimaginable. It was filled with curiosity. This was the inheritance of a universe stage martial warrior. Left outside, it would definitely cause a huge uproar and bloodbath. Wang Teng took out a small box and opened it. There was a fiery red bank card inside. The special symbol of the Flaming River martial warrior was printed on it. A bank card from Universe Bank? Roundball immediately recognized the card. It widened its eyes and exclaimed, "What's more, this is an exclusive bank card." That's right. Based on the will of the Flaming River martial warrior, there seems to be a huge wealth inside. Wang Teng nodded. "Quick, check how much there is." Roundball was going crazy. A universe stage martial warrior definitely had his pockets full. It was dying to know the exact contents. "Log in and check the account yourself." Wang Teng threw the card at it calmly. Roundball caught it hurriedly. This bank card was made from a special material. Cosmos stage martial warriors wouldn't be able to damage it, but it was still nervous because there was a huge sum of money inside. This wasn't an ordinary card. It quickly logged in to the virtual internet page of Universe Bank to check the bank card. "Dear 5-star client, greetings. Your account balance is 288,990. A female voice was heard. It wasn't a dead robotic voice. Instead, it was a mesmerizing lady's voice that was pleasant and elegant. It could melt people's hearts. Only high-level clients of Universe Bank could enjoy this privilege. They could customize the voice according to their tastes. Wang Teng didn't think that the owner of Flaming River World was this kind of person. Did he like young ladies? Cough. I'm focusing on the wrong thing. Let's go back. Wang Teng turned his head when he heard the string of numbers and the number of zeros behind them. He was appalled. He knew that the amount inside the bank card was big since the owner of Flaming River World placed it specially in a box. However, the number still exceeded his expectations, 28.89 trillion. Yes, 28.89 trillion. Wang Teng almost sold the lightning essence insect he found inside his stone for 4 trillion GQC when he was rock gambling. At that time, he felt that it was a huge sum, but it wasn't even 1/7 of the balance on the card. Besides, that was in GQC. This sum was in universe coins, UC. What was UC universe coins were used universally. Its value was only slightly higher than the GQC because the Great Qian Empire was already a high-tier civilization. It was at the top of the pyramid when compared to the other powerful factions in the universe. So the value of its currency was similar to the value of the universal currency. In summary, Wang Teng got extremely rich overnight. Roundball took a deep breath. It felt an upsurge of emotions. It was an intelligent life form, but it had never seen this much money. There were many treasures in the Nangong family's vault, but this universe stage martial warrior's wealth could give them a run for their money. Wang Teng accumulated such wealth even before he got the Baron's title. Roundball felt that it had been wasting its life. It couldn't compare with Wang Teng. It didn't dare to either. This is a 5-star bank card. You can get many privileges from it. You can bind it to your name. Roundball reminded Wang Teng after calming down. "All right, I'll leave it to you," Wang Teng said. Roundball rolled its eyes. It never got a share of good things, yet it was always doing the hard work. Wang Teng was relaxed. This was the benefit of having an intelligent life form. It could solve any problem. It was convenient and dependable. Very soon, with Roundball's help, Wang Teng bound his name to the bank card and became a 5-star client of Universe Bank. He was a person with many privileges now. Universe Bank's bank cards were differentiated by the number of stars, going from 1 to 9 stars. The greater the number of stars, the better the privileges. 5 stars was already a high level. Only universe stage martial warriors could reach this level. The unnamed bank card Nangong Yue left behind was good, but it was only a 3-star card. Actually, this is nothing, Wang Teng said. This is nothing? Wait, is there something incredible in the space ring? Roundball asked. You look like a bumpkin. Wang Teng glanced at it from the corner of his eyes. Chapter 1036. The Inheritance of the Flaming River Martial Warrior. A huge treasure, too. What the round ball never thought that Wang Teng would look down on it one day. It was in a bad mood. In the past, it was always the one looking down on Wang Teng. Now, the tides had turned, but it couldn't do anything. It realized that ever since Wang Teng stepped onto the big stage, he progressed at an unimaginable speed. It couldn't view him like how it did in the past, or it would embarrass itself. It twirled its pupils and gave a cheeky expression as it said, "Come on, take it out. Please fulfill this bumpkin's wish and let me broaden my horizons." Wang Teng was rendered speechless. He gave it a strange look. Round Ball was shameless and had no ego. But he had to admit that he felt refreshed when he saw it lowering its back. This fellow was so arrogant at the start. It probably felt that it was Wang Teng's honor to have an intelligent life form like it serving him. Hence, Wang Teng took out a blade. It was entirely red, and there were countless runes carved on the surface. They were complex and mysterious. A thick aura of origin spread out, releasing powerful vibrations in the air. "A universe-level weapon," Round Ball exclaimed in shock. Universe-level weapons were extraordinary. The runes carved on them weren't ordinary. They were origin runes, closely related to the origin of the universe. Not all blacksmiths could forge these weapons. Even Wang Teng wouldn't be able to forge a universe-level weapon with his current mastery. This was why Round Ball was astounded. Universe-level weapons were exceptionally expensive. Some were even priceless. Every universe-level weapon was precious. A universe-level weapon was more expensive than the price of 100 life planets. Wang Teng recalled that when he left Earth, he couldn't even afford to buy a life planet. Now, a single item in his hand was worth so much. He felt emotional. "There are many similar weapons like this in the space ring," Wang Teng said with a smile. "Many similar weapons? Oh my God, as expected of a universe stage martial warrior, he's rich," Round Ball shouted in disbelief. Wang Teng took out a few other weapons. There were boxing gloves, swords, shields. There were more than 10 weapons, and all of them were giving off the aura of origin. They were all universe-level weapons. FKFKF, Round Ball cursed 3 times consecutively. It was dumbfounded. These universe-level weapons were worth as much as a galaxy. What kind of concept was this? There were more than 10,000 life planets in a galaxy. Their combined price was an astonishing number. However, these weapons were worth more than them. It was hard to believe. Wang Teng's gaze landed on one of the weapons, a silver-white long spear that gave off a strange chill. It had the ice element. The blade was of the fire element, but not all the weapons were the same. There were other elements, too. It was obvious that the Flaming River martial warrior didn't use all these weapons. Some were probably his battle trophies. As a famous and experienced universe stage martial warrior, it was pretty normal. Ice element weapons were rare and expensive. Wang Teng possessed the ice element, so he could use this weapon. However, his ice force had not advanced to the planetary stage. It was lagging a little far behind. He touched his chin. When he had the chance, he would have to raise his ice force. Besides the ice element, he could use other element weapons, too. After all, he was an all-rounder. The low-class weapons he used in the past could be thrown away. Anyway, he was a celestial stage martial warrior. If he used universe-level weapons, would other people try to snatch it from him out of greed? Good stuff. This is all good stuff. Round Ball was still in awe. It caressed the weapons as if they were precious treasures. All right, let's look at other things. Wang Teng kept the weapon. He was afraid it would provoke hysteria in this oddball. Round Ball wanted to continue, but it knew that its actions were too exaggerated. It coughed awkwardly and restrained its longing gaze. Wang Teng chuckled in his heart as he took out another item. This was dark red battle armor. There were beautiful fire and cloud patterns on the surface with numerous mysterious runes wrapped around them. It gave off a dense aura of fire origin from afar. It looked like a ball of flame burning furiously. This was universe-level battle armor. Gasp. Round Ball was staggered. A universe-level armor. A complete set of universe-level battle armor. This was scary. The Flaming River martial warrior even left his armor behind, Round Ball said in a hoarse voice. Yes, this came as a surprise. Wang Tang nodded. He sized up the armor and continued. However, this Flaming River martial warrior seems to like attention. Yes, a little. Round Ball understood him and sized up the armor with a strange expression. The image of this universe stage martial warrior has collapsed in my heart. That's not important. What else is there? Round Ball asked. Wang Tang glanced through the space ring, and a few other items appeared in front of him. They were all sealed in jade boxes. There were runes carved at the top, shimmering brightly. He opened one of the jade boxes. The instant he opened a crack, green light blossomed out of the box, along with a strong fragrance. It was mesmerizing. There was a thick aura of vitality as well. Just the smell alone made them invigorated. It felt as if the cells in their body were nourished and their quality of life leaped a few times. The muscles and bones felt like transforming too. It felt amazing. Bang! Wang Tang reacted instantly and closed the jade box. Sigh. He gave a long sigh and looked at Round Ball. Did I see wrong? Round Ball swallowed its saliva and asked, No, it's that thing. Wang Tang nodded. They barely caught a glimpse of it, but with his knowledge and the strong vitality they felt a moment ago, he knew that he was right. Vitality Jade Qingji. They said the name of the herb in the box simultaneously. The astonishment in their voices was apparent. I didn't expect it to be this, Round Ball said in disbelief. The Vitality Qingji was an extremely rare divine herb. It contained a vast amount of vitality. No matter how seriously injured a universe stage martial warrior was, he could recover immediately with this herb. This was like a second life for universe stage martial warriors. Of course, if one died naturally of old age, the Vitality Qingji wouldn't be able to save one's life. This might be why the Flaming River martial warrior left it behind. Wang Tang was elated. He kept it carefully. I wonder what the other jade boxes have, Round Ball said. Wang Tang's eyes lit up. The first jade box contained a rare herb. The other boxes should have extraordinary items too. He opened them and started calling out their names as if he was familiar with the items. Spiritual marrow fruit, crimson light plant. These are all rare herbs. They're the main ingredients for powerful spiritual dans, Wang Tang muttered to himself. As a Dan Grandmaster, he knew how precious these spiritual herbs were. If Grandmaster Hua Yuan and others saw these spiritual herbs, they might get envious. Keep them. This is such a worthwhile trip. Not only did you get a divine flame, but you also got the legacy of the Flaming River martial warrior. Not only that, you have the space ring he left behind. Normally, these space rings are given to their descendants. You're extremely lucky. Round Ball mumbled. Its jealousy was apparent. It saw too many treasures just now, and they were all the personal collections of a universe stage martial warrior. Many heaven stage and universe stage martial warriors would fight to get them. Not all universe stage martial warriors were the same. The Flaming River martial warrior had been around for a long time, so he could accumulate such wealth. Normal universe stage martial warriors were lucky enough to have half of it. In summary, Wang Tang had hit the jackpot. Chapter 1037. Remember to clean the Nangong residence for me to stay. There's one more item that's worth a lot, Wang Tung said. There's more, seriously? Round Ball felt its heart shuddering. It was a little numb as it asked, What is it? A universe spacecraft, Wang Tung replied. This universe-level spacecraft was inside the space ring, but he couldn't take it out now. Round Ball gasped loudly. A universe-level spacecraft? Wang Tung shook his head. Hold on to me, Round Ball said cheekily. Why did this Flaming River martial warrior leave these things to you instead of giving them to his descendants? It didn't understand at all. It felt that the martial warrior must be tactless. Wang Tang reaped all the fruits of his labor. Even it felt a little envious and jealous. Ha ha ha. Maybe he didn't want to endanger his family, so he kept his treasures a secret, Wang Teng guessed. Who knows? The Qi family is pitiful. They only have one heaven stage martial warrior in their family currently. Their power has been dwindling. Round Ball shook its head. If the Flaming River martial warrior gave them his treasures, they might be in a better state. I don't really care, Wang Teng replied. You can continue gloating, Round Ball said speechlessly. Besides these items, there are many ores and star cores in the space ring too. They're quite valuable, Wang Teng said. This universe stage martial warrior left behind many things, Round Ball exclaimed. Wang Teng nodded in agreement. These resources are enough for you to cultivate to the universe stage, Round Ball said. I'll have to plan properly. After I become a baron, I'll go back to Earth to take a look. I won't feel at ease until I solve the issue there. Wang Teng said, yes, after becoming a baron of the Great Qian Empire, you can have a galaxy as your territory. As for the guardian of the Milky Way, he won't be a problem. You can ask Heaven Stage martial warriors to threaten him. At that time, the Olant Federation might give you the entire Milky Way as compensation, Round Ball said. As a baron, I can seek help from Heaven Stage martial warriors. Wang Teng was surprised. Of course, these Heaven Stage martial warriors will listen to you if they're in your territory. This is how powerful a noble from the Great Qian Empire is, Round Ball said proudly. Wang Teng understood. The baron title in a high-tier civilization and a low-tier civilization was different. There were many powerful martial warriors in the Great Qian Empire, including many Heaven Stage martial warriors. The majority of these Heaven Stage martial warriors attached themselves to various noble families, so naturally they would listen to the nobles. Honestly, this was the first time a non-blue blood became a baron. Why didn't Nangong Yue ask Heaven Stage martial warriors for help in the past? Wang Teng thought of a question. It can't be helped. He's only at the Cosmos stage, so they wouldn't listen to him. Round Ball felt helpless. I'm just a celestial stage martial warrior. Will they listen to me? I was happy for nothing. Wang Teng felt speechless, too. You're wrong. The Heaven Stage martial warriors don't just look at your ability. They will look at the benefits you give them, too. Master Nangong was very poor. He might have the talent, but he didn't have the money. He's not as rich as you. Look, you're able to recruit Heaven Stage martial warriors from the Mecha race. Do you think you can't find other Heaven Stage formidable warriors? Round Ball asked. You seem confident in me. Wang Teng was caught between laughter and tears. They chatted for some time. Wang Teng closed his eyes and sorted through the legacy left behind by the owner of Flaming River World. The Flaming River martial warrior was a powerful fire element martial warrior. He left many fire element scriptures and battle techniques as well as his years of inspiration. They were of great help to Wang Teng. Not everyone could enjoy the legacy of a universe stage martial warrior. More than 10 days later, the universe spacecraft arrived back on the Great Qian Planet. Along the way, the noble family's representatives sent news back to their families to tell them that Wang Teng had won the baron's title. This piece of news caused a huge commotion and astonishment in the higher class circle. No one expected this martial warrior from a backward planet to win the baron's title. Cao Hongtu became the biggest loser. He was in a miserable state. The event continued snowballing. More and more people knew about it. Everyone was waiting for the day Wang Teng inherited the title. The spacecraft parked at the docks. Wang Teng followed the head of the chamber off the spacecraft and rode the orbital train back to the Great Qian Planet. Before they parted, the head said to Wang Teng, I'll report the result to the higher authorities. You can go back and wait for the news. I think you'll be able to inherit the baron's title in less than 2 days. Thank you, Wang Teng thanked the head of the chamber quickly. He was elated. The head waved his hand and left with his subordinates. Cao Hongtu and the members of the Parkers family looked at Wang Teng from afar. They didn't leave. After the head of the chamber left, they walked over, before the other party could open their mouths. Wang Teng said, Senior brother Cao, remember to clean the Nangong residence for me. Cao Hongtu's face turned green. Anger surged in his heart. You won't be able to stay there for long, he said coldly. Are you threatening me? Wang Teng raised his eyebrows and asked indifferently. Cao Hongtu wanted to retort, but Valtero stopped him. In the Great Qian Empire, you can't cover the sky with your hands yet. If I can recruit one heaven stage martial warrior, I can recruit a second and third one. Wang Teng stared at Cao Hongtu and said coldly, You can try if you want to die. Both parties had shed all pretenses, so Wang Teng didn't have to worry about anything. You, Cao Hongtu's pupils shrank. Young man, you should think before you speak. Don't act on impulse. Valtero said nonchalantly. Who are you? Wang Teng smirked. You don't have the right to reprimand me. You'll suffer if you don't listen to other people's advice. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're a baron now, Valtero snorted. Let me throw this sentence back at you. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're one of the 8 dukes. Wang Teng frowned and said, Valtero didn't expect Wang Teng to have the guts to threaten him. He was infuriated. He snorted, but suddenly he remembered something and gave Wang Teng a meaningful glance. Then he smiled coldly, as if mocking him before turning around and leaving with Cao Hongtu. Wang Teng frowned. Valtero's gaze made him uncomfortable. It was as if he was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. What are they planning? Wang Teng wondered. He didn't think that Cao Hongtu and the Parkers would let him go easily. Looks like I have to make preparations. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He left with An Lan and returned to wait for the chamber's notice. Chapter 28. The Eve. Wang Teng stayed in the house after he came back to Great Qian City. He cultivated and digested his gains. News about his victory spread further and further. At a moment like this, there would definitely be people visiting him. The grandmasters he was familiar with came to congratulate him and told him that they would be present on the day of the ceremony to congratulate and give their gifts to him. Inheriting a baron's title was a huge affair. To Wang Teng, it was a happy event, so the merrier the better. He didn't have any background in the Great Qian Empire and was all alone, hence there might only be a few visitors on that day. This would be a great blow to his reputation. These grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance befriended Wang Teng because they acknowledged his potential. Thus, they were willing to support him and would come for the ceremony. At the same time, a storm was brewing on the entire Great Qian Planet. Many factions were talking about this issue. Have you heard about the result of Baron Nangong's inheritance? That unlucky Baron Nangong? How many years has it been? Is there finally a result? Isn't Baron Nangong's disciple, Cao Hongtu, inheriting his title? I heard that he has been accumulating military exploits all this while so that he could get the title. You're so outdated. I heard that a native martial warrior from a backward planet came to fight with Cao Hongtu for the title. What? A native from a backward planet? Really? Are you kidding? Or is the native martial warrior an unprecedented talent? Who knows? I heard that he won the title from Cao Hongtu. He must be an extraordinary person. There were many people who felt the same way. All the factions were discussing and observing this issue secretly. Not everyone knew the details. This made them even more curious. In summary, this topic continued to be trending for a long time and showed no signs of dying down. The Baron's ceremony will be held a day or two later. Let's go to Great Qian City to watch it. Right, we'll know after seeing it for ourselves. I'm curious about the native that won the Baron's title. Sure. See you in Great Qian City? A new Baron? He will be given a galaxy as his property. Anyone wants to seek refuge with him? Let's see what kind of person he is first. If he's an idiot, there's no point in it. That's right. If he doesn't have any potential, it will be a waste to follow him. Haha, if he's an unprecedented talent, y'all must grab the chance quickly. Some factions hurried to Great Qian City to take part in this big event. Within 2 days, a large number of tourists gathered in Great Qian City. The atmosphere got increasingly livelier. Some came to join in the fun, while others were here to see Wang Teng. In the universe, it was difficult to become stronger if one didn't have any background. Members of nobility were able to rally different factions. This was the best choice for martial warriors from small factions. Also, they had a galaxy as their property. There were a huge number of life planets in a galaxy, so their earnings and potential future development were big. Moreover, this was a galaxy under a high-tier civilization, different from a galaxy under a low-tier civilization. The profits were worlds apart, and the number of formidable martial warriors was incomparable, too. For instance, the Olent Federation had 9 main galaxies, but only one Cosmos Stage martial warrior guarded each galaxy. In the Great Qian Empire, there were already thousands of Cosmos Stage martial warriors and ample Heaven Stage martial warriors. Nothing was comparable. There was nothing that needed to be said about all the wealth these life planets could generate. It was an immeasurable number. The Olent Federation was dependent on the Great Qian Empire. There were many mid-tier and low-tier civilizations under a high-tier civilization. However, they had their own governance, and the high-tier civilization wouldn't interfere in their affairs. Hence, when a high-tier civilization chose a galaxy for a reward, they wouldn't choose a galaxy from a low-tier civilization. They would choose one from their territory. Well, the big nations cared about their reputation too. They couldn't give a backward galaxy to their own member of the nobility, right? Others would think of them as a joke. Currently, Wang Teng was staying in Fan Taning's residence. 2 days passed quickly. He received a message from the Great Qian Noble Family Consultation Chamber. The time of the ceremony was set. It would be held at 8 a.m. the next day. The location was at the Great Qian Palace. Wang Teng was surprised about the venue. Mind you, that was the most important and respected place in the entire Great Qian Empire. It was rumored that the most formidable martial warriors in the empire were stationed here. Some of them were at the eternal stage. Those people were at the peak of the universe's pyramid. Above the eternal stage were the gates to divinity. After all, eternal stage martial warriors already possessed longevity. It was difficult to imagine what could be after that, so calling it divinity was understandable. Of course, this was what Wang Teng heard from others, or what he guessed after obtaining the legacy of the Flaming River martial warrior. He didn't know the details clearly. The stage was too profound. It wasn't something he could touch at the moment. Even the Flaming River martial warrior didn't understand it, much less him. But if there were really such a powerful presence in the Great Qian Palace, he might be able to get some benefits. Other people might be dumbstruck if they knew Wang Teng's plans. He was eyeing the Great Qian Palace. Did he grow balls of steel? Wang Teng touched his chin and pondered for a moment. He felt that he could go with the flow at that time and only collect wool from this fat sheep when he was safe. This was the right way. After confirming his plan, he looked at the message on his wristwatch and scrolled down. Besides the time and date, there were other details in the message, including things to note during the ceremony and the noble formalities, etc. The barren ceremony of a high-tier civilization had its rules and regulations. It wasn't just a simple ceremony. This is troublesome, Wang Teng muttered. Right then he heard a knock on the door. Wang Teng frowned, wondering who came to find him at this time. "Come in," he said. The door wasn't locked. Master Fan Taning had asked his female disciple to bring an unexpected guest to Wang Teng. Guardian Ming Cheng. Wang Teng stood up and greeted him. The guest was the Heaven Stage martial warrior he had met in the Noble Family Consultation Chamber. Ming Cheng nodded and took out an item. "These are the clothes you need to wear tomorrow. The head of the chamber asked me to send them to you." Wang Teng's gaze landed on the purple clothes in his hand. He was stunned. The Noble Family Consultation Chamber was extremely efficient. He received the message a few seconds ago, and the clothes were already sent over. Chapter 1039, To Hell with a Native Martial Warrior from a Backwards Planet. 1. Guardian Ming Cheng came and left quickly. He only came to bring him the clothes. Wang Teng sent him to the entrance personally. He didn't display any arrogance. The other party was a Heaven Stage martial warrior. It was already an honor for him to send clothes personally. "You're welcome. You will be a baron soon. Your status is higher than mine." Guardian Ming Cheng gave a rare smile before he left. This was the first time Wang Teng experienced the special treatment of a noble. Even a Heaven Stage martial warrior treated him politely. He went back to his room and laid out the clothes, sizing them up. This was an extravagant and exquisite purple long gown with gold linings. There was a ferocious and majestic Kunwu beast sewn on it. It seemed to be roaring into the sky with a domineering aura, according to what Guardian Ming Cheng said. This noble uniform was made from silk, produced by a high-tier, imperial-level amethyst crystal silkworm and weaved using a special method. It was not only fire and water resistant, but it also possessed a strong defense. A high-tier imperial-level star beast was equivalent to a heaven stage martial warrior. This amethyst crystal silkworm was a rare star beast, so the silk it produced must be of extremely high quality. Wang Teng was surprised that it was used to make clothes. Fan Taining's female disciple hadn't left. She stood at the door and stared at the robe with glistening eyes. "Grandmaster Wang Teng, you're going to be a noble soon." A strange glimmer appeared in her eyes as she stared at Wang Teng. This young man wasn't just a Grand Master. He was also a noble of the Empire, and was young and handsome. He was the Prince Charming of every young lady. Cough. Wang Teng coughed awkwardly. He immediately knew that there was something wrong with this young lady, but she was thinking too much if she was trying to seduce him. He didn't mind accepting her as his mistress if she was as beautiful as Cao Jiao Jiao, Kui Sit. Her looks were not bad, but he felt that she wasn't worthy of him. Her talent was normal. She didn't even have the right to be his servant. If she wasn't Fan Taining's disciple, Wang Teng wouldn't even bother about her. Wang Teng stared at her contemptuously, found a random reason to push her away, and closed the door. "Ha ha ha ha!" Round Ball appeared and laughed loudly. "Why are you laughing?" Wang Teng barked. "Do you understand the benefits of being a noble?" "This lady wants to seduce you," Round Ball said proudly. "Isn't it because I'm handsome?" "I think she's eyeing my looks," Wang Teng said. "Pfft." Round Ball rolled its eyes and pretended to vomit. "Go away." Wang Teng was furious. Round Ball ignored him and floated in front of the purple gown. It reached out and caressed it gently with a sorrowful expression. Wang Teng knew that it must be thinking of Nangong Yue from its expression. He didn't know how to console it. With a sigh, Round Ball disappeared. Only its voice resounded in the air. "Tomorrow is your Baron ceremony. Prepare properly." Wang Teng shook his head. The night passed in the blink of an eye the next day. A huge crowd had assembled outside the Great Qian Palace bright and early in the morning. Noises of discussion soared into the sky. It was extremely lively. There was a long white jade staircase behind the plaza. It seemed to stretch all the way into the sky. The Great Qian Palace was situated behind the stairs, concealed in a curtain of mist. When the breeze blew, a small tip of this towering and majestic palace was revealed. Behind it was an entire patch of mountain range laid on the horizon. It separated the sky and the ground, also shrouded in clouds. It was a mysterious scene. This was the forbidden ground of the Empire. It was said that the ancestors of the Empire were buried here. Even the country's divine beast, Kunwu Beast, was hibernating in this mountain range. Of course, these were all legends. No one saw it personally. The crowd started to get a little impatient after waiting for some time. Why hasn't he arrived yet? We have been waiting for so long, but there's no sign of anyone. I woke up before dawn. Me too. I wouldn't be able to squeeze my way in if I had come later. Isn't it just a baron? Do y'all have to be so excited? Everyone was curious about the ceremony. They wondered what this native looked like. This situation rarely occurred in the Great Qian Empire. No one had heard of a native from a remote planet becoming a baron in a high-tier civilization. This was the first time. Some people felt that they would be able to witness a genius in action. Others felt that this was just a rumor. The real person might not be as powerful as the stories made him out to be. Suddenly, the place turned quiet. "Look, it's the flying car of the Duke of the Empire. The nobles are here," someone shouted. A rune energy flying car floated down from the sky. It had a strange flower insignia. Many people recognized it and exclaimed in surprise. The crimson gold fleur-de-lis. This is the symbol of Duke Situ. "I wonder who came." This is just a barren ceremony. Duke Situ might not come. While everyone was discussing, a tall and lofty middle-aged man alighted from the car. He wore a stern expression and had a sharp gaze. It was impossible to stare him in the eye. Chapter 810,140. To hell with a native martial warrior from a backward planet? 2. Oh my God, the inheritor of the Situ family came personally. This is incredible. Why is he here? Does he have high hopes for the new Baron? Silence. The 8 dukes were grand figures. There were 5 ranks of nobility in total: dukes, marquis, earl, viscount, and baron. The Situ family had the highest rank and was a powerful faction. Duke Situ didn't glance at the people around him, climbing the stairs immediately. Flying cars weren't allowed in the Great Qian Palace. Not even dukes were the exceptions to the rule. He had to climb the stairs just like everybody else. He appeared to be moving slowly. He climbed the stairs one by one, but disappeared in the mist quickly. Gasp. Duke Situ is powerful. I heard that there are restriction runes carved into the stairs. The higher you climb, the bigger the pressure. It's difficult to move forward. Someone who knew the situation explained. Of course, this is the current inheritor of the Situ family. He's at least at the universe stage. This is too scary. Hey, someone else is here. A spectator noticed another rune-flying car. Their attention was attracted by it. This time, it wasn't just one flying car. A few flying cars landed, and numerous nobles dressed in purple gowns alighted. They started climbing the white jade stairs one after another. It's the Viscount Chen family, the Earl Wang family, the Duke Stewart family. The people below started reciting the surnames of the nobles as if counting treasures. It was easy to spot them. Every family had its own emblem. With their numerous years of legacy, everyone recognized them at a glance. Within a short 10 minutes, many nobles arrived. All of them climbed the white jade stairs. That's one of the 8 dukes, the Parkers, someone exclaimed. There was a moment of silence. Everyone's gaze landed on the extravagant flying car in the air until it parked. No one spoke even after someone alighted and climbed the stairs. They were dumbstruck. Gasps were suddenly heard as expected of the 8 dukes. His presence was too overpowering. Duke Situ can't be compared to him. That's right. Look at the symbol of the Parkers. That's the legendary universe behemoth, the blazing giant dragon. Look at how frightening and savage it is. It's so dark and forbidding. The Parkers family is domineering. No one dares to provoke them. Well, I heard that the new Baron has some grudges with them. Really? He's dead. What happened? The new Baron just arrived in the Empire, right? Why would he have any conflict with the Parkers? Who knows, there'll be a good show to watch. FK, I was wondering if I should follow this new Baron, but I think I can give up the idea. I can't afford to offend the Parkers. Silence. Voices were heard continuously as the discussions never stopped. The crowd happily talked about the nobles' affairs. After some time, more flying cars came. It seemed as if the crowd would be given quite a few surprises today. The Cavendish family is here. This is another one of the 8 dukes. Ha ha! The Cavendish family isn't a pushover either. They're no weaker than the Parkers. These 2 families have always been at each other's throats. Their younger generations have been trying to best the other. There's no stopping it. One more. That's the G family. The G family is a duke too, but they have always kept a low profile. I didn't expect them to come today. As time passed, more and more nobles arrived. The plaza was packed with luxury car fleets. The crowd had to keep retreating, but no one dared to complain. Everyone was stunned that Wang Teng hadn't arrived even when all the nobles were here. Wasn't this new Baron impatient on this important day? Clang. Suddenly, a faraway and sad chime of a clock was heard. The sound rang in everyone's ears. Silencing them, all noises disappeared. Only the chime echoed in the sky, resounding even after a long time. Everyone looked up. The mist around the white jade stairs had disappeared. Gold light sprinkled down from the sky. A resplendent and magnificent tall palace appeared in front of everyone. The onlookers were in awe. They lost their senses for some time and stared at the palace absent-mindedly. For some reason, the urge to kneel bloomed in their hearts, and the martial warriors started bending their knees one by one. The majority of the time, the palace was shrouded in mist. Only some corners of it could be seen, but it was enough for people to guess its grandeur and splendor. It rarely revealed its full appearance to the public. Tap, a clear footstep was heard, with the pin-drop silence as the backdrop. The footsteps couldn't be any louder. Everyone raised their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a young figure walking over from afar. He was wearing a purple long robe. His back was straight, and he had thick black hair. His young face was flawless and handsome. There was a divine Kunwu beast sewn on his chest. It moved along with the flow of the robe and appeared lifelike. His noble aura was striking. His presence was extraordinary. He was a genius, a talent. Is that the new Baron? Everyone was astounded. They didn't know how to express their current emotions. Was this a native martial warrior from a remote planet? Who said that? Come out right now. Let me beat you to death. Would a martial warrior from a backward planet have this aura and noble presence? The crowd started questioning their lives. They wondered if they recognized the wrong person. This might not be the new Baron. It might be an inheritor of some noble family, or a talent groomed by a powerful faction. He went into the world recently, so no one recognized him. Yes, that was right. That must be the case. There were many female martial warriors in the crowd. Their eyes shone like bulbs when they saw the young man. He was so handsome and charismatic. A young talent like him was the perfect candidate for a boyfriend. Many strange thoughts went through everyone's mind. The figure strode over, passed through the crowd, and arrived below the white jade stairs. "Wang Teng!" A voice soared down from above and resounded in the plaza. "Yes." Wang Teng raised his head and looked past the tall staircase. His expression was calm. "Climb the stairs and stand before me. Then you can inherit the Baron's title." The voice was heard again. The instant he finished speaking, purple restriction runes lit up on the white jade stairs. It made them seem even more mysterious. "Yes," Wang Teng replied in a low tone. "It's really him." Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. They stared at the young figure whose back was facing them. He was the new Baron. At this moment, everyone had to accept the truth, no matter how unbelievable it was. Oh my God, this young Baron looks completely different from what I thought. He looks like a real noble instead of a native from a backward planet. I dare to say that this new Baron is a rare talent. That's why he can win the Baron's title. Stop speaking. I heard that the restriction runes on the white jade stairs are special. Once activated, the higher the talent of the martial warrior, the more runes will light up and the greater the pressure. We will know if he's a talent based on the number of runes lighting up. That's right. Let's wait and see. I'm so curious, I wonder how many runes this Baron will light up. Look at his aura. He must be an exceptional talent. If not, I'll do a handstand and eat star. Oh my God, that's brutal. Brother, let me record what you just said. Everyone can be a witness. Wang Teng lifted his foot and stepped on the white jade stairs under everyone's gaze. He started his climb towards the Great Qian Palace. Chapter 1041, The Greatest Legacy in the Empire, the Godslayer Sword, Scripture 1. The instant Wang Teng stepped on the stairs, the purple runes brightened. It was dazzling. Invisible pressure bore down from the sky, landing on his head and shoulders in an attempt to push him down. Even the onlookers below felt it. Their expressions changed. Some weaker ones almost kneeled on the ground. This is scary. The pressure released by the white jade stairs after the activation of the runes is vastly different from before. When the nobles climbed it, we didn't feel anything. However, we can feel the terrifying pressure now. Wang Teng has to bear so much pressure after just stepping on the stairs. His talent must be high. Wang Teng didn't care about the discussion. He focused his attention on climbing the stairs. The atmosphere suddenly turned a little special and dangerous. There were various spiritual disturbances affecting one's willpower. Wang Teng was surprised. When the Great Qian noble family consultation chamber sent the message, they reminded him that the white jade stairs were extremely difficult to ascend. They said that this was a test of the person's talent and mentality. However, he didn't expect it to be this challenging. There were a few thousand steps in the staircase. It led all the way up, right to the foot of the palace. Purple runes lit up on the white jade stairs. Every step he climbed, the purple runes would double and the pressure on him would increase correspondingly. One could imagine how difficult it was. At this moment, the people below raised their heads to look at him while the people in the palace looked down. Everyone was paying close attention to the person climbing the stairs. Within a few seconds, Wang Teng had covered a few hundred steps. The pressure on him was 10 times stronger than before, and the spiritual disturbance worsened. Anyone with a weaker mentality would have broken down at this point. However, Wang Teng proceeded at a stable pace as if he were taking a stroll. He didn't rest. His expression was calm. He didn't frown at all. The spiritual disturbance didn't seem to affect him. This was the truth. There were all kinds of murmurs and babbles in his mind. However, the spiritual constellations in his consciousness glowed brightly and filled his mind with scorching spiritual energy. The strange noises disappeared without a trace. Wang Teng's state astounded the powerful nobles above the stairs. They looked at him and started a discussion. "This is interesting." Duke Situ sat up straight in his seat and muttered to himself with a look of interest. No change in his expression and no effects on his actions. His consciousness is powerful. The Earl of the Wang family said, "The representative from my family in the noble family consultation chamber told me about this young man a few days ago. At first, I didn't believe him, but now it looks like he was speaking the truth. It was worth the trip here." "It's still too early to say," Valtero from the Parkers family scoffed. "He only climbed a few hundred steps. This is just the beginning." Valtero was only at the heaven stage, but he belonged to the Parkers. Even the dukes were afraid of him. Thus, when he spoke, everyone's expression turned strange. They had heard that Wang Teng and the Parkers were on bad terms. It seemed to be the truth. The nobles started to sympathize with Wang Teng. After offending the Parkers, he would probably have a hard time even if he inherited the Baron's title. He might die without knowing anything. Baron Nangong was an example. Why is the mighty Parkers family targeting a small lad? Don't you find it embarrassing? A middle-aged man from the Cavendish family joined the conversation. This was a silver-haired man who was exceptionally handsome. If Wang Teng were here, he would definitely recognize him. He looked similar to Di Qi. Everyone was shocked that the Cavendish family spoke up for Wang Teng. Their gazes flickered. They turned and stared at the ground, waiting to watch a good show. Every time they gathered, these two Grand Dukes would argue with each other. This was an ad-lib performance. "Borla, why are you interfering in my affairs?" Valtero glanced at him and frowned. "I just don't like how you bully others with your power." Borla snorted and said, "Silence." Everyone felt speechless. The Cavendish family was a dominating presence, too. They were as famous as the Parkers for bullying others. Just when everyone thought that Valtero would continue the argument, he ceased fire and kept quiet. Borla smiled. He stopped provoking the other party. The other 6 Grand Dukes looked at them strangely. For some reason, they felt that these two families' reactions were strange. Wang Teng didn't know that his performance had ignited the noble's interest. He proceeded slowly and calmly, showing no impatience. He climbed more and more steps. The runes on the white jade stairs increased and the pressure got stronger. The people below were starting to retreat. They felt as if there was a huge mountain pressing down on their shoulders. This mountain was extremely heavy. It was about to crush them. The closer they were to the white jade stairs, the stronger the pressure. Only some powerful martial warriors managed to withstand the stress. The majority of them had retreated a few hundred meters away. Chapter 1042, The Greatest Legacy in the Empire, the Godslayer Sword Scripture, 2. There were only a few people scattered within the 30-meter radius of the white jade stairs. They were all heaven stage martial warriors. Further back at the 60-meter radius were cosmos stage martial warriors, about dozens of them. Some of them couldn't imagine how Wang Teng was hanging on. He was just a planetary stage martial warrior. Yet he could withstand the overwhelming pressure and make it seem like he was doing it with ease. He was still walking up the stairs step by step. The most important thing was that they were feeling the disturbance in their spirits. If they didn't step back, their spirit would be affected by the murmurs and descend into chaos. This was absolutely fatal to most martial warriors. If one's spirit collapsed, no matter how strong the martial warrior's body was, it would be just an empty shell. Most of these martial warriors' spirits were ordinary. They wouldn't be able to withstand the spiritual disturbance from the stairs in such a situation. Wang Teng reached the middle of the jade stairs after about 10 minutes. More and more runes lit up. If you counted them, you would realize that there were about 900 of them branded on the surface of the white jade stairs. It was a dazzling scene. Many nobles in front of the palace were shocked and had solemn expressions. 900 runes and he's only halfway through. This Wang Teng is not simple, really not simple. Duke Situ spoke again with a trace of shock in his voice. I remember the Cavendish family's record is 2,380 runes. I don't know what number Wang Teng will reach, Borla said with a strange color on his face. Initially, he was entrusted by Di Qi to take care of Wang Teng a little. He felt that Di Qi had great insight. Wang Teng's talents were worthy of the Cavendish family's investment. The Parkers family's record is 2,503 runes. I'll see if he can break it, Valtero said with a gloomy expression. Hee, you Parkers have nothing but a stronger body. It's just a small advantage. Borla snickered. Legitimacy belongs to the victor. The Cavendish family is inferior to us. Valtero didn't back down. The record for the Great Qian Empire is around 2,800. It was left by a prince, another Grand Duke spoke. This was the Jiang family, which ranked 5th amongst the 8 dukes and had great influence. That's right. This record was left by that amazing and brilliant prince. No one has been able to break it after so many years. Even the descendants of the War Demon Hall who visited us could only reach 2,750 runes. A member of the Ji family spoke up too. The talent of that prince was really amazing. He's already at the pinnacle of the universe's younger generation. Only the heirs of the great powers could compare to him. This Wang Teng is nothing, Valtero exclaimed. Ha ha ha, that's true. No one could compare to the prince, a member of the Jiang family said. Guarded by the 8 dukes was a person dressed in a purple and golden robe who sat in the center. His aura was restrained and there were no fluctuations. He seemed like a normal person. However, his presence stood out too much. It was noble, yet terrifying. This person was a member of the Empire's imperial family. His status was respected and his strength was unfathomable. From the beginning till the end, he had his eyes closed as if he was indifferent to everything in the outside world. The discussions of the crowd entered his ears, but he didn't move. He continued resting. Why is he stopping? Someone suddenly asked in surprise. It turned out Wang Teng suddenly stopped and stood still after he was halfway through. He probably can't stand it, Valtero sneered. Looks like this is his limit. He has to stop and rest. The Zhang family member shook his head and sighed. They were just thinking that Wang Teng had potential. They didn't know that he would fail just like that. It looked like all that glittered was not gold. It can't be. He doesn't look like he has reached his limit. Borla was doubtful. There are actually attribute bubbles. Wang Teng looked at the stairs in front of him with great curiosity. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He stopped. It wasn't because he had reached his limit. It was solely because the attribute bubbles were blocking his path. He was walking happily without feeling any challenge, and attribute bubbles appeared on the stairs. Suddenly, just like that. This was amazing. Wang Teng had never seen attribute bubbles appearing like this. Let's see what we have here. Wang Teng was filled with curiosity and collected the 3 attribute bubbles in front of him. Godslayer, Sword Scripture, 10. Godslayer, Sword Scripture, 10. Godslayer, Sword Scripture, 10. This, in the next moment, waves of astonishment surged in his heart. The three attribute bubbles merged with his mind like a trace of cold air and turned into an extremely powerful battle technique. It wasn't quite accurate to call it a battle technique, but it wasn't a scripture either. This was a god scripture that consisted of battle techniques and scriptures. The reason why Wang Teng was shocked was that the god scripture was of the space element, a space element god scripture. Wang Teng suddenly felt the joy of having a treasure falling into his lap. It was too unexpected, too delightful. The god scripture turned into rays of light and shadows as they danced around in Wang Teng's mind. The light and shadows finally merged into one and turned into a human figure. With a point of its finger, the power of space condensed around it. Countless sword glows rose behind it and swept through the sky, rupturing the space into nothingness. The sword glows swept around as if they were annihilating constellations. The void shook and a galaxy collapsed. What kind of power was that? Wang Teng returned to his senses and was gasping for air uncontrollably. Even his back was drenched in sweat. That sword was too horrifying. Even he was terrified. It was as if he was experiencing it himself, like he was about to be annihilated. But it then turned into joy. Such a powerful god scripture belonged to him now. What was a god scripture? Wang Teng didn't understand it initially. However, as the attribute bubbles merged into his mind, he understood why they were called god scriptures. God scripture, as the name implied, was a battle technique and scripture that could allow anyone to reach the realm of the gods. It was the greatest legacy in the universe. Moreover, this god scripture belonged to the space element. It was even rarer. The origin of the God-Slayer sword scripture was incredible as well. It was left behind by the ancestor who founded the Great Qian Empire and was engraved on the white jade stairs. The ancestor of the Great Qian Empire was a space element martial warrior. The role of the white jade stairs seemed to be testing one's talent. However, in reality, it was used to pass down this space god scripture. It was a pity that after so many years no one managed to retrieve it. There was no one with space talent even amongst the descendants of the founder. But now it made things easier for Wang Teng. How timely. I was worried about having no space element battle techniques to use, and they gave me a god scripture. This system is so understanding. Wang Teng smiled and praised the system deeply in his heart. He obtained a god scripture just by climbing stairs. Was there anything better than this? If the empire's nobles knew about this, they would be livid. He had obtained the Great Qian Empire's greatest legacy. He would probably be sliced into pieces. No one knew if the founder of the Great Qian Empire was still alive. Countless years had passed since then. Logically, he would have been dead long ago. However, eternal stage martial warriors were immortal and eternal. It was said that the founder was a terrifying existence that was above the eternal stage. He would probably be hiding in some corner, secretly watching his descendants. After all, old men loved to peep, chapter 1043. Charismatic, dazzling, unprecedented. Wang Teng shuddered when he thought about an ancient monster observing him from behind. The system was above everything and everyone, but the other party might sense it. After all, you mustn't judge such presences with common sense. How intimidating. Wang Teng shivered slightly and glanced around him as if there was someone peeking at him from the dark. The higher his stage, the harder it was for him to pick up attributes. While Wang Teng was lamenting, the member of the imperial family sitting among the nobles suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils trembled as he realized something unbelievable. The nobles looked over in astonishment when they saw this scene. But soon, the member of the imperial family closed his eyes again. He seemed to be hiding something. No one could see through his expression. Everyone swallowed the questions they had. There was no chance to ask him anymore. Wang Teng moved again and proceeded at the same speed as before. He continued with a steady rhythm. The white jade stairs didn't affect him at all. 555 steps. 600 steps, 630 steps. At the same time, the number of purple runes increased. 930 runes, 980 runes, 1,100 runes. As Wang Teng climbed higher, more runes lit up. The pressure increased and the demonic noises penetrated his mind. The bystanders standing 20 to 30 meters from the white jade stairs started retreating with a change of expressions. They were heaven-stage martial warriors, but they were worse than a planetary stage martial warrior. They felt frustrated. But that was the truth. No one could deny it. The person climbing the stairs was composed and unhurried. He did have the potential to be a noble. The nobles widened their eyes in disbelief. This didn't seem right. Wasn't he resting because he had reached his limit? Why were the runes skyrocketing in numbers again? Everyone stared at Wang Teng, intently wanting to see glean from him. Time passed slowly. At this moment, Wang Teng had passed the 900th step and 2,050 runes had lit up. The terrifying pressure made it difficult for him to progress. The number of runes bewildered everyone. This was proof that his talent and potential were extremely high. In every family, only a small number of descendants had the same level of talent as him. Yet this talent appeared on a native from a faraway planet. This was absurd. Valteru's expression had turned ugly. The better Wang Teng's talent, the more unhappy he felt. He wished he could kill him immediately. At the same time, some distance from the crowd, Cao Hongtu had come to the plaza too. At first, he didn't want to see him be bestowed with the title. He lost badly, and he couldn't accept it. But he still came in the end. He wore a black gown and stood below, looking up at Wang Teng's back with an angry gaze and tightly clenched hands. Cao Wu, Cao Guan, and Cao Ling were beside him. They were all appalled. They didn't think that Wang Teng had such talent. Wang Teng finally frowned. Although the pressure was increasing, he was benefiting too. For instance, more Godslayer sword scripture attribute bubbles appeared. However, he did feel some weight on his shoulders. Hence, he decided to activate the ancient god's body. Boom! Blood churned in his body as if he were in a burning furnace. They swarmed through his body, strengthening his physical body and exuding a frightening aura. An occult golden pattern appeared on his forehead. What a strong physical strength! Many people exclaimed in shock. Even the nobles above were flabbergasted. They couldn't believe their eyes. How did this planetary stage martial warrior manage to achieve such strength in his physical body? Tap, tap, twang. Wang Teng continued climbing the stairs. He was at the last 100 steps. He moved leisurely, but he passed close to 30 steps in a blink of an eye. Boom! The runes on the stairs exploded in numbers too, increasing by more than 200 at once. There were approximately 2,300 runes lit up now. Valteru shot up from his seat with a black face. Wang Teng's talent is really high. He's almost on par with the strongest noble in our families, a member of the Jiang family said. Impressive, we have seen many unprecedented talents from faraway planets in our history. Will Wang Teng be one of them? A member of another noble family was staggered. Good riddance. I need to pull Wang Teng to my side. Borla's eyes lit up as he made the decision in his heart. Grandmaster Wang Teng's martial arts talent is outstanding too, the member of the Ji family muttered to himself. If Wang Teng was here, he would recognize this person as Ji Yuanqing, the martial warrior who bought the 9-essence soul congealing pill from him. Wang Teng didn't stop. He continued climbing at an increasing speed, 940 steps. 950 steps, 960 steps, boom, boom, boom. The power of the runes exploded in response, 2,400, 2,500, 2,600. He was slowly inching towards the highest record of the legendary prince. Boom. Finally, when he stepped on the 980th step, the number of runes reached 2,800. All the nobles had lost their voices. Only disbelief was left in their eyes. No one spoke. All of them were holding their breaths. They could tell that Wang Teng hadn't hit his limit. The runes were still increasing. Boom, 985 steps, 2,850 runes. Boom, 990 steps, 2,900 runes. Boom, 995 steps, 2,950 runes. Boom, 990 steps, 2,999 runes. Silence, dead silence. Not even a pin dropping could be heard. All the nobles stood up and stared in front. A figure was slowly appearing before everyone. Even the member of the imperial family opened his eyes to look at the young man. Tap. A clear footstep broke the silence. Wang Teng climbed the last step and stood right in front of the Great Qian Palace. A ray of golden light shining down from the towering palace fell on him. Boom! 3,000 runes. The runes erupted in power. 3,000 runes intertwined the white jade stairs, forming a rune chain circling Wang Teng. This was the limit of the white jade stairs. No one had ever done it in history. Wang Teng reached a height no one had ever touched. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze. A gentle breeze blew as the purple long gown and the thick black hair danced in the air. The young man looked exceptionally holy and divine under the light. Charismatic, dazzling, unprecedented. Chapter 1044. Imperial Order. Wang Teng is conferred as a Baron of the Great Qian Empire. A figure stood below the Great Qian Palace. 3,000 runes. This was an unmatched limit. All eyes were fixed on him. Wang Teng was in the limelight. There should be applause here, however there wasn't. Everyone regained their senses and looked at the person with a complicated expression. This native from a remote planet managed to break the record left by a prince. It was all a bit surreal. The difference between 2,800 and 3,000 was 200 runes, but these 200 runes were a chasm. The higher you went, the harder it was to light up more runes. The nobles present had to admit that it was almost impossible for anyone to break Wang Teng's record in the future. A huge uproar erupted amid the crowd below. The commotion soared right into the clouds. "Oh my God, he's so powerful! Wow, this is impressive! Unbelievable!" He broke the record left by the prince. "Who can fight with such a talent? I'm Baron Wang Teng's die-hard fan. Even if he has offended the Parkers, I'll still follow him." "That's right. Let's go together." "I'll be Baron Wang Teng's #1 sidekick." "Bullshit. I'll be his #1 sidekick. It can only be me." The atmosphere below was electric. Everyone was awestruck by what happened, and it left a deep impression on their hearts. They couldn't control themselves. Why did talents have so many followers? This was probably the reason. "Oh my God, Baron Wang Teng is so handsome. I'm getting wet. Ah, he's so handsome. I can't shift my eyes away." Beach Baron Wang Teng won't like beaches like y'all. I want to be Baron Wang Teng's servant. I want to serve him and have close contact with him. Go away. I'm a pretty celestial stage martial warrior. I'm compatible with Baron Wang Teng. Many female martial warriors had other thoughts. Some wanted to be his servants, while others started to go astray. No one could pull them back. How would Wang Teng react if he knew what was going on below? It was hard to find a planetary stage martial warrior on Earth. Every planetary stage martial warrior was a well-respected figure there. However, in the Great Qian Empire, even celestial stage martial warriors were fighting to follow him. The world changed quickly. Cao Hongtu was staggered. His face turned green and red. It was interesting to watch his expression. Cao Guan, Cao Wu, and Cao Ling were shaken. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. They couldn't accept the truth. Moreover, they even felt a sense of fear. It was absurd but real. If Wang Teng's talent surpassed the prince, it would be a devastating blow to their Cao family. The grandmasters from the Secondary Career Alliance were astounded too. I didn't think that Grandmaster Wang Teng's martial arts talent would be so high. Grandmaster Alfred exclaimed. The other Grandmasters felt the same way. They didn't know what to say. Below the Great Qian Palace, Wang Teng stood in front of all the nobles and scanned them calmly. He took in everyone's expression and felt satisfied by their response. Good. I didn't waste my acting skills. Especially when he saw Valteru's "I'm so angry, but I can't do anything" expression. He felt refreshed. The man from the imperial family stood up and looked at Wang Teng. There was astonishment in the depth of his eyes as he said, "You're good." Wang Teng looked at the person too. When he saw his attire, he was stunned. This person was from the imperial family. He didn't think that the imperial family would attend his baron ceremony. The other nobles were flabbergasted. No one expected this man to compliment Wang Teng. But it was understandable, after all. He had broken the record of the prince. Wang Teng had caught the attention of the imperial family. Valteru's face turned black. His heart skipped a beat as he glanced at Wang Teng. Things were going out of hand. "Bring out the Baron's seal!" The man opened his mouth again. Wang Teng blinked and took out the seal Nanggong Yue had left behind. The seal floated in the air. The man from the imperial family waved his hand. A beam of golden light flew out. The Baron's seal started giving off a dazzling golden light too. "Drop your blood here," the man from the imperial family said. Wang Teng followed his instructions and pricked his finger. A drop of blood floated out and fell on the seal. Boom! The Baron's seal immediately flew above Wang Teng's head and blossomed, giving off a brilliant light like a small sun. It blinded everyone. Wang Teng stood below the light like a god imperial order. Wang Teng is conferred as a baron of the Great Qian Empire. He will be part of our noble chamber. Born a Great Qian civilian, die a Great Qian spirit. The voice of the man from the imperial family spread out and echoed in the air, resounding through the entire city majestically. Everyone heard it. This was a privilege of a noble. Even if Wang Teng was just the lowest baron, he enjoyed this privilege too. Normal martial warriors couldn't be compared to the nobles. This was like a public announcement on all servers in a game. How envious. Wang Teng accepts the order. Wang Teng bent his back and stretched his arms straight. The Baron's seal gradually landed in his hands. The man from the imperial family nodded in satisfaction. "From today onward, you will be able to travel the universe as a citizen of the Great Qian Planet. I hope you will make a name for yourself. Long live martial arts. Thank you." Wang Teng wanted to thank the man, but he suddenly realized he didn't know how to address him. "I'm Grand Duke Chongshan." The man from the imperial family smiled. "Thank you, Grand Duke Chongshan." Wang Teng replied. Grand Duke Chongshan nodded with his hands behind his back. He felt more and more satisfied as he looked at Wang Teng. When Wang Teng raised his head, the Grand Duke was gone. It was as if he had never appeared. Wang Teng was dumbfounded. This Grand Duke Chongshan was a powerful martial warrior. He must be above the universe stage. After Grand Duke Chongshan left, the other nobles came forward to congratulate him. At the start, some of them were afraid of the Parkers, but after seeing his talent, they threw their reservations out of their mind. This man's talent had surpassed the talent of the prince. They felt that Wang Teng couldn't be compared to the prince since their foundation was different. But even so, they wouldn't be too far off. His potential was enough for them to ignore all threats and pull him to their sides. Also, Grand Duke Chongshan had complimented Wang Teng. It proved that he had great talent and would become a formidable and renowned martial warrior in the universe. Among the nobles, only Valteru from the Parkers family stood far away. He didn't come forward to congratulate Wang Teng. Instead, he snorted with a black face and turned to leave. He didn't want to stay any longer. Chapter 1045, Senior Brother Cao, are y'all unwilling to leave? Wang. Wang Teng's Baron ceremony ended amid a huge commotion. The ceremony seemed simple, but it was dignified and stately. This was the power of the Great Qian Empire. Even a simple Baron ceremony was interesting to watch. The ceremony today undoubtedly left a deep expression on everyone's heart. Wang Teng's potential was etched in their minds, not just the female martial warriors. In an instant, Wang Teng's Baron ceremony became a hot topic in the city. Countless people discussed it happily. The news continued spreading, reaching numerous life planets through various channels. Information traveled quickly in the universe. There was also the virtual universe. The news was no longer constrained to one planet. Of course, Wang Teng didn't know all these. He left the Great Qian Palace with the nobles. "Baron Wang Teng, your ceremony has ended. We'll wait to drink your congratulatory wine." An old baron laughed and said, "That's right. This is a happy affair. We'll definitely come and mooch a drink off you." The barons didn't act arrogant because of their status. All of them were talking with smiles on their faces. The Grand Dukes didn't join them. As Grand Dukes, all of them had their pride and ego. They wouldn't bootlick him just because he had high talent. Even if they wanted to pull Wang Teng over, they would use other methods such as tying their interests together. This was a status problem. Their status was too high. After handling all these enthusiastic nobles, Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. "Baron Wang Teng," a voice was heard. "Guardian Ming Cheng." Wang Teng was surprised when he saw the person. "Your fief has been decided. The head of the chamber asked me to inform you. I'll accompany you to claim back the Nangong residence too," Guardian Ming Cheng said. "The fief is decided?" Wang Teng was stunned. "Yes, the higher authorities made the decision together. It's not bad." Ming Cheng smiled. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. He was worried that the Parkers would meddle in this affair and give him a fief hard to manage. Now, it looked like they didn't have the right to interfere. "Shall we head to the Nangong residence now?" Guardian Ming Cheng asked. "All right, sorry to trouble you, Guardian." Wang Teng nodded. He didn't have a residence even though he had been living in Great Qian City for some time. Naturally, he wished to get a place to call home quickly. Cao Hongtu had stayed there for too long. It was time to take it back. With Ming Cheng's help, he wouldn't dare to pull any tricks. This is great. Round Ball was even more excited than him. It started shouting in his mind. Wang Teng smiled. Ignoring it, he headed to the Nangong residence with Ming Cheng. He called An Lan and brought him along too. Nangong residence. This was Wang Teng's second time here. The previous time, he came as a guest, but now he was the owner, the real owner. Wang Teng stood in front of the door with a Heaven Stage martial warrior standing on either side of him. The expressions of the guards beside the door changed slightly. They didn't dare to make any noises. When Wang Teng walked in, the guards didn't try to stop him. "Are we letting him in just like this?" a guard whispered. "This is the new Baron. His identity is different now. Do you dare to stop him?" the other guard replied helplessly. "Sai, looks like it's time for us to leave the residence." Some guards sighed and shook their heads with complicated expressions. They followed Cao Hongtu partly because of his ability, but the main reason was the Baron's title. Since he had lost the title, their status dropped. Cao Hongtu was still a Heaven Stage martial warrior, but this status wasn't as powerful as a Baron. Wang Teng walked to the lobby before the Cao family appeared unwillingly. None of them was willing to leave the residence, especially Cao Hongtu's descendants. The Nangong residence was a facade. They wouldn't be able to enjoy a high-end lifestyle after leaving this place. They stared at Wang Teng bitterly, but no one dared to say anything. They were afraid of him. "Senior brother Cao, have you packed up?" "I'm moving in today." Wang Teng smiled when he saw Cao Hongtu. Wang Teng, "Do you have to be so heartless?" Cao Hongtu asked expressionlessly. He had put in a lot of effort and time to get the Baron's title, but in the end he lost to Wang Teng, who came out of nowhere. Wang Teng threw a wrench in the works by snatching the Baron's title from him. He couldn't take it lying down. "I gave you 2 days to prepare. If I were heartless, I would have chased you out," Wang Teng replied calmly. "Senior brother Cao, are y'all unwilling to leave?" Wang Teng, "This is too much." Cao Guan roared angrily with bloodshot eyes. His father was a baron-to-be, so he had been living a good life all this while. Many people were willing to curry favor with him, but everything was gone now. When Wang Teng first came, Cao Guan was all high and mighty. He showed contempt towards him, and now he was getting chased out of his house like a dog. The difference was too big. He couldn't accept it. All this was because of Wang Teng. You could imagine how much he hated Wang Teng. "Senior brother Cao, if your useless son dares to shout at me again, I won't show any mercy." Wang Teng replied calmly. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Cao Guan's face turned pale. Beside anger, he felt fear creeping up his heart, too. He took a few steps back involuntarily. Chapter 1046, Senior Brother Cao, Are Y'all Unwilling to Leave? 2. Wang Teng disregarded him, though. His words were directed at Cao Hongtu. His reaction caused Cao Guan to feel humiliated. However, he didn't dare to refute him. He knew that if he spoke again, Wang Teng would act on his words. Cao Hongtu ignored Cao Guan. He was entirely disappointed in his son. He stared intently at Wang Teng and forced his words out of his teeth. "You're good." One could tell that he was trying his best to control his anger, but he failed. "I am indeed good." Wang Teng nodded. Cao Hongtu snorted. He stopped wasting time talking to Wang Teng and walked out of the Nangong residence with a hideous expression. Cao Wu, Cao Ling, and the others followed him. Although the rest of the Cao family was unwilling, they knew they couldn't stay any longer. Talk was useless. They could only leave. "Wait," Wang Teng suddenly said. "What else do you want?" Cao Hongtu turned and scoffed. "I want to make sure that you didn't bring anything that belongs to the Nangong family," Wang Teng said. "This is outrageous." Cao Hongtu felt humiliated. His face turned red and his heaven stage aura surged out. And Lan snorted and stepped out, blocking in front of Wang Teng. He also released his aura. Boom! The two waves of auras collided in mid-air, their impact sweeping through the residence. Cao Hongtu's expression changed, and he hurriedly took a few steps back before he stabilized himself. His expression was distorted. He stared at An Lan with fear in his eyes. In Flaming River World, he had worked with Synclamon to resist this mecha heaven stage martial warrior. However, their abilities were suppressed to the cosmos stage, so he couldn't see his real power. When both sides fought using their heaven stage ability, Cao Hongtu finally understood how powerful An Lan was. Even Guardian Ming Cheng glanced at An Lan in surprise. He was astounded. He's powerful. Guardian Ming Cheng realized why Wang Teng had called this mecha over. His ability was top tier even among heaven stage martial warriors. With him as his bodyguard, Cao Hongtu would admit defeat even if he wasn't around. Cao Guan and Cao Ling didn't know An Lan's exact power. They only learned that he was a heaven stage martial warrior after seeing Cao Hongtu retreating. Besides, he was more powerful than their father. Their expressions changed and disbelief filled up their faces. They didn't expect Wang Teng to have such a powerful person beside him. Was he honestly a native from a remote planet? Why would this heaven stage martial warrior listen to him? The Cao family was puzzled. At the same time, they grew more fearful of him. "Senior brother Cao, don't be reckless. The residence is mine. If you damage anything, you'll need to compensate me," Wang Teng said. Cao Hongtu almost vomited blood from anger. Ming Cheng was speechless. He felt that Wang Teng was an evil young man. He could anger someone to death. Although An Lan was close to Wang Teng, he also felt that this guy was shameless. "Senior brother Cao, don't be angry. This is just a formality. If y'all didn't take anything, I won't hold you back," Wang Teng said indifferently. "Sir Cao, you should cooperate," Guardian Ming Cheng said. "All right, I'll wait here." Cao Hongtu took a deep breath. He felt exasperated. Wang Teng walked in and pretended to inspect the room. In reality, the person doing the job was Roundball. As an intelligent life form, it kept a record of everything, although many years had passed. Indeed, many things were missing. Many of them were from the Nangong family's collection. "Senior brother Cao, let's calculate the loss properly." Wang Teng turned and smiled. Cao Hongtu felt his heart skip a beat when he saw Wang Teng's expression. He had a bad feeling. There used to be a priceless mermaid pearl in the lobby. "It's the treasure of the mermaids, but it's gone now," Wang Teng said. Cao Hongtu had a deep impression of the pearl. He had gifted it to someone. What he didn't understand was how Wang Teng knew about it, since he had never been to the Nangong residence before. This didn't make sense. Bullshit. Why would we take anything from the Nangong residence? Cao Guan shrunk behind Cao Hongtu and shouted with guilt. "Do you need me to show you the evidence?" Wang Teng said. Cao Hongtu's expression changed slightly. He wasn't stupid. Through Wang Teng's composed expression, He knew that the other party was confident. If he refused to admit it and he took out the evidence, they would be embarrassed in the end. His reputation might be affected if news spread that he took the private possessions of the Nangong family. Originally, as Nangong Yue's disciple, no one cared if he took them. However, things were different now. Wang Teng was the Baron, so everything here belonged to him. People would label him shameless if they knew a heaven stage martial warrior did such a thing. It's all right. I'll compensate for the things I took. Chao Hongtu gritted his teeth. That's good. I know that my senior brother is not a thief, Wang Teng replied with a smile. This was a direct stab to the heart. He didn't leave any path of retreat for Chao Hongtu. I'll return all of them. Chao Hongtu turned and left. He didn't want to stay any longer. He wished he could bury himself. I'll make a list for you. Remember to look through it. Wang Teng shouted behind him. Cao Hongtu paused for a second. Then he hastened his pace. Oh, right. I'm throwing a banquet for the other nobles tomorrow. Remember to come, Wang Teng added. Cao Hongtu stumbled. He finally reached the entrance and hurriedly staggered out of everyone's sight. Guardian Ming Cheng and An Lan were caught between laughter and tears. They felt that Wang Teng was brutal. How could he provoke Cao Hongtu to this state? The Cao family left the Nangong residence dejectedly. Many families sent their men to watch over the Nangong residence. Some sighed while others gloated when they saw this scene. They felt pity for the Cao family. No one expected them to land in this state, in the Nangong residence. Everything is settled, so I'll take my leave now, Guardian Ming Cheng said. Thank you, Wang Teng replied. You don't have to thank me. You could solve this issue without me. Guardian Ming Cheng glanced at An Lan and waved his hand. I have sent the information of your fief to your virtual network. Please check. The relevant documents have been processed, so this galaxy is now under your name. Then he disappeared on the spot. This Guardian Ming Cheng is powerful, An Lan said with a glow in his eyes. How powerful? Just a little less than me, An Lan replied proudly. Tisk, Wang Teng rolled his eyes. An Lan didn't mind. He chuckled. Wang Teng glanced around him and felt emotional. I have a place to stay. I don't have to stay in other people's homes anymore. You jumped from a civilian to a noble, An Lan exclaimed as he sized up his surroundings. This is a little empty. There's no one serving you. Besides that, everything is perfect. Makes sense. Wang Teng touched his chin. You can visit the slave market and take a look there. There are slaves from all races there. With your current wealth, you can buy as many as you want. You can even buy planetary stage slaves or higher. Round Ball's voice was heard in his mind. Slaves? Wang Teng frowned. Slaves felt a little far away to him. Well, it sounds exciting to have beauties from all races, right? Cough? I'm not that kind of person, Wang Teng replied in his mind. What are you thinking? Round Ball asked. Nothing, Wang Teng said firmly. You should take note of this. You're inviting the nobles tomorrow. You need slaves to serve everyone. Others might look down on you if you don't have any slaves, Round Ball said. All right, I understand. I'll visit the slave market later. Wang Teng nodded hurriedly. Chapter 1047, Buying Slaves, Rich and Wealthy. Wang Teng didn't hurry to the slave market. He toured the Nangong residence casually and familiarized himself with it first. Although he had asked Round Ball to check the items, he didn't take a proper look personally. He only had the chance to observe his future home after everything ended. The Nangong residence was a baron's residence, but it had a long history and a strong foundation. Thus, in terms of extravagance and landmass, it fit the standard requirements of a baron's residence. The entire residence consisted of a lobby, a garden, a courtyard, a study, a residence area, etc. All facilities could be found here. This residence was many times better than Fantaining's place. I'm starting to envy you. An Lion came beside him and commented after a simple tour. You can stay here for the time being, Wang Teng replied with a smile. You're trying to squeeze every last bit of me, An Lion complained unhappily. I can't help it. You're the only heaven stage martial warrior I know. I need your help for many things. Wang Teng shrugged and explained, Add money. More money, An Lan shouted. All right, Wang Teng agreed generously. That's more like it. And Lan nodded in satisfaction. I'm heading to the slave market to buy some slaves. We definitely need some people to clean up this huge residence. Wang Teng shook his head helplessly. I'll follow you. And Lan's eyes lit up. He seemed extremely interested. Why is a mecha martial warrior like you interested in such things? Wang Teng didn't know what to feel. You don't understand, and Lan replied in a meaningful tone. What do you mean by that? I didn't know you were a pervert. And Lan sniggered. The two of them went around the Nangong residence to get used to this place. Then they went out. Along the way, Round Ball remained quiet. It was dead silent. Wang Teng and Anlan took a Rune Energy flying car and arrived at the slave market. It was easy to find. After all, it was a popular place in Great Qian City. No, any prosperous planet or city in the universe would have a slave market. It was the most profitable business in the universe. Many powerful martial warriors owned numerous life planets. How would they increase their earnings? Besides some planets that had abundant natural resources or developed industries, many planets became the manufacturing ground of slaves. The native on the life planets were forced to reproduce. Then the majority of the population was sold to other parts of the universe. The profit of one slave wasn't much, but imagine how many people there were on a few hundred or thousands of planets. The profit was insane. Some races were more popular in the universe. They were well liked by noble families and powerful factions. Some powerful slaves required a large number of resources to groom. These slaves were expensive and rare. For instance, Cosmos stage slaves were a rarity in the slave market. They were hard to manage and required a lot of resources. It would also hurt the pride of other Cosmos stage martial warriors, so they couldn't be mass-produced. The slave market was situated in the suburbs of Great Qian City. It wasn't in the city center because it took up a large area, approximately 200 kilometers in radius. This was the size of a city on Earth. Yet here it was just a small part of Great Qian City. The slave market was like a large shopping mall on Earth. The scale of things in Great Qian City was amazing. The journey from the city center took 1 hour. The instant they stepped into the slave market, a manager came forward to welcome them. The manager had good eyesight. He could tell that Anlan was powerful, but Wang Teng was the one making the decisions, hence he spoke to him directly with much enthusiasm. Hello. How can I help you? Let's look at female slaves. Wang Teng followed Round Ball's guidance and spoke confidently without any fear. The manager thought that Wang Teng was a member of some noble family because of his aura and presence. He treated him with even more respect. Please follow me. He bowed and led the way in front. Wang Teng nodded. The manager was an alien with green skin. He had 2 tentacles on his head, looking a little like the Namekian in Wang Teng's memory. However, this alien was rounder and seemed a bit more perverted. The manager brought Wang Teng and Anlan to a plaza. This plaza was split into different zones. There were beautiful young ladies lined up in an orderly manner in each zone. Oh wait, there were women and older ladies too. After all, every customer had a different taste. The slave market was user-friendly. Whatever needs the customer had, they could be satisfied here. Of course, besides different age groups, there were different races and different styles. For instance, there was the fox race, the rabbit race, the shellman. It was said that the shellmen and shellwomen were amazing. Some of these ladies were elegant, some were sweet, cool, seductive, pure, cute. You could find all kinds of ladies here. Wang Teng was dazzled. His eyes were wide open and his lips felt a little wet. Oh no, slurp. He looked right and left. The manager was staring at the ground. He probably didn't see him. Chapter 1048, Buying Slaves, Rich and Wealthy. 2, and Lan was even more shameless. His eyes were almost glued to the female demons, and he couldn't pull himself out. Wang Teng felt that his willpower was really firm. Even a heaven stage martial warrior was inferior to him. Cough. Wang Teng cleared his throat, and Lan returned to his senses and smiled sheepishly. Introduce them, Wang Teng said to the manager. Yes. The manager presented himself appropriately and revealed a professional smile. He then began the introduction. This is a shell woman. They are naturally beautiful, and not one of them is ugly. Please look at their skin. Isn't it white and tender? And it's not just that. The manager then revealed an ambiguous smile. He leaned in and whispered, "You will know when you try it. They are really great and smooth." And Lan's eyes lit up immediately, and drool seemed to drip down from the corner of his mouth. "Am I that kind of person?" Wang Teng asked calmly. "No, of course not. I'm just explaining their good points objectively," the manager replied. You introduced them well." Wang Teng nodded. "This guy has no good intentions," Round Ball said in Wang Teng's mind. "The Shellman race is one of the most expensive races." "Oh, is it so expensive?" Wang Teng asked. "It won't count as anything to you," Round Ball answered. "How much for the Shellman race?" Wang Teng was curious and asked the manager. The manager's eyes lit up. He could already tell that the young man in front of him wasn't lacking in money. As expected, he didn't even look at any other races and asked for the price directly. This kind of customer was his favorite. He immediately raised 2 fingers. Wang Teng frowned. Could it be that these Shellman slaves were selling for 20,000 UC or GQC? That would be a bit expensive. A 13-rank Shellman race planetary disciple costs 20 UC. If you are buying more, you can get a discount. "I'll give you the best benefits," the manager said quickly. "Pfft, how much?" Wang Teng's eyes almost popped out. 20 UC each. Was he for real? This was a living being. She was even a 13-rank planetary disciple, not just any ordinary warrior. A 13-rank planetary disciple was equivalent to a 13-star general stage martial warrior on Earth. In other words, Dan Taishuan and Ye Jixin were not even worth 20 universe coins. Wang Teng suddenly wanted to take a moment of silence for them. He initially thought that one would set him back 20,000 UC. Who knew it was only 20 UC? 20 universe coins. 20 UC, and you can have your pick. 20 UC, and you can get what you deserve. Wang Teng's mind was filled with an infinite loop of slogans that he had heard before. This is already a very low price. Our rates are absolutely fair. The manager thought that Wang Teng felt that it was too expensive. He was flustered and quickly explained. "All right. Is the whole Shellman race here?" Wang Teng asked. He knew that the manager had misunderstood him, but he couldn't be bothered to explain. "We still have a lot of them in our inventory." The manager didn't know what Wang Teng was thinking and could only answer honestly. "I want the most beautiful ones," Wang Teng said. "They would be more expensive. Each will cost at least 1,000 UC. Let me take a look." "No problem. I'll have someone bring them over." The manager's eyes lit up after a while. An employee brought a group of members from the Shellman race. In terms of appearances, they were among the best and were much better than the ones outside. Although there was no such thing as ugliness in the Shellman race, there was still a clear difference. The ones that were just brought out were the cream of the crop. It was pricey for a reason. Wang Teng nodded with satisfaction and started picking them. This one, that one," the manager smiled brightly. This customer just picked 24 of them in a short while. It looked like he had great luck today and would be fetching a nice commission. Wang Teng picked 25 shellwomen and said, "Pack them for me and show me the other races. I only want the expensive ones, not the cheap ones." Now that he had wealth, he spoke louder than others. He was told that a shellwoman cost 1,000 UC and was considered very expensive. The other races wouldn't be like that. It was an excellent time to buy them now. Okay. The manager was overjoyed. Just as he was about to bring Wang Teng to another section, he remembered something and said flatteringly, "Sir, our slave market just received a batch of slaves from the floral fairy race. There are only 10 of them, and they have not yet been sold. I wonder if you are interested, floral fairy race?" Wang Teng raised an eyebrow. He didn't know what they were and asked Round Ball in his mind. The floral fairy race. Round Ball was surprised. It's an extremely rare race. Their ability to reproduce is poor, so their population is naturally low. They can only be bred on some planets that are full of life. The slave market actually managed to get them. Are they just rare? Wang Teng was a bit disappointed. He wasn't a superficial person. He wasn't just focused on their appearance, but also on their usefulness. Of course not. The floral fairy race has a special ability. They are naturally compatible with various spiritual objects and are very adept at growing spiritual herbs. They can even use their abilities to speed up the growth of the spiritual herbs, Round Ball said. Not only that, but their members are also beautiful. They have such an ability. Wang Teng's eyes lit up, and he said to the manager, "Bring me to them as long as I'm satisfied. Money is not an issue." "Okay, please follow me." The manager nodded again and again, expressing his fancy for a wealthy customer like him. He immediately brought Wang Teng to a place that looked like a garden. Just by this, he could tell that the floral fairy race was not comparable to those slaves outside. Their treatment was entirely different. The floral fairy race is a bit special. They are very delicate and must live in places full of life. Otherwise, their lives would be in danger, the manager explained. Wang Teng nodded in enlightenment. "Look, they are over there." The manager pointed at a small wooden house ahead. After walking into the garden, Wang Teng saw a small wooden house. He then walked toward it under the manager's guidance. The manager took out a bunch of keys and opened the door. As soon as he entered, a few girls who looked like quails curled up in the corner and looked at them with a terrified gaze. These girls were dressed in revealing clothes. Their dresses seemed like they were woven with leaves. There were petal-like marks between their eyebrows, and they looked unreal. Wang Teng suddenly felt like he was a devil king and that these 10 floral fairies were little princesses who had landed in his evil clutches. The legendary devil king and 10 little princesses. "Did you catch these floral fairies from somewhere?" Wang Teng questioned. "Sir, slave traders like us do not catch slaves. We only buy and sell." The manager snickered. "How much?" Wang Teng got straight to the point. "1 floral fairy for 10,000 UC. 10,000 UC. Wang Teng frowned. It wasn't because he couldn't afford it. The difference was too huge. The most expensive shellwoman started from 1,000 UC, yet these floral fairies cost 10,000 UC each. "Sir, the floral fairies are a bit more expensive, but they are quite handy. If you could get them to the planetary or celestial stage, they could fetch at least hundreds of millions of UC. The manager pointed out. "If I hadn't seen how generous you are, I wouldn't recommend them to you. Wang Teng, you can buy them. 10,000 UC isn't considered expensive. You can nurture these floral fairies, and their value will rise in the future," Round Ball said. Wang Teng nodded. "I'll have all 10 of them." "Okay." The manager was ecstatic. He initially thought that Wang Teng was going to think about it for a long time. He didn't expect him to make a decision so quickly. He met a really distinguished customer today. The fairies seemed frightened after learning that this human young man had bought them. They shrunk together in fear. It was enough to make one feel guilty. However, Wang Teng didn't say anything to them. There was more than enough time for him to nurture them. Chapter 1049, Cosmos Stage Slaves. Wang Teng had his reason for buying 10 floral fairies. He wasn't just interested in their beauty. The main reason was their usefulness. He needed these floral fairies to grow spiritual herbs for him. After coming out from Flaming River World, he decided to develop his space fragment. He was still a distance away from the universe stage, so he couldn't use the power of origin to transform his space fragment. However, he could use some other methods to reconstruct it. It was a pity that this huge space was only used to store items. He must make proper use of it. At first, he didn't know how he should transform his space fragment, but after seeing these floral fairies, he had a clearer plan. Some ideas popped into his mind. Wang Teng was excited. He would put his idea to action the moment he went back. Wang Teng spent 1,000,000 UC on these floral fairies. The manager of the slave market got even more enthusiastic. This person has money and is willing to spend it. He's my master. After that, Wang Teng bought more slaves, especially those with special abilities. For instance, there were butler-style slaves, servant-style slaves, slaves good with finances, slaves who knew how to pilot a universe spacecraft. All of them had undergone professional training and weren't just ordinary slaves. Of course, their prices were higher. Wang Teng didn't mind, it didn't cost him much anyway. He spent less than 2 million UC to buy these slaves. This was a humiliation to his spending power. Let's look at guards now. I don't want planetary stage ones. Please take me to the celestial stage slaves, Wang Teng said. Then he thought of something and added, "It'll be better if they come from powerful clans or races." No problem. The manager didn't doubt Wang Teng's pockets. When he heard that Wang Teng wanted to buy guards, he was overjoyed. He hurriedly led him to another zone. "It's good to have money," Lan said enviously. "With your status, you shouldn't have any problems buying slaves, right?" Wang Teng asked. "I don't dare to spend like you. Many of my men rely on me for survival." Lan shook his head. Wang Teng nodded. He pondered for a moment and kept quiet. At this moment, the manager stopped. Wang Teng raised his head. He saw many figures with powerful auras standing in the plaza in front of him. All of them gave off a strong presence, displaying their strength to the public. Wang Teng scanned the slaves and knew all the abilities of these martial warriors. Most of them were at the 3rd and 4th levels of the celestial stage. There were around 30 people at the 6th and 7th levels. As for the 8th and the 9th levels, there were about 17 of them. But it was astonishing. On Earth, planetary stage martial warriors were a powerful presence, much less celestial stage martial warriors, yet here, celestial stage martial warriors were slaves. Wang Teng shook his head. "Mister, these slaves are from planet Taco. Their abilities are above average when compared with martial warriors of the same rank," the manager introduced. "I want slaves with good talent," Wang Teng stated his requirements. He knew that this was the trick used by the managers in the slave market. If he didn't say anything, the people in the slave market wouldn't bring out their best goods. The ones outside were all the normal ones. No problem. The manager nodded after a moment of hesitation. He was confident in Wang Teng's purchasing ability. The price of celestial stage slaves was many times more than planetary disciples, much less slaves with good talent. However, he felt that Wang Teng could afford them. Wang Teng gave him this confidence. After a few minutes, someone brought another bunch of Planet Taco natives. It was easy to tell that these people had greater talent. They had different attitudes. The aura of a normal person and a talent was different. Wang Teng knew that the manager wasn't tricking him. "These Planet Taco natives have emperor level or above talents," the manager said. "Good. The price of a Planet Taco martial warrior at the 3rd level celestial stage is 120,000 UC. For the 4th level celestial stage, it will be 150,000 UC, and for the 9th level celestial stage, it will be 300,000 UC. The manager listed the price. The 9th level celestial stage martial warrior was worth 300,000 UC. Honestly, Wang Teng felt that the price wasn't high. This was a 9th level celestial stage martial warrior. How could he be sold for only 300,000 UC? This was unbelievable. "Give me 50 slaves from Planet Taco, 30 at the 4th level celestial stage, 10 at the 7th level, and 10 at the 9th level. Wang Teng nodded. "These would only cost 10 million. Yes, only." Wang Teng felt that they were extremely cheap. He bought 50 celestial stage slaves with 10 million. It was a worthy deal, of course. Only Wang Teng dared to throw money like this. Normal martial warriors wouldn't have the wealth. They spent all their money buying resources for themselves. It was better to raise their abilities than to buy slaves. A cosmos stage martial warrior could wipe out these 50 celestial stage martial warriors. Buying slaves was a waste of money. To cosmos stage martial warriors, celestial stage martial warriors were useless. Only a wealthy fellow like Wang Teng would be willing to spend so much money to buy slaves. Of course, some large and powerful families required slaves too. After all, one couldn't appear too poor. Slaves were needed to protect the younger generations in the family too. "Let's look at others," Wang Teng said. "All right, please follow me," the manager replied quickly in a fawning tone. This customer was decisive, so much so that he wanted to kneel down and bootlick him. Such customers were rare. He must attend to him properly. Wang Teng bought 250 more Celestial Stage martial warriors and had a total of 300 Celestial Stage slaves now. He spent less than 40 million UC. Do you have Cosmos Stage martial warriors? Wang Teng toured the area after buying all the Celestial Stage martial warriors. After some hesitation, he asked the manager this question. Cosmos Stage martial warrior, the manager felt his heart pounding. This customer was daring. Was he planning to buy Cosmos Stage martial warrior too? Being wealthy wasn't enough to describe him. Mister, a Cosmos Stage martial warrior cost at least a few $100 million, the manager reminded him softly. Do you think I can't afford it? Wang Teng stared at him intently. Of course not. You can definitely afford it. Let me bring you over. The manager shuddered when he saw Wang Teng's gaze. His instincts told him that he must believe this customer. If not, he would regret it. Cosmos Stage slaves were the highest level of slaves here. They weren't placed outside and were locked in special areas instead. The manager brought Wang Teng to a building that looked like a wrestling ring. Wang Teng saw the Cosmos Stage slaves here. Boom! 2 Cosmos Stage slaves were fighting in the arena. Explosions rang in the air. What is this? Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 1050. Shadow Assassin Clan. Wang Teng was shocked because the scene was out of his expectations. These 2 Cosmos Stage martial warriors were battling in the arena. The force explosions resounded in the air, the impact waves sweeping through the building. One was a martial warrior with 3 eyes from the 3 Eyes race. The other had green hair and was a beautiful female martial warrior. She was a divine spirit master to boot. She was controlling a spiritual weapon and used it to fight with the 3-eyed Cosmos Stage martial warrior. Wang Teng could tell that these 2 Cosmos Stage martial warriors were both powerful. Also, he guessed that they were slaves. There were people observing this battle at the top. They had other managers attending to them who seemed to be explaining to the various customers. The manager smiled when he saw Wang Teng's surprised expression. They are the Cosmos Stage slaves. They're fighting so that the buyers can gauge their strength properly. Isn't this a little too much? Wang Teng asked. Honestly, he was surprised. The slave market treated Cosmos Stage martial warriors as goods. This battle was just a way of displaying their strength. He wasn't speaking up for these slaves. He just felt that it was inappropriate. After all, they were Cosmos Stage martial warriors, Mr. They're just slaves. The manager smiled indifferently. Wang Teng shook his head. He was thinking too much, just like what the other party said. They were just slaves. No matter how powerful they were, their status couldn't be changed. He asked, where did these slaves come from? The Celestial Stage slaves couldn't be compared to the Cosmos Stage slaves. The Celestial Stage martial warriors could be mass-produced, but Cosmos Stage martial warriors weren't so easy to groom. Besides needing a large number of resources, one also required a certain level of talent and opportunities. All 3 were equally important. Don't worry. There's no issue with their backgrounds, the manager said. Wang Teng believed him. The slave market had been around for a long time and maintained a good reputation. They were doing the most brutal business, but their reputation was not bad. This was sarcastic. Are they here to buy slaves too? Wang Teng turned to one side and asked. Yes, the other party must have laid his eyes on these 2 slaves and is testing their ability now. The manager replied with a smile. Your service is thorough, Wang Teng said. Our main principle is to satisfy our customers. After all, our customers are our gods, the manager said. It was a common phrase used in the universe. How much is the price of the Divine Spirit Master? Wang Teng asked with interest. He was getting more and more curious about the slave market. He didn't expect there to be a Divine Spirit Master for sale. Also, she was at the Cosmos Stage. That one is more expensive. She's 25 billion, the manager replied. 25 billion. Wang Teng was stunned. Truthfully, this price was unexpected. The manager did tell him that Cosmos stage martial warriors cost a few billion, but he didn't expect this divine spirit master to be priced this high. This wasn't just a few billion, it was much more than that. Divine spirit masters are rare. Look at her beauty. It's rare to find anyone with her looks and strength in the universe. The manager gave an ambiguous smile as he explained in a soft voice. Wang Teng understood instantly. This was a divine spirit master and a beauty. Who wouldn't like her? Even he was a little moved. The battle below came to an end. The three-eyed martial warrior wasn't weak, but he wasn't the divine spirit master's match. Soon, he was put at a disadvantage and got thrown back after making a mistake. He slammed onto the ground heavily, but the injury wasn't life-threatening. Both parties were just displaying their strength. The divine spirit master wouldn't kill her opponent. The divine spirit master is not bad, Enlan commented. His gaze turned sharp. Of course, this divine spirit master is a top-tier slave in this batch, the manager said. It's a pity that someone is buying her. Wang Teng shook his head. The manager raised his eyebrows. This customer didn't even bat an eyelid when he heard the price of this slave. He even seemed interested in her. Mister, do you want to buy her? Yes. However, someone else seems to have bought her already. Maybe not. The manager gave a mysterious smile and said, Wait for me? Oh. Wang Teng blinked in surprise. He nodded. The manager walked to the side and operated on his wristwatch. He seemed to be contacting someone. After some time, he turned and spoke to Wang Teng. Mister, let me bring you over to take a look. Wang Teng glanced at him in astonishment. He nodded and followed the manager. They arrived at a staircase which led all the way underground. It felt a little eerie and sinister. Follow me. The manager walked down the stairs. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.